Welcome to the Fantasy Audiobook Library, a sanctuary of stories where fan fictions come alive, where ancient legends echo from the East and Western worlds awaken with wonder. Settle in. Your journey begins now.
Song of a Northern Sorcerer. A plot revealed. Part 4. Resting with his back against the cold stone wall of his cell, Lord Lud Whitehill sat in contemplative silence as he stared out from the bars of his cell. While many would have been regretting their decisions that landed them in such a state, he was not one of them. He knew full well what he was doing when he agreed to betray the Starks. And he knew full well the consequences of failure. And if he had the chance to go back and do it all over again, he would still make the same decision as he had all those years ago when he'd first been approached about the idea of ending the Stark line and installing a new Warden of the North. How? He thought, letting his head fall forward. How did it all go wrong? Our plan was flawless. And everything was going perfectly, so how? How did it come to this? While he was not part of the initial parties that gave birth to the plan to overthrow the Starks, when it had been presented to him, he could find no fault in it. The plan already had the backing of House Bolton, House Ricewell, House Dustin, House Stout and House Corbray of the Vale. Though how the Vale House had been convinced to throw their lot in he had no idea. Perhaps Lyn Corbray simply wanted the prestige of taking down the Northern Sorcerer, a man that many considered to be invincible on the field of battle after the very brief Greyjoy rebellion. But while the reasoning behind House Corbray's participation was a mystery to him, he fully understood the Northern House's motivation. The Boltons were descendants of the Red Kings of old. The greatest rival to the Starks ever since both houses were first formed. And it was an open secret in the North that the Boltons were waiting for the first moment of weakness to show in the Starks. And that the moment it did, they would pounce and remove their longtime rival. House Dustin's participation was expected. After all, Lady Barbary Dustin had once been said to have had quite the dalliance with the former heir of Winterfell, Brandon Stark. And there were even rumors that the two were to wed. But then Lord Rickard Stark ended those rumors as he announced his son and heir's engagement to Catelyn Tully of the Riverlands. Barbary was then married off to Lord William Dustin, who had been a loyal vassal to House Stark for centuries. But Eddard's actions in retrieving his sister's corpse resulted in William's death, leaving Barbary a widow. A very angry widow. House Stark had given her a taste of what she could have, and then taken it all away. And as the old saying went, Hells hath no fury like a woman scorned. And Barbary was very much a scorned woman twice over. And with House Dustin's participation, House Stout, a knightly house that was a direct vassal to House Dustin, was expected to go along. And seeing as how Lady Dustin had come from House Ricewell and that Lord Roos's deceased wife was from House Ricewell and Lady Dustin's sister, their participation was expected as well. The number of houses that had agreed to the removal of the Starks was impressive. But having a strong showing of support was not enough to convince Lud to throw his lot in. No, that decision had been made after every detail of the plan had been laid out before him. The plan was to launch the coup during Robb Stark's 3-10 name-day celebration. A celebration that almost every house in the North would be obliged to attend. They would substitute the bards that would be in attendance with assassins and spend the days leading up to the celebration putting their own men and assassins in key areas around Winterfell to ensure there were no survivors. A special poison had even been provided to them, which they'd been assured would put the wolf's pet sorcerer out of commission for good. And once all witness and leadership in the North was eliminated, those that were in on the plan would send a message throughout the realm that the sorcerer and the wolf's bastard had launched a surprise attack and tried to kill the Starks. Given the general view on bastards and on the sorcerer, it would have been easy to place the blame on them. Especially with no one around to counter the claims. And they'd even had assurances that the king would believe their tale. Then Sansa Stark would then be wed to Roose Bolton's heir, ensuring the loyalty of those that had not attended the celebration. The Red Kings would have finally had their revenge against the Starks and take the place as Warden of the North. Lady Barbary would have gotten her revenge. Ser Corbray would have gained even more prestige for his part in taking down the sorcerer. And as for himself, he'd been guaranteed the lands of House Forrester as well as the banishment or extinction of the wretched family as well. The rewards had been worth the risks. But as the time for action drew closer, faults began forming in their seemingly perfect plan. The first true fault in the plan showed itself a year ago when it was announced across the land that the Sorcerer would be taking the newest northern ship and several heirs and spares on a voyage to raid Valyria. The timing was atrocious. If the Sorcerer and the Bastard were not around during Robb's name day celebration, then they couldn't kill them or place the blame at their feet. Personally, he'd wanted to delay the coup. But Roose had cautioned patience. They had nearly a year to reach Valyria and return. And considering the already significant amount of coin and effort that had gone into procuring several needed assets, it wasn't easy to just simply delay the attempt until the next opportunity. But the gods seemed to smile on their plot as, with less 2 months until the set date, word arrived that the Sorcerer had returned to Westeros soil and was making his way back north. Then after Stark's announcement of the wedding of the Sorcerer to that upstart serving girl, they knew that they would never have a better opportunity. The Sorcerer was a man that was well known to be cautious. But even the most cautious of men let down their guard during their own wedding celebration. So, with less than a few days before Robb's name day, the decision was made to move the attack to the Sorcerer's wedding celebration. And things had started off perfectly to plan. The Sorcerer was clearly enamored with his new bride and had let down his guard. The servants, many of whom idolized the whore because of her upbringing, had also let loose enough so that they didn't notice the subtle change of guards or the switching of wine. And throughout the celebration, Ludd and his son Torrhen had kept to their parts by making sure that those who were most loyal to the Starks, namely the Karstarks, Umbers, Mormonts and Manderleys, were supplied with enough drink to ensure that they would not be able to interfere with what was about to happen. Then it happened. The Sorcerer downed the wine with the poison, and true to their benefactor's words, it had taken effect almost immediately. He could still feel the rush of glee that had surged within him when the Sorcerer had been bent over, clawing at his throat and gut while desperately trying to breathe. But that had been the end of their good fortune. In order to ensure that Sorcerer was indeed put down, Roose had selected 2 of the best marksmen amongst the assassins and had given them the task of putting a pair of crossbow bolts through the Sorcerer's and his little whore's hearts. But the first assassin had missed. And instead of piercing the Sorcerer's heart, the bolt had instead buried itself into the man's shoulder. Then, gods only knew how, the Sorcerer had managed to get his arm out to shield his little whore from the second bolt, thereby saving her life. Even with the immediate failure to end the Sorcerer, there'd still been hope. The hall had descended into chaos as the attack began and the Sorcerer was unable to use his magic. After watching the Sorcerer stumble and 2 close allies of Stark fall, Ludd had thought that they'd salvaged the coup. Then it all went to shite. His eldest son Torrhen and his master-at-arms Harrys had descended upon the unsuspecting Sorcerer with their daggers, ready to end his life. The Sorcerer reached out and grabbed both his son and Harrys by the throats. He had no words for what happened next, but the Sorcerer had turned both his son and Harrys into little more than lifeless husks. And in doing so he seemingly cured himself of the poison as if their very lives were the antidotes to the poison. Ludd had known then and there that it was over. Even more so after he watched the Sorcerer turn a man to dust with that strange magic of his. Seeing that, he knew there was no hope. The tides of the fight within the hall immediately turned as the sellswords and assassins started throwing down their arms and surrendering, no doubt hoping for some form of mercy. But those of the north knew better. There would be no mercy. Not for this. So Ludd had launched himself at the Sorcerer, hoping to either kill the man who'd taken his son from him or to be killed. Before he could even reach him, something had struck him across the back of his head. And he was just barely able to make out the image of his attacker as one of the bards he knew wasn't part of the plot before the man's fist met his face. Then he woke up here, chained like an animal waiting for its turn to be slaughtered. 7. Protect us. May the Mother grant her mercy upon us. May the Father grant us his strength. Shut your fucking mouth, Andal shite. It's bad enough just sitting here in our shite. I don't want to listen to your shite as well. Cracking open an eye, Ludd peered through bars into the dimly lit dungeon. No doubt one of the squires that had accompanied the Knights of the Vale. The little shit had been rambling non-stop for mercy and protection for the past day. And it appeared that Lord Ricewell had finally ran out of patience with the boy. Even Ludd, whose house was one of the few northern houses that followed the 7, had run out with patience with the boy's endless groveling and praying for mercy and protection. The 7 had no power. Not here in the heart of the north where the hold gods were at the height of their power. If they had, then their plan would have worked like it had supposed to have. Already knowing another argument was about to take place over matters of faith or blame, Ludd closed his eyes once more and did his best to block out the arguing. They were scared. At least the younger lads were, and their fear was making them irrational. What they didn't realize though was that there was no point in worrying about what was about to happen. To an extent, their fear was understandable. They had just tried to assassinate the Warden of the North and his entire family. Their lives were forfeit, unless you were smart and had a contingency plan in place to buy your freedom. Which Ludd had. He doubted that he would be able to keep his place as of Lord of Highpoint, but at the very least he would be able to buy his freedom and live out the rest of his days in Essos. He would be in exile, but he would still be alive. And he knew just the angle to use on Lord Stark. The man was known for his impeccable honor and his distaste for the great game. Which also made him quite a fool in Ludd's opinion. He would play the foolish Lord Stark like a fiddle and ensure his head stayed firmly attached to his shoulders and be across the narrow sea in a moon's turn or two at most. He'd been so engrossed in his own planning, that he hadn't even noticed that all the arguing outside of his cell had ceased. Nor had he noticed that the air had grown steadily colder until it was at the point where he started shivering. Cold. He shivered, holding out his hands and breathing into them, yet failing to see his own breath in the dim light. No, it's not cold in here yet why am I so cold? What is this? Footsteps. Slow methodical footsteps were the only answer he was given as the cold seemed to press down on his very soul. Not cold. Fear. What? Who can cause such? No. Gods please no. His entire being shaking like a leaf in the wind, Ludd slowly inched towards the bars of his cell, trying to see who was coming. Yet in his heart, he already knew. There was only one who could cause this cold. This fear. He read about this countless times. Yet never in his wildest dreams had he ever imagined it would be like this. Don't be alone. Don't be alone. Don't be alone. 7. Don't let him be alone. But as he feared, the 7 could not hear his prayers. And as he stared down the darkened line of cells, he felt his stomach drop as the shadows almost seemed to move as perhaps the one individual he never wanted to see again emerged from the darkness into the dim light of the torches. His black cloak and black clothes almost making him seem like one with the darkness behind him. Shrinking back from the bards, Ludd grasped his hands together tightly to cease their shaking as the sorcerer slowly made his way down the line of cells before stopping in the end and making his way back towards the beginning. Please my lord. The young praying boy, who Ludd now recognized as Esser Corbray's squire Michael Redford, cried out as the sorcerer passed him by. Please. I had nothing to do with whatever happened. Please sir. I didn't know or do. Ah. Ludd winced as the boy was lifted off the ground and slammed into the bars of his cell with an invisible power. You are the squire to Lyn Corbray, the sorcerer stated, his voice cold and without emotion. You were in the hall during the feast and were seen encouraging the younger boys to drink as much as they could. The squire was visible shaking as he was held in the air against the bars of his cell. A dark spot forming in pants gave testament to just how weak-willed the boy truly was. Esser Corbray told me to make sure the younger boys enjoyed the celebration. And told me the best way to do that was to see how much they could all drink. That was all. I didn't know. Shut the hell up Redford. A man from the Vale, this one situated directly across from Ludd yet one he didn't recognize, shouted at the struggling squire. Be a fucking man you coward and keep your mouth shut. Michael dropped to the floor with a grunt as the boy was released from whatever had a hold on him. Turning, the sorcerer made his way until he was standing before the Vale man that had just spoken. What? The Vale man shouted as Nox stood between the two of them, just his mere presence enough to make Ludd start to shudder once more. Do you think I'm scared of you? A heathen bastard. A walking talking affront to the 7 who are one. I'm not. The 7 are my shield against your foul magic. The sorcerer merely tilted his head as if observing some oddity. Then you are a fool. Nox stated in the same plain manner before turning and walking back down the line of cells. There is a chance that some of you, like this boy here, might just be able to survive what is to come. A slim chance. But still a chance. But for the rest of you, your deaths are all assured. The only choice you have right now is how much pain you are willing to put yourselves and your loved ones through before you meet your end. Pain. He heard the voice of Lady Dustin scoff, he hadn't even been aware that she was in the cells with the rest of them, though he should have. Stark does not have the strength for such methods. The South made him soft. At worst, he'll smack us on the head and send us to bed without supper. You'd be surprised, Nox remarked back, just what a person is willing to do to protect or avenge their family, Lady Dustin. But I promise you, you will learn in time. Now, I give you all this one chance. Your guilt is unquestionable, but there is one thing that we will learn from you before you meet your end. And that is who was aiding you. And don't even try and deny it. None of you here have the brains nor resources to put together a plot this elaborate on your own. So, does anyone wish to speak now before we begin? Ludd felt his heart drop. They knew that there was another involved in the planning. And while he'd been hoping to use the information to shock Stark into giving him favorable terms, the situation was still salvageable. Perhaps even better, as he was not only willing to give out said information, but because he had proof of their involvement. Something that he knew for a fact the others did not, considering just how well their benefactors covered their tracks. "Hey, Sorcerer!" The Vale Knight across from Ludd shouted before he could gain the man's attention. "How's the wife and kid?" Ludd swore the temperature dropped significantly as the shadows created by the torchlight almost seemed to dance around them in some odd macabre spectacle that sent shivers of fear down his spine. Yet, the Sorcerer just stood there with his back turned to the Vale Knight, seemingly completely calm in the center of the cells as the man laughed and continued his taunt. "It's too bad. That woman was a fine piece of ass. Too bad she couldn't have enjoyed a real cock for once in her life before s. Ah." The Sorcerer didn't move from his spot, yet the knight lurched forward and pressed himself against the bars. Much in the same manner as the young squire had. But unlike the squire, who was simply held there, the knight kept getting pressed hard and harder into the bars of the cell. "Trying to taunt me into making a mistake and quickly killing you. A move that would perhaps work on an amateur. But I am no amateur." The knight started to scream, an unholy sound that Ludd hadn't even known was possible for a grown man to make. His head was pressed through the narrow spaces of the bars, followed by his shoulders. "But your idiocy will only serve to prove my point as to what is to come." Ludd watched in horrid fascination as the knight was squeezed through the spacing between the bars of his cell that couldn't be more than a hand's width apart at best. His bones cracked and broke as his body was molded to fit through the space. Yet despite the seemingly fatal injuries he was receiving, the man didn't die. He just kept screaming. Even after all his ribs broke and even as blood started flowing freely from his mouth, he kept screaming as he was slowly dragged through the bars. This isn't possible." Ludd wanted to cry out as he watched the man's hips fold and break, the knight unable to keep thrashing about and instead just moaning loudly in agony. He should be dead. His bones should have pierced his heart. No one can survive this. But how? How is this? As you can see, the Sorcerer continued in the same almost bored tone as the knight was dragged completely through the bars, only to be dropped into a bloody limp heap on the ground, the knight still moaning in agony. "Your definitions of pain and suffering and mere child's play when compared to mine. Unlike your pathetic excuse for tortures, I can twist and manipulate the force to keep an individual alive even after I've ruptured every organ and broken every bone in your body." Raising his boot, the Sorcerer calmly set it atop the knight's head. And with hardly even any strain, the man that Ludd was becoming convinced was some sort of demon started pressing down with an agonizing slowness. The knight's skull cracked as his eyes popped out of his skull and blood spilled from his ears, nose, mouth and now empty eye sockets. Yet it wasn't until the Sorcerer's boot was fully on the ground that the knight's cry of agony ceased and his body went limp with death. "Now, does anyone else have another quip they would like to get in regarding my wife and fallen son?" Swallowing, Ludd knew he had to say his next few words carefully. The last thing he wanted was to draw the ire of the Sorcerer worse than they already had. "Sorcerer, there is no need for this," he said lowly, his head bowed in a sign of submission. I will speak of who it was that aided us. And more, I can provide proof of their involvement, proof that I know no one else will be able to provide to you. But I will only do so after I speak to Lord Stark on the matter." "Whitehill, you fucking traitor!" Roderick screamed from down the line. "I'll fucking kill you myself, you yellow-backed southern worshipping cunt. You might be willing to suffer, Roderick, but I am not." Ludd shout back, And don't be envious just because I was smart enough to come with a contingency plan. It won't work, the quiet and unnerving voice of Roose Bolton said from a cell down the way from his own. You have only made yourself a target with your words, Lud. Lud wanted to retaliate, but what words he had died in his throat as the sorcerer stood before him. And while he couldn't see the blind man's eyes due to the cloth, he could feel his gaze seemingly staring right into his very soul. You hope to make a bargain with Lord Stark. The information for your life. Swallowing, Lud nodded. What I have is. With a grunt, Lud found himself pressed firmly against the bars of his cell by an invisible force. Flashes of what he'd just seen ran through his mind as he fought desperately against whatever invisible power was holding him in place. Wait, he cried, feeling the cold steel of the cell bars press into his flesh. I can deal, Stark, your actions, and those of your fellow conspirators, cost Lord Stark his wife and youngest son. The sorcerer informed him coldly as the weight pressing against Lud increased. Stark has no mercy nor pity for any of you now. What he does have though is a history with all of you. A history which he acknowledges could potentially make him sympathetic to your pleas during questioning. Which is why he sent me to do this. I am free from such sympathy. Lud's fear increased tenfold as he watched the sorcerer raise his right hand, his fingers extended and pointing towards Lud's face. There will be no deals. No negotiations. No mercy. The sorcerer's fingers curled inwards slightly, and Lud only just barely managed to keep himself from crying out as it felt like the man's fingers were pressing through his skull and directly onto his mind. You will tell me what you know. As the pressure increased to the point of sheer agony, Lud lost all thoughts of honor or pride as he threw his head back and let out a cry of pain. One way, or another. You will tell me everything. Cresting the last of the stairs leading to the uppermost level of the great keep of Winterfell, Maester Luwin took a moment to rest his hand against the wall in order to rest his aching legs and catch his breath. If there was one thing that he had learned in his near decade and a half here in Winterfell, it was that nothing was ever truly simple in the north. The cold was merciless. The people unyielding and straightforward. Hells, even on the best of days traversing the halls of Winterfell itself could be considered a challenge. And the past day not certainly been the best of days. He'd been working himself without sleep for nearly 2 days now trying to mitigate the damage that had been wrought by the attempted coup by the various Northern and Vale Knights and Lords. And while he wished that he could say it was because of him that so many would live to see another day, that would be a lie. In truth, Lady Talisa and the students of Winterfell's college deserve almost all the credit for the well-being of the survivors of the attack. If not for them, he shuddered to think of the death toll that could have been. Breathing deep, Luwin straightened himself off the wall and made his way down the corridor, his maester links clinking against one another with each step he took towards Lord Stark's solar. If someone were to have asked him even a week ago if he'd thought there was possibility of a coup here in the north, he would have laughed himself stupid. Just the mere idea was absurd. To be sure, he wasn't naive enough to think that such power plays didn't exist amongst the nobles of Westeros, but this was the north. And the northern people were nothing if not loyal to one another. And yet, here they were. A coup had been attempted to no less than 5 northern lords and at least 1 lord of the Vale. And it had nearly succeeded. If not for the sorcerer's miraculous recovering from the frankly unheard of levels of poison that had been used to put him down, then he was sure that the Starks and he would now be dead. But despite the successful quelling of the coup, the price was high. Close to 100 were dead with twice or perhaps thrice more injured, which inclined a fair number of nobility as well as small folk. But the deaths that had truly hit him hardest were Lady Stark, little Rickon Stark and the unnamed child that had been growing in the newly named Lady Nox's womb. And while all 3 were great tragedies that brought about a great sadness within him, they also brought a great deal of fear as well. Fear of what would happen next. He'd seen Lord Nox angry or perhaps even frustrated before, and it was not a pretty sight. But now he was at a level of anger Luwin had never seen before. And while Lord Stark could perhaps be counted on to perhaps rein the sorcerer in, he doubted that the Warden of the North would be feeling so inclined to do so this time around. Out of sheer curiosity, he had made his way towards the dungeons shortly after the funeral pyres had burnt down just to check in on the prisoners. And by the 7, what he heard even coming from down in the dungeons had stopped him dead in his tracks. Lord Stark had ordered prisoners to be questioned in such manners before, but those cases were rare and usually did not last long. But this was something else. He knew the sounds coming from the dungeons were being made by men and even a woman or two, but he would have never thought that any person could make such noises as the ones he was hearing. Even the Stark guards who were assigned to stand guard outside the dungeon had gone white from the noise. And judging by the smell near the two, one or both had already lost the contents of their stomach at least once. His want to check up on the prisoners was quickly overcome by his own self-interest, and he quickly left that section of Winterfell and did everything he could to keep himself and others away for the rest of the day. So, he busied himself throughout the day by tending to the still wounded with Lady Talisa and the other students of the college. And now that the sun had set, he had received summons that Lord Stark wished to speak with him immediately. No doubt the Warden of the North was curious about the condition of those he'd been tending to during the day. Though he did find it a touch odd that only he had been summoned, considering he wasn't the only one who was tending to the wounded. Perhaps he'd already talked to the others. Finding two guards outside of Lord Stark's solar, he spared the two men a quick nod before making to announce his presence. "Come in, Maester Luwin," Lord Stark's voice called out before he could knock. Lowering his hand, Luwin grasped the latch and opened the door. Lord Stark's ability to know just who was standing outside his door before they could even announce themselves had only sharpened over the years. A feat which Luwin would have considered remarkable had he not personally seen the many feats Lord Nox was capable of with his magic. He had been one of the few maesters in the entire citadel who bothered to forge his Valyrian steel link for his studies of the higher mysteries of life. But those years of studies paled in comparison to even a single lecture from the Northern Sorcerer, and he'd been forced to admit that he didn't know nearly as much in the subject as he originally thought. In fact, he knew next to nothing. A fascination that had been shared with Archmaester Marwin, who Luwin had been corresponding with ever since the Sorcerer had arrived in the north. "Lord Stark, you wished to see me." His words died off as he noticed that Lord Stark was not the only occupant waiting for him. Just standing behind Lord Stark were his two eldest sons, Robb and Jon. And standing beside the Warden of the North was Lord Nox, and perhaps most frighteningly, the large female direwolf that was nearly equal in height to Lord Stark while the two were sitting down. "Maester Luwin," Lord Stark greeted him, motioning towards the empty chair opposite him. "Sit. We have much to discuss." "Of course, my lord," Luwin nodded, shutting the door behind him and taking the offered seat. As he sat, he felt a bone-chilling cold enter his being. But this wasn't the chilling cold he'd grown accustomed to in the north. No, this felt entirely different. A chill born of fear, though fear of what and why he knew not. And it was only just then that he noticed that Lord Stark's eyes were not their customary color. His dark gray eyes of the Starks were gone, replaced with the yellow eyes of the wolf that perfectly matched the large direwolf sitting tall and proud next to him. "What is it that you wish to discuss, my lord?" "The coup attempt yesterday," Lord Stark began, though Luwin had to force himself to keep his attention solely on Lord Stark as Lord Nox quietly moved around the room until he was standing outside of Luwin's line of sight. Given the sheer number of house involved, not to mention the fact that assassins and sellswords were employed from across Westeros and even Essos, I had a suspicion that there was another party at play that helped to fund and plan the attempt. I ordered Lord Nox here to question those we'd captured extensively to learn if they had such help, and if so then who it was. During their questioning, all the lords and ladies that had a hand in the planning admitted that they did have such help. And that while all seemed to know exactly who was aiding them, none of them were able to provide proof of their involvement. All except for Lud Whitehill, who was able to provide a single piece of evidence in the form of a letter that he kept on him just in case the coup failed and he was forced to negotiate for his freedom. Reaching out, Lord Stark set a single raven's scroll on the desk for Luwin to take and read. Picking up the offered missive, Luwin unrolled the message and read its contents. "Father, this will be the best and only chance our house will get to advance like this. I promise you, the RHC-Maester's plans are foolproof. The Starks and the Sorcerer will die, with or without our house's aid. If we go against the order, they will see us go the same way as the wolves. However, aiding them will ensure that the land of House Forrester end up in Whitehill hands in perpetuity. Take the deal, father. The Archmaesters have already set the wheels in motion and they will not wait for you to think on this for much longer." By the time Luwin got to the end of the message his hands were almost shaking, though whether it was from fear or anger he wasn't sure. This implicates the Maester order. Surely Lord Stark does not believe that. A hissing of quenching steel sounded through the room as a bright red blade of fire appeared less than a finger's width from Luwin's left eye. All of the prisoners stated that the Maester order not only provided the coin and means to attempt this coup, but that the plan was in fact the Maester's plan to begin with. Lord Stark continued, his wolf-yellow eyes boring into him. It is only because of your years of loyalty and service to House Stark and Winterfell that I am even giving you this one chance to explain this, Maester Luwin. I advise that you choose your next words very carefully. Lord Nox does not have my patience. And despite our history, I am not of the mind to rein him in anytime soon. Now Luwin was shaking as his fear started to nearly overcome him. He knew exactly what Lord Stark wanted to know. Despite his fear, he was still hesitant to say the words. The Maester oaths were phrased in such a way to specifically prevent this exact situation from occurring. But despite that, he knew that there was a group within the Maesters that didn't care. A group that didn't exist outside the citadel or even seemingly within, as they were never spoken of aloud. They were an embarrassment and an abomination to everything the Maester order stood for. But as he started to feel the heat of Lord Nox's blade caressing his face, the words quickly fell from him. If it is the Maesters, my lord, then I believe that those responsible to belong to a small group within the citadel. Luwin said quickly, his body completely stiff as he feared that even the slightest of movements from himself would cause Lord Nox's blade to pierce his flesh. Lord Stark's face didn't change as he seemingly pondered what Luwin had told him while Nox's blade remained uncomfortably close to his face. Finally, Lord Stark made a subtle motion with his hand and Luwin let out a sigh of relief as Lord Nox's blade disappeared. Continue. Swallowing, Luwin forced himself to speak of the subject that he found to be a personal embarrassment and affront of the Maesters. They call themselves the Order of the Guiding Hand, and they believe themselves to be the true rulers of Westeros. The Order of the Guiding Hand, Lord Stark repeated. I have never heard of such a group before. That is on purpose, my lord, Luwin continued slowly, knowing he had to choose his words extremely carefully lest he find himself on the wrong end of Lord Nox's sword once more. While none of the novices within the citadel will know about them, the moment one creates their first link and becomes an acolyte, you learn of their existence. Though you will only ever be able to truly confirm their existence if you become one of them, as they work in absolute secrecy, even from the rest of the Maester order. And they are forbidden to be spoken of outside of the citadel. They also hate magic perhaps even more vehemently than the faith of the Seven. If a group of Maesters are truly responsible for these actions, then it would be them, my lords. Seems awfully convenient, Maester, Lord Nox said from behind him, a fact which Luwin did not find comfortable as he would have preferred to have kept the sorcerer in his sight. Your order becomes implicated in a plot to kill several lords and ladies, including the Warden of the North and his family, and suddenly the ones responsible belong to a secret order within the Maester order that no one outside of the citadel knows about. Convenient. Luwin would admit that, given the circumstances, that it was convenient. But that didn't mean he wasn't speaking the truth. I speak the truth, my lord, I swear to you and on my oath as a Maester. And how do you know about this order then? Lord Nox pressed, coming around so that he was within Luwin's sight. The hilt of his sword still resting in his hand and pointing towards Luwin. Those who partook in the coup seemed to have had a significant insight into not only my own power, but also into the powers of the Stark children. They even knew that Sansa was not a participant in the training her brothers and sister was receiving, which was why she was targeted to be spared in order to affirm the traitor's hold on the North. How do we know that you are not a member of this order you speak of? I swear, my lord, I am not a member of the Order of the Guiding Hand, Luwin shot back immediately at Lord Nox before turning back and meeting the cold eyes of Lord Stark. They are an insult to everything the Maester order stands for. Please, Lord Stark. I do not know what proof you will require to believe me. But I swear upon my oaths and upon the gods old and new that I am not part of the Order of the Guiding Hand, nor did I have any knowledge of this plot. Luwin held the eyes of Lord Stark he had once known throughout his entire impassioned plea, hoping and praying that he was able to get through to him. There is no lie in your words, Lord Stark declared, bringing a surge of relief to Luwin. However, the question still remains. How was it that those who attacked us knew so much about my children's capabilities? While we have not tried to hide what my daughters and sons can do, I have not been declaring it to the realm either. What little relief Luwin had felt disappeared. I believe I know my lord, he said, not wanting to continue but knowing that holding anything back right now would only be detrimental to his cause. For years Archmaester Marwin, perhaps the only maester who truly took the study of the arcane seriously before Lord Nox appeared, has been asking me questions about Lord Nox. Specifically, about his powers, how they work and what they can do. And when your children started truly showing that they could perform similar feats of magic, he was curious about them as well. I replied as truthfully as I could, as I could find no reason not to, considering the Archmaester has dedicated his life to the study of the higher mysteries. But at the start of the spring years Archmaester Ebros sent a raven inquiring about both Lord Nox and your children regarding what they can do. At the time I didn't think anything of it. But now, given what we know, it is more than likely this Archmaester Ebros is a part of this Order of the Guiding Hand, Lord Nox finished for him. And he is not the only one who is suspect. The maesters that reside in each of the keeps belonging to the traitors as well need to be questioned. Aye they do, Lord Stark nodded, which did absolutely nothing to quell the uneasy feeling brewing in Luwin's gut. He was stuck between a rock and a hard place. On one hand, these men were his brothers in the Maester Order, some of whom he had trained with during his time in the Citadel and had come to know them quite well. He didn't even want to think of what horrors had gone on down in the dungeons under Lord Nox's supervision. And he certainly did not want to think of those men he had come to call his friends and brothers suffering such a fate. Yet on the other hand, if they truly were part of the Order of the Guiding Hand, then they had not only betrayed their maester oaths, but they had betrayed the North and the rest of the realm as well. Difficulty resides in how spaced out the Maester Order is and the secrecy of this unknown sect within their order. Lord Nox was saying when Luwin finally managed to realize that the conversation between Lord Nox and Lord Stark had been continuing while he had been trying to rationalize the conflict within himself. If there is solid evidence of their actions to be had, it will more than likely be at the Citadel. However, if we move on the Citadel, then the maesters that are spread out over the land that are involved will know that they are on borrowed time and will flee. However, if we go after the maesters that are stationed across the north first, then it is likely that those in the Citadel will realize that we are on to them and will work to eliminate what little traces are potentially left regarding their involvement. Rob, John, how would you two proceed? Both young men seemed startled to be called upon so suddenly. But both overcame their surprise quickly as each frowned as they tried to think on how to solve the problem Lord Nox had presented to them. A problem that was indeed very much an issue, Luwin realized as he too began trying to think on how to proceed. The sorcerer was correct in thinking that if there was any proof outside of word of mouth of the Guiding Hand's actions, then it would be in the Citadel. However, if they went to the Citadel, then the maesters across Westeros would know and those that were involved would scatter. But if they went after the maesters in each keep first, then the Citadel would work quickly to dispose of any potential evidence. We have to go after both at once, Rob stated. Obviously, Lord Nox agreed, but how? Neither lad had an answer. But Luwin did. And as much as it pained him to proceed like this, he would rather sacrifice a few to save the many. If I may, my lord, he said hesitantly, waiting for Lord Stark to motion for him to continue before pressing on. There has been precedent set in the past that during times of upheaval or when questions of inheritance are brought up that the warden of the region would call upon the stewards and maesters of said keep to report to him so that they could work on who would be most suited to take lordship. If you send a raven to Rills, Barrow Town, the Dreadfort and Highpoint calling for the maesters and stewards to report to Winterfell to settle the matter of lordship given the betrayal of the current lords, it will not arise suspicion. Have them come to us, John stated, recognition showing in his eyes, but won't the Citadel get suspicious when they don't hear from the maesters after they arrive? Then we'll have to move on the Citadel at the same time, Lord Stark stated plainly. While the maesters gather here in Winterfell, I will travel to the Citadel with Lord Nox and we will take custody of the conspirators that are hiding in the Citadel. The dread felling returned tenfold. As much as he wanted to talk Lord Stark out of this course of action, he knew it would be pointless. The last time a member of House Stark was killed unjustly, the realm rose up in rebellion and overthrew the Targaryen dynasty. Honor and the Northern Lords would demand the same fate to befall the Maester Order now that they were implicated attempted genocide of House Stark. My lord, Luwin said cautiously, knowing he was still on thin ice as it were. I understand. Please believe me that I understand. But if you storm the citadel, it could very well start a battle with House Hightower, which could then lead to war between the North and the Reach. And while the North has become more independent as of late, we still rely heavily on the Reach and their farmlands. I am not a fool, Maester. Lord Stark shot back. My fight is with the Maesters, not House Hightower. A fact that I will make clear to Lord Hightower the moment we arrive at Oldtown. Of course, my lord. Luwin replied, backing down. Nodding, Lord Stark then turned his attention to his two sons. Robb, I would have you stay in Winterfell and rule in my stead, with Jon aiding you where he can. Robb made to interrupt but held his tongue as Lord Stark raised his hand to stop him. But I know that asking you two to stay behind would be a fool's errand. On the morrow I will speak with the lords and ladies and explain what we have learned and what our response shall be. The day after we will hold trials for those who have broken their oaths. Trials. Robb nearly shouted, his eyes going slightly yellow before returning to their normal tully blue. Father, they came into our house and broke guest rights. They killed Mother and Rickon and gods know how many others. They don't deserve a trial. Throughout the young man's outburst, Lord Stark remained completely calm as he waited for his son to finish. They did break guest rights and they are responsible for the deaths of your mother and brother. But while they have thrown their honor to the dogs, we will not. And honor, and the law, demand that one must be tried and convicted before being executed, no matter their crime. If we do not, then we are no better than murderers. Understand. Neither boy seemed particularly pleased, but both nodded and stepped back away from their father. Maester Luwin, Lord Stark called out, startling Luwin. While I trust that you have spoken truthfully here today, the actions of your brothers in the Maester Order have made it so that I cannot trust you as I once did. Until I deem otherwise, you will have an escort at all times and there will always be a guard posted outside the Ravenry as well. He'd expected as much. I understand, Lord Stark. I hope that in time I will be able to earn back the trust you once had in me. I do as well, Maester Luwin. Lord Stark agreed. One of the guards outside will escort you back to your room and remain with you till morning. Come morning, I expect ravens to fly across the north summoning the maesters and stewards to Winterfell. Of course, Lord Stark, Luwin replied, recognizing the dismissal and rising to his feet before bowing. I will work on them through the night and present them to you first thing on the morrow so that you may inspect them before I send them out. Good, Lord Stark replied simply. Taking that as his key to leave, Luwin made a hasty exit out of Lord Stark's solar. As he did, one of the two guards that had been stationed outside his lord's solar left his post and made to follow him back towards his quarters. But he paid the young man no mind as they walked in silence, preferring instead to think on just how he would be able to earn back the respect and trust of the lord he spent nearly a decade serving. A plot revealed 4 days after the attempted coup of the northern kingdom of Westeros, Warden of the North Lord Eddard Stark found himself once more forced behind his desk. He worked tirelessly trying to return Winterfell to some semblance of normality. A task that he found infinitely harder as with the death of Vayn Poole, he found himself without a steward. And without his cat, he was without a lady of Winterfell. Which meant that the workload that would normally be shared amongst three was now resting fully on his shoulders. His children had been trying to help where they could, but they were still but children, with Robb and Jon being the eldest at 3 and 10. Jon aided where he could with the guards while Robb tried to handle some of the more mundane lordly activities, and Sansa was doing what she could as a pseudo-lady of Winterfell. But their contributions were unfortunately minimal compared to everything that needed to be done. And unfortunately, he couldn't ask for Nox's help either, as his friend was alternating between his ongoing questioning of the rebellious nobles and some odd project that he wouldn't speak of to anyone. Not even his own wife. I was at least fortunate that I was able to pull him away from whatever it is he is working on to attend the gathering of the Northern Lords this morning, he thought, signing off a request for reimbursement from one of the establishments of Wintertown as he reflected on the talks he'd had with his bannerman right after the morning meal. The first topic of discussion was the one that everyone in the North wanted to know about. Just who, if anyone else, was responsible for the tragedy that befell Winterfell during Nox's wedding celebration. No one was surprised by the lords and ladies that Ned named off. After all, they were quite literally caught with the daggers in their hands. But when he'd revealed that the true mind behind the plot were the maesters of the citadel, well, suffice to say the North and her people had never taken an insult on this scale laying down. Almost every highborn in attendance started demanding for the immediate execution of every maester in the North, as well as a march south to root the grey rats out of their tower and string them up like the traitors they were. Fortunately, Ned had been able to quell their anger, at least for the moment, by vowing to his bannermen that they would be heading south as soon as they could reach Torrens Square. And they would be bringing the wrath of the North with them and delivering it upon the maesters who were responsible for the attack. That had perhaps been the easiest of the topics that had been discussed that morning. The next was a joint telling by himself and Nox, and it revolved around the threat amassing north of the wall. He and Nox had held nothing back from the lords of the North. They told them everything, from Nox's vision to the impending march of the long-forgotten others. Naturally, few of his lords believed them at the start. Hells, he was even still trying to wrap his mind around the idea that a creature from legend was still alive and coming to end all life as they knew it. But he had faith in Nox. Faith that his friend, who had yet to show himself false or try to lead him astray, was not lying through his teeth. And it wasn't just his faith in Nox that had him convinced. There was something in his friend's voice whenever he talked about the others that Ned never heard from him at any other time. Fear. Genuine, yet well hidden, fear. His friend, the northern sorcerer and the stranger incarnate, was fearful of what was coming. And that, more than anything, convinced Ned that Nox was telling the truth. It took till nearly midday, but eventually he and Nox were able to at least get his bannermen around to the idea that they needed to keep their eyes trained on north of the wall. He wouldn't delude himself into thinking that he had managed to truly convince them of the threat that was coming. No, that wouldn't happen until the day came that he could provide actual physical proof of the others' existence. But at least he had planted the idea of the others returning into their heads. Unfortunately, that was the easier part of the talks he'd had with his bannerman this morning. The second announcement he'd made that morning dealt with the fact that, because of their growing threat and the possibility of the others approaching, that he intended to treat with the wildlings and the king beyond the wall. To say that that went over well was akin to saying that the mountain who rides was a decent, law-abiding knight of the realm. The uproar that had broken out after he revealed his intentions was such that he was sure that those in Wintertown could hear his bannerman. It had taken a combination of Ned shouting, Winter howling and Nox setting off some sort of sightless explosion inside the hall to get his bannerman under control once more. Once his bannermen were finally under control, Ned had laid out the reasoning for why he was willing to treat with the wildlings. He had no intention of allowing the wildlings south of the wall and had reiterated that only those who were sworn to House Stark in the north would be allowed south of the wall when they returned. But he also stressed the fact that legend spoke of the others, in particular the White Walkers, being able to raise the dead to create their army of whites. He then posed a simple question to his bannermen. Would they rather face 100,000 strong freshly turned wildling corpses on the field of battle? Or would they prefer those 100,000 fighting side by side against the onslaught of the dead? Thankfully, that thought had quelled the dissenters, or at least given them something to think about. So, while his bannermen were not pleased with him going north to treat with the king beyond the wall, the fear of what could be made them hold their tongue for now. Mercifully, by midday his talks with his bannermen were done. But that was just the start of his day. After dismissing his bannerman he was then faced with his task of the day which, while not as draining as the talks had been, were certainly taxing. And that was rewarding those amongst the small folk who had contributed in the aid of Winterfell either during the actual coup attempt, or afterwards in the recovery efforts. In truth, he remembered very little of what transpired over the next few hours as he handed out rewards and boons to those who'd earned it. The only individual who'd truly stood out to Ned, though he couldn't figure out just why, was the bard who'd been responsible for knocking Lord Ludd unconscious and had also apparently saved Robb and himself from another crossbow bolt earlier in the scuffle. When asked what reward he wished for, the man replied that Ned had already given him more than enough, though he wouldn't elaborate further on just what he meant. In the end, he'd all but forced a Valyrian steel dagger into the bard's hands in recognition of his services to House Stark in the north. Lord Stark, Lady Nox is here to see you, my lord, the guard stationed just outside his door announced through the closed door. Send her in, Ned replied, dripping hot wax onto a letter that would soon be sent to King's Landing and pressing the sigil of House Stark onto it. Hearing the door open, Ned briefly looked up as the newly named Lady Nox entered his solar. Despite not having been born as a daughter or a serving girl with no noble family, she carried herself with the air of a refined noble woman that demanded respect and attention. Both of which she had earned through years of hard work, first as a chambermaid and then later as Nox's right-hand woman and now as his wife. "Have a seat, Lady Nox," he said, motioning for her to take the seat directly across from him. It was a testament to both Nox's and his own daughter's unprecedented ability to heal another that Lady Nox could move as well as she was, considering that she had not only been run through a few days past, but she had also given birth. "Thank you, Lord Stark," Lady Nox said as she gently took the seat across from him. Setting aside the scroll he'd just finished sealing, he gave Nyra his full attention. "I would ask how you are holding up, Nyra, but that would be an insulting question, I think." Nyra was keeping a strong face, but he could see and feel the pain hiding beneath the surface. Thank you, my lord. I suppose asking you the same question would be insulting as well, my lord." Sighing, Ned slowly nodded. The pain, it will take some time to pass, if it ever does. Kat has been a constant in my life since the rebellion. Her absence, it will be difficult to manage. And Rickon, no parent should ever have to bury their child, my lady. If there is anything I can do to help, my lord, I'm willing." "No, not just willing. I need to help," Nyra said, her grief disappearing slightly as a strength he often saw in Kat shone through. "Actually, Nyra, that is exactly why I asked to speak with you today," he said, reaching into his desk and pulling out a folded-up piece of cloth. "I wish I could give you the time to grieve your loss, Nyra. I truly wish I could. But you are now a lady of House Nox. And I need your help. I have lost my wife, the Lady of Winterfell, and my steward of Winterfell, Vayan Poole. My children are doing what they can to help, but they are still but children." Opening the cloth, he revealed a golden pin in the shape of a howling wolf. "Lady Nyra Nox, in the wake of Vayan Poole's death, I would have you take up the mantle of stewardess of Winterfell and aid both myself and my children in the ruling of Winterfell and the North." The former serving girl turned lady, soon to be a lady of a great house should Nox continue down the path he was, stared speechlessly at the gilded pin laying between the two of them. "Lord Stark," Nyra breathed, her eyes locked on the pin. I don't know. I'm honored, but you should know the northern saying better than anyone, Nyra. That everything before the word, but, is horse shit." Ned replied not unkindly as he gave the girl what he hoped was a warm smile. "I know that your place is with your husband, Nox. And I am not fool enough to think that Nox will stay here in Winterfell one moment past the time when he feels he has completed what he set out to do. For all that he has done, not only for the North but for the realm as a whole, he more than anyone deserves to be a landed lord. Perhaps even on par with the other great houses, if you ask me. In fact, I plan on writing to the king personally and requesting that House Nox be elevated in the nobility, and I plan on granting your house Moat Cailin and all the surrounding lands. And because of this, I know that once Moat Cailin is repaired and habitable once more, the two of you will leave. So, while I ask you now to be my stewardess to aid myself and my children, I also do so with the knowledge that it will be on a temporary basis. But recent events have shaken me greatly. I need someone I can trust completely and know can do this job well. And that is you, Nyra. Now, will you take up the duties of the stewardess of Winterfell? Or shall I have to ask another, far less qualified individual?" Despite everything that had happened, Ned was able to find some amount of amusement in the rather impressive imitation of a fish that the newly made lady of House Nox was making towards him. "Well, I suppose I cannot say no, then, my lord," she finally managed to say after taking several deep calming breaths. "I accept the duties of stewardess of Winterfell, Lord Stark. I swear on the old gods and on my son. I shall not fail you or the North." "I know you won't, Nyra," he responded, giving the woman what he hoped was a reassuring smile as he felt a slight bit of the burden that had been placed on his shoulders lift with the knowledge that he would be getting help. "And, when we are in private, you have my permission to call me Ned." Nyra's eyes widened almost comically as her jaw dropped. I don't think I could ever call you by your name, Lord Stark." "Why?" Ned asked, finding a slight bit of amusement in playing with Lady Nox. Though where his amusement was coming from, he would never know. He blamed his childhood with Robert and recently Nox for this. Those two, as different as they were, seemed to find great enjoyment in bending what was considered proper and making others squeamish. I doubt you call your husband by Lord Nox. Try it. A simple word. Ned. Licking her lips, Nyra looked around as if trying to see if anyone was in the room with them. If that is what you wish, Ned. Good. Ned nodded, leafing through the papers on his desk trying to figure out just where he had left off before she'd come in. I suggest that you take the rest of the day familiarizing yourself with your new position, Nyra. As good of a steward as he was, I am afraid that Vayan was not the most organized of people. I am sure that I will manage, Ned. Nyra replied slowly, still clearly uncertain about using his name so easily. There is one thing that I would ask, though. Name it, Ned replied without hesitation. I ask that you allow me to instruct Jane personally. And, if she should prove herself worthy, that she would be my replacement as stewardess of Winterfell. The request was not one that he'd been expecting, and he wasn't entirely sure just how to respond to it. He'd been planning on taking wardship of Jane now that she was an orphan and finding a place for her either with Sansa or here in Winterfell. But to set her up to become the next stewardess of Winterfell. The people, and most importantly those seeking advancement, could accept Nyra's elevation to the position not only because of just who her lord husband was, but also because she'd spent years making a name for herself as Nox's right hand well before she became his lover and wife. There was a possibility that Jane could follow the same path. But it was not one easily walked. And it would be a path made significantly harder due to her being a woman. But, on the other hand, it would give the girl purpose and potentially relieve Ned of yet another task of finding a place for the young girl in either his house, or his Sansa's future house wherever she ended up. Very well, he said. Should she wish it, Jane will learn directly from you. And when the time comes that you must abdicate your position to follow Nox, then I will make my decision on whether she is capable of taking up her father's former position as the steward of Winterfell. Thank you, Lord Stark, Lady Nox said, reverting to his title as she rose to her feet and picked the pin up off the desk. If there is nothing else you need of me, my lord, then I would see to my new position and get to work. Of course, Lady Nox, Ned replied, rising to his feet and bowing his head. I thank you for taking on this responsibility given recent events. And should you need my aid, ask and I will do what I can. Thank you, Lord Stark, Lady Nox bowed back. I will see you on the morrow for the trials. Good day, my lord. Seeing Lady Nox out of his solar, Ned was just barely able to sit back down at his seat before the guards once again announced a visitor. My lord, the wild, Asha, is here to see you. Send her in, Ned replied loudly, trying to find where he was in the piles of paper before him. Ya wished to see me, Lord Wolf. The former wildling woman said the moment the door closed behind her, leaving only the two of them together. Ned nodded, pushing himself away from his desk as he realized that he would not be getting any of the work on his desk done anytime soon. I heard that you played a significant part during the attack in not only protecting my daughter, but in also protecting some of the servants of Winterfell as well. Asha merely shrugged. Was more protecting meself at first, Wolf Lord. I was a spear wife north of the wall, and I wasn't about to let no man touch me or kill me without a fight. And truth be told, those bastards talked big but didn't fight worth shit. After I killed them, I was gonna stay put until the fightin' was over. But then I heard ye daughters scream. Though probably all this castle heard that scream. And I went runnin' to find out what it was. It just be merely chance that I found the young little wolf and the sorcerer's woman. Plus, it wasn't right what those fuckers did. Breakin' the laws of the gods like that, and you kneelers call us free folk monsters. Well, we ain't never attack one another in violation of the laws of the gods. At least she's honest, he thought before saying out loud. Regardless, you have done House Stark, House Nox, and Winterfell a great service during the attack. And after consideration, I feel that your talents are wasted down in the kitchens. A feeling that my daughter Sansa shares. As such, I would name you as my daughter's sworn sword. The wilding woman just blinked dumbly at him. Sworn sword? She questioned. What the fuck is that? It would mean that you would be free from the kitchens for a start, Ned answered, folding his hands under his chin as he observed the woman. But you would be responsible for my daughter's protection. Should anyone attempt to harm her, you would be expected to deal with that person. It might have been a trick of the light, but he could have sworn he saw a smile forming on the woman's face. So, if I become this sworn sword person, then I can not only get out of the kitchens, but I get to fight again. Ned nodded. Of course, I expect the best of those assigned to my family, especially now. So, you will be required to attend the same lessons that my children are undergoing under the watchful eye of Lord Nox. Osha's eyes went almost impossibly wide. I get to learn from the sorcerer. Though it is unlikely that you will be able to utilize his magic at all. If you had any aptitude for it, he would have mentioned it and you would already be learning from him. But still, even without his magic, he is still the best blade in the north, perhaps even all of Westeros and beyond. You will be expected to learn everything you can from him so that you will be able to better protect my daughter from harm. This time, Ned knew it wasn't a trick of the light as Osha's grin threatened to split her face in two. I get out of the kitchens, get to fight, and learn from the fucking sorcerer himself. I'll be your daughter's sworn sword. And I won't let another sick bastard like that pretty fuck Cobber, Crabby, whatever the fuck his name is, near her again. I swear it on the gods of the north. Taking her oath, Ned got up from his seat and went to the far side of his solar where several Valyrian steel swords were laid out in a row. Picking up what he considered the strangest weapon, Ned carefully looked over the weapon. The sword spear had a blade much like a sword that was nearly a man's arm in length but only half a hand in width. And the hilt, bound in woven fabric and animal hide, was as long as the blade. Walking back over to Osha, he hesitated for a moment. On some level, he still could not quite believe what he was about to hand over to a wilding. If you are going to be protecting my daughter, then I will ensure that you have the best to do so. The former wilding's eyes went even wider as she stared at the blade. With an almost agonizing slowness, Osha reached out and took the weapon from him, turning it around in her hands to get a feel for it. I ain't ever seen a spear like this, she remarked, her attention solely on the blade in her hands. It's Valyrian steel, special magic steel made by the dragon lords of Valyria. The technique of which to create was lost when Valyria fell, Ned explained, taking a step back as Osha continued her examination of the sword spear. Well, you certainly know how to make sure your offer can't be refused, Wolf Lord, Osha smiled, sheathing the blade and holding it off to her side. So, where be your daughter? Can't be protecting her if I don't know where she is. Good. She's taking this seriously. At the moment, she is resting in her chambers, Ned informed Osha. I will have the servants set a room for you near the family wing so that you can be nearby whenever she may have need of you. Right. Osha nodded as she began shifting her feet. Well, is there more? Or can I go teach those green boys ya got trainin' in the yard what it truly means to fight? No, that was all. You are free to go to the yard if you so wish. But once my daughter is up and about, you will be expected to be by her side. Right, I won't let nothing happen to the little wolf lady, Wolf Lord. Osha bowed once before all but bolting out of his solar and leaving him alone once more. Shaking his head, Ned resumed his spot behind his desk and flipped through the papers on his desk once more. Naming Nyra to the position of stewardess was the correct thing to do. But naming Osha as Sansa's sworn sword, a wildling guarding the daughter of House Stark, gods, I can't help but think I've just created another headache for myself. But, knowing my daughter as I do, she won't let Osha's more rough edges remain for long. Though I can't see that woman sitting through etiquette lessons. But given her reaction to what will be expected of her, I expect that she will fight like the hells themselves not to go back to the kitchens. I guess, if nothing else, it will be interesting to watch who breaks first. Sansa or Osha? My lord, his guard called out once more just as Ned was about to pull over another sheet of paper. Gods. Now what? Yes. Your brother, Benjen Stark of the Night's Watch is, well, he's standing right. Let him in, now. Ned ordered, rising to his feet. The last raven he'd received from his brother he mentioned that if he was able, he'd try and make it down from the wall for Rob's name day celebration. But with everything that had happened, he'd honestly forgotten about his brother's potential arrival. Before Ned had even managed to get to his feet, the door was already opening, and his brother was all but running in. Ned, Gods, what in the name of the gods happened he? Benjen's words were cut off as Ned grabbed his brother and pulled him in tight. Ben, gods, it's good to see you, brother. Benjen returned the embrace with more than a slight awkwardness. It's good to see you too, brother, Ben said as the two pulled back from one another. What happened here, Ned? Was Winterfell attacked? Is everyone okay? Catelyn's and Rickon's face flashed before his eyes as a heavy weight returned once more upon his soul. There was an attempted coup, brother. Led by Roose Bolton and supported by the Dustons, Ricewells, and Whitehills. Cat and Rickon, they're with the gods now. Ned watched as anger and sorrow washed over his younger brother's face. Gods, Ned, I'm so sorry. If only I'd gotten here sooner. Then there is a chance that you might have been amongst the dead as well, brother, Ned countered, not wanting to let his brother berate himself for something he'd had no control over. This plot. There was as far more to it than just a few lords trying to seize power. A hardened look entered Ben's eyes. Tell me everything, brother. I might be a man of the Night's Watch now. But I am still a Stark of Winterfell and a wolf at heart. Turning around, Ned ignored his desk and made his way to the infrequently used wine cups. This will not be an easy nor a quick talk, brother, he said, pouring a glass for himself and his brother before returning. I'm not going anywhere anytime soon, brother, Ben replied, taking the offered cup. Let's hear it out, Ned. Sitting along the edges of the Great Hall of Winterfell, Nox sat quietly next to his wife Nyra along with his apprentice Jon and the rest of the Stark children as they all watched the prisoners being brought into the hall while Ned, Lord Royce, and Esser Brandon Tully sat at the front of the hall waiting to act as judges for the accused. As they were marched in, whispers began running through the hall as everyone took in the clearly damaged state of the prisoners. Courtesy of their time spent under Nox's questioning. Gods, Master, Jon breathed as some of the prisoners had to be dragged into the hall as they were unable to even walk upright anymore. Was this necessary? It's no less than they deserve, his wife almost snapped at the young lad, making Jon flinch. Taking hold of Nyra's hand, Nox gently squeezed, trying to give her what strength he could as he turned his attention on Jon. Sensing his attention now on him, Jon wisely kept his mouth shut. He has come a long way, but he is still soft, Nox thought with a frown as the ringleaders of the attempted coup were brought to the front of the hall and forced onto their knees before the three judges. He can kill when he needs to. But causing pain to another is something he still avoids. A weakness that others will try to exploit in the future. The next time I need to question someone, I will have to bring him and Rob with me to observe and participate. Ideally, one should not revel in the opportunity to cause pain to an individual. But a Sith cannot be squeamish about such things. Roose Bolton, Barbary Dustin, Ludd Whitehill, Roderick Ricewell, Harwood Stout, Lynn Corbray. Ned began, listing off their names while neglecting to mention their titles. As clear a sign as to what the outcome of this trial would be to any who cared to notice. You six stand accused of attempting to assassinate myself and the entirety of House Stark, as well as the assassination of House Nox, in order to usurp control of the North. Not only were you all caught in the act, but under questioning you all admitted your guilt. From his kneeling position, Roderick Ricewell scoffed before spitting on the ground. Is there a fucking point to this, Stark? Your pet has already told you everything we told him. Just get this farce over with. Watch your tongue, Ricewell, Esser Tully growled from his spot next to Ned. Or what? I'll lose it. Ha, what a fucking joke, you southern twit. Roderick laughed. The Blackfish made to get out of his chair, only to be stopped as Ned held out his hand to block his path. Your guilt is undeniable, but, unlike you lot, House Stark will maintain its honor and reverence to the laws of gods and men. Honor. Ha, another jest, Stark, Barbary Dustin said, shaking her head. You Starks are now nothing more than common dogs parading as wolves. You long ago traded your northern honor for southern cunts. The hall erupted as nearly all of those who were watching the trial shot to their feet and began hurling insults and accusations at the kneeling conspirators. Enough, Ned shouted. With his voice being empowered by the Force, it brought about an immediate end to the other voices in the hall. You have not been brought here today so that insults can be traded. This is your last and only chance to explain yourselves before myself, the people of the North, and the gods. If you have anything to say in your defense, speak now. Or our verdict will be rendered. None of the kneeling lords or ladies said anything for a moment. If you are expecting us to beg, Stark, then you are sadly mistaken, Roose Bolton said calmly, his aura never wavering even with his death looming over his head. We knew full well what we were doing. And we all knew the cost of failure. The Starks have ruled the North for far too long, change was needed. We took the opportunity that was given to us. And our only regret is that we failed to succeed. Render your verdict and end our lives. But know that our deaths will not be the end. We are just a few of many who wish to see House Stark brought low. You will never know a day of peace. Nox had to hand it to the man. As far as last words went, they were some of the better ones he'd heard. And what was even more impressive was the fact that Roose was able to say them with complete calm and certainty. There wasn't even a fluttering in his aura to betray him. The man had no remorse whatsoever for his actions. And, honestly, Nox could respect that strength from him. All too often, Nox had seen men and women in his same position crumble into blubbering, hysterical messes as they tried to beg for their lives. It was fairly refreshing to see a man who knew he was defeated and about to die still be able to face his death head-on without fear. Leaning back, Ned gave the kneeling man a hard look. Very well. Lord Royce, your verdict. Guilty. Lord Stark, the Lord from the Vale answered without hesitation. Sir Brynden Tully, your verdict. Guilty. The uncle to the late Lady Stark responded almost before Ned could even finish speaking. And I, Lord Eddard Stark of Winterfell, Warden of the North, do hereby find you 6 guilty of attempted sedition and assassination of no less than 2 noble houses of Westeros. The penalty is death, to be carried out tomorrow at sundown. Guards, take them away and bring forth the next of the accused. The guards immediately stepped forward and grabbed each of the kneeling former lords and lady by their bound arms before forcing them to their feet and then marching them out of the hall. Once the first round of prisoners was gone, the guards started forcing the rest of the prisoners forward and to stand, or kneel, before the 3 lords to receive their judgment. While Nox could appreciate the need for Ned to uphold the law, the entire process was incredibly tedious and Nox found his attention wandering further and further as the process dragged on for several hours. More than a few of those that had been captured had tried to beg for their lives by pleading either ignorance of their actions or by trying to giving some sob story about how they were forced to participate due to their lord ordering them to do so. Some even tried to buy their freedom by offering that their houses, or those they were sworn to, would pay a ransom for their return. Their pleas, sob stories, or offers of ransom might have worked on a few lords or ladies, but the Starks were not amongst those that could be so easily swayed. Ned did let each man say his piece, but the result was always the same. The prisoners were given the choice between one of 2 outcomes. The black or the block. Unsurprisingly, almost all took the block with only a few exceptions amongst those that were not originally of Westeros. As the trials began to stretch beyond midday, Nox had pretty much completely stopped paying attention. Force. This was so much easier back in the Empire. If someone had tried to pull some shit like this back then, I could simply kill everyone and leave either Imperial intelligence or someone else to clean up the bodies or deal with the paperwork. I miss that simplicity. Hearing a commotion from the crowd, Nox finally started paying attention to the proceedings once more as 3 young men were dragged into the hall and forced to their knees before Lord Stark. Oh, this should be interesting, Nox thought as he saw through the force that all 3 were barely even able to keep themselves upright even a full day after Nox was done questioning them. Unlike many others who bent almost immediately to his questioning, these 3 held strong in their conviction that they had not truly committed a crime, but rather a service to the North. Roger Ricewell, Rickard Ricewell, Roose Ricewell, sons of Roderick Ricewell, you 3 have been brought before us today accused of crimes against the North, Ned said loudly and clearly, letting the entirety of the hall know just who was kneeling before him. Under questioning by Lord Nox, you 3 have admitted to the rape and murder of Septa Mordane as well as the destruction of the sept that had been constructed for Lady Stark's personal use. Do you 3 have anything to say in your defense before you are judged here today? Crimes against the North. The eldest son, Roger Ricewell, growled as he spat upon the floor. The only one here who has committed crimes against the North here is you, Stark. For thousands of years, we have repelled the Andals and their false gods from the North. We kept to the true gods of Westeros. Yet, You, a man who has never even been fully of the North, spat upon our people and your own ancestors when you ordered the creation of that accursed sept in the middle of Winterfell. The heart of the North and seat of the true gods. All because you didn't want to upset your cunt of a southern wife. Jumping out of his seat, the Blackfish glared down at the three kneeling men. Have a care how you speak. That was, my niece and the Lady Stark you are disrespecting. Doesn't change the fact she was a cunt that couldn't accept the ways of the North. Rickard shouted back, coming to his brother's defenses. Just ask any of the ladies here. They were under constant pressure from Lady Stark to abandon our millennia of tradition and bring septas into the North to properly raise our daughters. She never gave two shits about even trying to learn the ways of the North and instead expected us to match her. And our weak-willed southern-raised new Lord Stark bent over backwards like a pathetic cuckold to his bitch of a wife. The hall exploded in an avalanche of noise as people either came to the defense of Lady Stark or voiced their agreements with what the young Ricewell lad had said. Though, the latter was being drowned out by the former by a wide margin and largely went almost completely unheard save for by Nox, who could just barely pick them up with his force-enhanced hearing. Silence. Ned finally yelled at the top of his lungs after several failed attempts to bring order back to the room. Once the noise finally died back down, Ned brought his attention back to the three kneeling before him. Religious differences do not justify rape and murder. Regardless of whether you believe your actions were in service to the North, are your feelings towards myself and the way I have acted as Lord and Warden of the North. The fact remains that you brutalized and burned a woman to death in the home of another after receiving guest rights. You have confessed to your crimes both under questioning and here today. Should you have anything else to say, say it. Otherwise, we will hand down our verdict. Verdict? Ha! Roger Ricewell laughed. We all know what you will say. This whole trial is just a farce. And I will not be subject to your whims any longer. I will put my fate in my own hands and demand a trial by combat as is my right by the laws of the gods. If he were being honest, Nox was more than a little surprised that it had taken this long for anyone to try and use such a method to escape Ned's judgment. Considering that the perpetrators had literally been caught with the daggers in their hands, it was pretty much the only hope they had of escaping without punishment. Of course, it was akin to a snowball's chance on Tatooine. But it was still a chance. Though, Nox was more than a little curious as just how Ned would proceed from this point. That is your right, Ned agreed, his face set. Will you champion yourself, or name one? Roger scoffed. I'm a true northerner, Stark. I will champion myself. And we all know just who you will choose as your champion. So, prove your cowardice before the entirety of the North as you name your pet as your champion. So that's his angle, Nox thought, derisively. Even now with his head all but on the block, he's trying to prove to the North that Ned is incapable of ruling these lands like a true northerner. It could have been a good ploy, but at this point it is far too little too late. If they truly wanted to discredit and erode Stark's hold on the North through this route, they should have started years ago by using expendable assets that would fall into this situation. It could have worked. But still, far too little and far too late now to try and convince these people that Ned is not the man for the job of ruling the North. A plot revealed 2 Part 2 standing just before his seat, Ned stared down at the kneeling prisoners. His aura fluctuating wildly between a barely contained fury and a righteous rage. Very well, Ned said calmly, despite the war of emotions battling within him. Lord Stark. The Greatjon shouted, rising to his feet. There is no need for the sorcerer to stain his hands with this filth. I'll deal with him myself. You can't even grab your cock correctly yet, Umber, let alone your sword. Mage Mormont laughed, rising to her feet as well, her one good eye turning towards Ned. I will stand as champion for the North. One by one, the lords and even some of the ladies of the North stood up and voiced their wish to represent the North in the trial by combat. Even Robb and Jon attempted to throw their lot in with the rest of them. Attempted being the keyword, of course, as Nox had forcibly pulled both boys back down to their asses the moment they began to rise. It wasn't that he didn't believe that either boy could take the Ricewell lad, he knew that both would be able to firmly hand the young man his ass on a platter. But now was neither the time nor the place for them to show off their abilities. A challenge had been laid down. And while Nox, and even the other loyal northern lords and ladies, knew that Ned had nothing to prove to them, Nox knew that his friend's sense of honor would demand that he meet the challenge head-on. After a moment of holding up his hand, Ned silenced the crowd. Your offers of championship have been noted and are appreciated. But a man of the North does not ask of others that which he is unwilling to do himself. Reaching up to his neckline, the great hall stayed completely silent as Ned began to loosen the ties and undo the buttons on his doublet. You wish to fight as a man of the North. Then that is exactly what we will do. As men, in the old ways of the North. No weapons. No armor. No magic. Man to man. Guards, unbind him. The trial by combat of Roger Ricewell will begin now. Tossing his doublet and undershirt aside, Ned calmly stepped down from the dais bare-chested and waited as Roger was hoisted up to his feet by 2 Stark guards and set free of his bindings. Beside him, Nox could sense the spikes of fear coming from the Stark children. Though, he did note that the only ones who were truly afraid were Sansa and Bran. Jon and Robb were both confident in the outcome but still concerned nonetheless. Only Arya lacked any fear. If anything, her aura was screaming excitement for what was about to transpire before them. Walking to the center of the room, Ned waited as the younger man by at least a decade was stripped down to his pants only, leaving him bare-chested just like the Warden of the North. Once both were confirmed to be unarmed, a ring of men circled around the two, separating them from the rest of the crowd. I'm actually surprised, Stark, Roger said, cracking his knuckles and rolling his shoulders. Didn't think a want-to-be southerner like yourself would have the balls to stand up like this. But it won't do you any good, old man. Launching it forward, Ricewell cocked his arm back and launched a wild haymaker towards Stark. But Stark merely sidestepped the wild attack and pushed it aside with his right hand before following up with a quick jab from the left right into Ricewell's floating ribs. Just as Nox had shown him how to do countless times before. While certainly not a master of the art, Ned had taken to the Sith style of unarmed combat almost naturally. Fuck. Ricewell cried out, backing off and holding onto the spot where Stark's fist had landed. Not bad for an old man. The fight, if it could even be called that, proceeded exactly as Nox had anticipated it to. The Ricewell lad had obviously thought that because he was at least 10 years Lord Stark's junior and very physically fit meant that he would be able to easily beat Ned in a straight-on fight. But the Warden of the North was quickly and thoroughly disproving that. Every move that the younger man launched, Ned calmly countered with a parry or grapple before hitting back with an attack of his own. Within 10 minutes of the start of their fight, Ned was still standing tall and calm, his breath only slightly labored. Roger, on the other hand, was bent over gasping desperately for breath while trickles of blood ran from the corners of his mouth and down from his nose. Fucking summer bastard, Ricewell shouted, throwing another haymaker only to have Ned deflect the attack and retaliate with another fist to the side of the head. This fight is over, boy, Ned said coldly as he stared down at the kneeling Ricewell. You've lost. Spitting out a wad of blood, Roger slowly rose to his full height, his aura screaming with a murderous intent. Like hell it's over, bastard. This fight will only be over after I bash your fucking skull in. Then I'll take your daughters and do to them exactly what we did to that fucking bit. Ned moved so fast that Nox doubted many even saw him do so before he struck, his fist colliding with the young fool right at the base of his throat. Roger staggered back, clutching at his throat and coughing as he tried to regain his breath and recover, but Ned didn't give him the chance. His friend's aura had shifted completely into a rage that he had rarely, if ever, seen him in. Rushing forward, Ned put his shoulder into the younger man's gut and tackled him to the ground. Now straddling the young Ricewell, Ned raised his fist and brought it down with a bone-breaking force right into the young man's face. Then he brought it down again. And again. And again. Within a few hard strikes, Roger had stopped even trying to defend as his body reached its limit and all he could do was lay there and receive the beating that was being rained down upon him by Lord Stark. After several moments of continuous punching, Ned grabbed the lad by the hair and picked his head up before slamming it down hard against the stone floor. Then he did it again. Then again until finally, the back of Roger's head gave out and painted the floor beneath him in blood and gore. With the bloodlusting rage finally leaving him, Nox watched along with the rest of those assembled as Lord Stark climbed off the now nearly headless corpse he'd been straddling. While Nox couldn't see in the conventional sense, he knew that his friend's face and chest was covered in blood spittle from the Ricewell lad. All in all, It was quite the statement and showing from his normally reserved friend. And one that he full-heartedly approved of. Without a word spoken, Ned then stepped over the freshly made corpse and stood before the remaining two Ricewell brothers. "You two have two choices," he said, his voice low and steady, and as the torrent of rage within him began to settle. "Gelding and the Black, or the Block. Decide. Now." What little courage the two brothers had left had disappeared along with their elder brother. Even the one who had spoken so brazenly was now a single harsh word away from pissing himself. The Black, the elder of the two remaining, stammered, which was echoed shortly thereafter by the younger. "Very well. Guards," Ned shouted, prompting two of the awestruck guards to snap to attention. "Bring these two back down the cells. They're to be gelded before they head north with my brother to take the Black." The two guards quickly nodded and grabbed the two remaining Ricewell boys by the arms and half-lead half-dragged the two out of the hall. Turning his back on their departure, Ned almost made it back to where he'd left his clothes when he finally seemed to realize just what state he was in. "We will be breaking for the midday meal," he called out to the hall while gathering his clothes and holding him in his arms. "Someone see to it that Roger Ricewell's body is removed and disposed of." Dismissed. And without even waiting to see if his orders were being carried out, Ned walked out of the great hall towards with his clothes in his hands and his head held high. "Gods," Robb breathed as the various people of the north began to disperse from the hall as two guards picked up Roger Ricewell's body. I never thought I'd see father in such a rage." Gripping Nyra's hand tightly, Nox turned his attention towards the Stark children. All of whom were in varying degrees of shock. "Everyone has their breaking point, Robb," he explained, rising to his feet and helping Nyra to hers. "And when that fool threatened your sisters with a fate similar to the one that had fallen upon Septa Mordane, your father reached that point." What can we do?" Sansa asked, the young girl clearly shaken up by the brutality that she'd just witnessed. "Go to your father, children," Nyra answered before he could, his wife making sure to meet each of the Stark children's eyes as she did. "He may not seem like it, but he needs you now." The children didn't need much more convincing as Sansa pretty much all but dragged her brothers and sister out of the great hall after their father. Even Jon had been dragged along as well as Sansa had taken the time to grab him by his arm and pull him along with the rest of them, which only seemed to deepen his slightly shocked state of this happening. "Well," Nyra breathed, seemingly lighter now in both her physical appearance and her aura. "At least that's over now." "No," Nox replied, shaking his head and taking her hand. "It has only just begun, my love." Settling back into the routine of the ongoing trials was rough for Ned, especially after spending the midday meal with his children. To many, this simple event would have been trivial at best. But for him, and especially now given the tragedy they'd suffered only a few days past and what had just transpired with the Ricewell lad, the meal with his children was a waterskin of ice. Given to a man dying of thirst amidst the sands of Dorne. He hadn't wanted to return to the Great Hall to conclude the trials. But, again, as Lord and Warden of the North, he was not allowed such luxury. He'd been forced to end his time with his children far sooner than he would have liked and return to his duties of dispensing justice upon those who'd wronged the North. Mercifully enough, after the trial by combat and the display he'd put on, everyone who was brought before him admitted their guilt and volunteered to take the Black without hesitation. Which in turn lifted the burden of having to decide their fates off his, Lord Royce, and Ser Tully's shoulders. Within no time at all, the last of the perpetrators, Griff Whitehill, was brought before the three of them. And just like all the others that had been presented, the youngest son of House Whitehill immediately dropped to his knees, admitted his guilt, and all but begged to take the Black. But despite the trials of those who'd been caught in the act being over, Ned knew that his day was just truly beginning. And unfortunately, he could no longer count on the aid of Lord Royce or Ser Tully for what needed to occur now. After Griff Whitehill was removed from the Great Hall, Ned stood up and raised his voice for all to hear. The North thanks Lord Yon Royce and Ser Brynden Tully for their aid in dispensing justice this day. Your aid and services to the North shall be remembered, my lords. But now that we must deal with matters pertaining only to the North, I ask that you join your men in the hall. Lord Royce and Ser Brynden both nodded, and with nary a word between the two of them got up and left him alone upon the dais. Hardening himself, Ned made sure he had the attention of everyone in the hall. The fate of those who betrayed the North with their actions has been decided. But now we must deal with the fallout of those who remain. I call for the last remaining child of Lud Whitehill, Lady Gwyn Whitehill, to stand before me now. A young woman, perhaps only 5 years or so older than his son Robb, rose to her feet from the stands and made her way before him. The girl showed spirit, he would give her that much. Despite the heated looks being sent at her, she held herself with the composure of a seasoned lady, with her head held high and her back straight, without an inkling of fear on her face. A true northern woman. Arriving before him, the only daughter of Lud Whitehill dropped into a deep curtsy, her eyes never leaving his own. Lord Stark. I am Lady Gwyn Whitehill. Lady Whitehill, Ned returned the greeting. Your father conspired against myself, House Stark, and the North to violate the laws of gods and men in an attempt to elevate his position. Your brothers were part of this plot as well. Yet during the questioning of your father and after listening to the testimony of those who were with you during the attack, I am inclined to believe that you had no knowledge of your father's intent. Yet still, I must ask, and I do so only once. Did you, Lady Gwyn Whitehill, have any knowledge of your father's and your house's involvement in the plot that sought to put an end to House Stark and several other northern houses? Gwyn did not falter as she stood tall before him. No, Lord Stark. I had no knowledge of my father's or my brother's intentions when we set out for Winterfell. Nor did I know of their actions until the morning after their failed attempt on your life and the lives of so many here today. And I can only thank the gods old and new that they failed. Fucking horse shit, the Greek John spat from his spot near the front of the hall. Your father, your brothers, and your fucking bannermen all knew what was going on, yet you say you don't. A fucking lie if I ever heard. 1. A glint of steel appeared in the young woman's eyes as she turned and faced down the large lord of Last Hearth. Believe what you will, Lord Umber. But I speak only the truth. Due to recent events, my father did not trust me to sew his tunic, let alone provide knowledge of an attempt against the lives of Lord Stark, Lord Nox, and their families. As she spoke, Ned listened carefully to every word that left her and paid close attention to her faint presence in the Force. She didn't hesitate, and neither did her voice or her presence waver in the slightest as she spoke. Every word she spoke was the truth. We do not place the sins of the parent on their children, Lord Umber, Ned said, clearly surprising nearly everyone present. I believe you, Lady Whitehill. And I find you personally not responsible for the actions of your father or your house. Yet, the question remains, what shall be done now? Taking a breath, Lady Gwyn faced him full on, her face once again set in stone. With your blessing and aid, Lord Stark, I would return to High Point and see it set to rights. I would find any and all who had any knowledge of my father's actions and have them brought to justice. I would seek to right the wrongs my house has committed against House Stark, House Nox, and the North. And I will spend the rest of my days showing that your faith in me was not misplaced. It was a monumental task, and one that he did not think would be accomplished in his lifetime or in his children's. And judging by the look in her eye, she knew that what she'd just laid out before him was an impossible task as well. The name Whitehill would be forevermore cursed by those of the North. Just as the name Bolton, Ricewell, Dustin and Stout would be. But she was determined to walk the road, regardless. And yet, perhaps there was another way. Not to recover what House Whitehill had lost, but rather to be reborn anew. I heard tell that some moons ago that you had an affair with a son of House Forrester, Asher if I am not mistaken. Is this true, Lady Gwyn? The sudden change in topic clearly unsettled the young lady. I, Lord Stark, Asher and I, there is no need to go into details, Lady Gwyn, Ned said, raising a hand to halt her from revealing too much. When your affair became known, your father demanded retribution. Which resulted in Asher being exiled from the North, is that correct? Again, Lady Gwyn looked clearly unsettled and embarrassed. My lord, you have the right of it. Lord Forrester, Ned called out, turning his attention to where he knew the few Forresters that had come to Winterfell were gathered. Lord Stark, Gregor Forrester, the Lord of Ironrath, said rising to his feet. Have you had any contact with your son since he was sent into exile? Ned asked. Gregor shuffled in place, clearly uneasy with the topic of conversation. No, Lord Stark. Once his affair with Lady Gwyn became widely known and Lud demanded blood, I I ordered Asher into exile in Essos to stop the bloodshed. But I have yet to hear from him since he left the north. Then you two have quite the task before you then, Ned stated before turning his attention back to Gwyn. I admire your strength, my lady, and your desire to bring your house back from this. But I fear that such a feat will be impossible. And you know that as well. But while House Whitehill will never return to its status, there is a chance for a new house to be born here today. I am hereby lifting Asher Forrester's exile, effective immediately. Lady Gwyn Whitehill, Lord Gregor Forrester. I am charging the two of you with finding Asher and returning him to the north. Upon his return, he and the Lady Gwyn will marry. And from their union a new house shall be formed, neither Forrester nor Whitehill. Do either of you have any objections to this union? Gregor, his wife Alyssa, and their eldest son Roderick all seemed elated by the decision. And though she hid it well, Ned could sense the joy emanating from Gwyn Whitehill as well. I have no objections, Lord Stark, Gregor stammered after receiving a discreet elbow in the side from his lady wife. Neither do I, Lord Stark, Gwyn added quickly. Then the matter is settled, Ned said with a note of finality. Lady Gwyn, Lord Gregor. Once you two have returned Asher Forrester to the north, he shall wed Lady Gwyn and the two shall create a new house which shall hold Highpoint as their seat. Thank you, Lord Stark, Lady Gwyn said, curtsying low and lowering her eyes. I promise you, you shall not regret this mercy and faith you have shown today. With that matter settled, Ned dismissed the girl while mentally preparing himself for who he was about to see next. Demeric of House Bolton stepped forth. When the young lad, only a few years older than his sons, stepped forth, it was all Ned could do not to leap out of his seat and attack the boy. He looked exactly like Roose had when the two had fought together during Robert's rebellion. He had the same pale eyes and pale skin. Hells, they both even wore their hair in the exact same manner. Lord Stark, the young Bolton heir said as he went to a knee before him, his head bowed in submission. Ned knew that this was perhaps going to be the most difficult of his decisions today. He knew what he wanted to do. Gods knew what he wanted to do to the boy who so resembled the man that was at least partially responsible for the death of his wife and son. But he knew that while he might gain a moment of satisfaction, and hells it might be the safest of options to take, it was simply not right. He could not and would not hold the sins of the father against the son. If he did, then he would be honor-bound to end Jon's life here and now. And that was definitely something that he would not do. Folding his hands under his chin, Ned carefully observed the young man kneeling before him. Nox had informed him that Roose had purposefully left his son in ignorance as a failsafe in case things went wrong. The Leech Lord was counting on Ned giving the heir to the Dreadfort a simple slap on the wrist and send him on his way, as the Starks had done in the past. Unfortunately for Bolton's plans, Ned was also a student of history. This was not the first, nor the second, nor even the third time the former Red Kings had tried to overthrow the Starks from their position. In the past, the only reason the Starks had allowed the line to continue was to make sure that the ruling Starks never grew too complacent. But Ned was not his ancestors. And he would not be making the same mistake as them. Demeric Bolton, Ned began at long last. While under questioning, your father admitted that he kept you in ignorance of his plans. There were those present at the feast that spoke of the way you jumped in to fight against the assassins that your father and his allies brought into Winterfell. And as I did with Lady Gwyn, I will now do the same with you and ask you a single time, did you have any knowledge of your father's plot against myself and mine? The young heir to the Dreadfort raised his head as pale eyes met the eyes of a wolf. No, Lord Stark. I knew nothing of what my father intended to do until the moment the attack began. And tell me, Demeric, Ned pressed. Had you known of your father's plot, would you have informed myself or Lord Nox of the attempt in order to prevent the attack? At this, the young man froze. Lord Stark, I am a son of House Bolton and yet you ask if I would betray my father. So, let me ask you, my lord, would you have betrayed your father in such a manner? Answering without actually answering, but the meaning is clear. Even if it does not sit well with my bannerman. Your honesty is appreciated, Demeric, Ned replied, not bothering to answer as they both knew what it would be. I have said many times here today that I will not hold the sins of the father against his children. But I fear that the history of House Bolton and House Stark make that decision difficult. House Bolton has revolted against House Stark more than once since House Stark claimed lordship of the North. Each time, my ancestors allowed yours to retain their seat only for House Bolton to immediately return to plotting the fall of House Stark. I cannot and will not allow this pattern to continue. I, Lord Eddard Stark, Warden of the North, do hereby banish House Bolton forevermore from the lands of the North on pain of death. Demeric Bolton, you will be allowed to return to the Dreadfort under guard and collect whatever you can carry. You will then be escorted to White Harbor and placed upon the first ship out of port to live out the rest of your days as you see fit. Or, if you so choose, you may take the black. But, from this day forth, House Bolton will no longer be of the North, nor welcome in the North. The simplest option would have been to either have Demeric executed or to have him serve out the rest of his life at the Wall, but that would put him on the same grouping as Tywin Lannister. And while he was forcing 5 northern houses into extinction in the North, he would not stoop so low as to kill those who did not deserve it. I will take exile, Lord Stark. Demeric said after a long, drawn-out silence. And I will find new fortune in Essos. So be it, Ned nodded, motioning towards some of his guards to stand beside Demeric. On the morrow, you will be escorted to the Dreadfort to collect whatever you can carry, and then you will be escorted to White Harbor until a ship is ready to sail. Not saying a word, the young Bolton nodded his acceptance of his fate before disappearing once more into the Crowd with his 2 Stark guard escorts. Lastly, I would hear from Michael Redford of House Redford and squire to the false knight, Lyn Corbray. The youngest son of Lord Horton Redford of the Vale was pushed out from the crowd and made to stand before Ned. The boy, for that was what he was as he couldn't have been more than a year older than his own sons, was visibly shaking before him. Why yes, Lord Stark. Leaning forward, Ned fixed the boy with a hard look. During the night of the attack, you were seen to have been encouraging the younger guards, heirs, and even my sons to drink as much as they could. Because of your actions, those who perhaps could have aided when the attack began were unable to do so. During your questioning by Lord Nox, you admitted that you did so under the direction of Lyn Corbray. Yet claim that, despite your actions, you knew nothing of the attack before it began. I want you to look me in the eyes, boy, and answer me honestly. Do you swear on the old gods and the new, and on your family honor, that you knew nothing of what your master had planned? The young squire all but collapsed to the ground in a heap as he lowered his face to the point where he was near kissing the stones beneath his feet. I swear, Lord Stark, Michael began before pausing as he seemed to remember what Ned had demanded of him as he raised his face so he could look the boy in the eye. I swear on the gods old and new, and upon my family honor, Lord Stark, I knew nothing of what the false knight had planned. Please, my lord, please have mercy. The boy was petrified, yet there was no lie in him. He truly did not know of the attack before it happened. Lord Stark. Demeric Bolton called out from his spot, near the back of the crowd. While I am no longer a man of the North, I would ask that you allow myself to speak on young Michael's behalf. Leaning back, Ned nodded towards Demeric. Speak. Thank you, Lord Stark. Demeric nodded before stepping out from the crowd. My lords, I speak now not as a son of House Bolton, but rather as the squire for Lord Horton Redford, father of young Michael here. I've known young Michael here for several years, well before he entered the service of Corbray. He is a good lad, kind and faithful to the laws of gods and men. I truly believe that, had he had any inkling as to the true intention of his master or the others involved in the attack, he would have done everything he could to inform yourself beforehand. Even if it cost him his life. It was a powerful testimony, only hampered by the fact that it was Demeric who delivered it. Thank you, Demeric, Ned said, motioning for the former heir of House Bolton to step back. Are there any others who would speak in young Michael's defense? I would speak on his behalf, Lord Stark. Lord Royce spoke, moving quickly to extract himself from the crowd and step out into the middle of the great hall. I may not know young Michael here, Lord Stark. But I know his father and I know his elder brothers. And I agree with young Demeric Bolton. Had Michael had any inclination of the plan to assassinate yourself, Lord Nox, and your families, I believe he would have done everything he could to inform you of the plot well before it could take place. I have no hesitation in vouching for his innocence, my lord. And I will take responsibility for any actions he might commit during his remaining time here in the North. Very well. Ned nodded, turning his attention away from Lord Royce and back to the still shaking squire. Michael Redford, I hereby find you innocent of the crimes of attempted assassination and sedition against House Stark and House Nox. However, you are hereby prohibited from ever stepping foot onto northern soil again. Is that understood? Michael nearly collapsed as his relief shone through on his face. Yes, my lord. Thank you, my lord. I swear, I will do whatever I can to make this up to House Stark and House Nox. As the young squire was dismissed, Ned felt a great burden being lifted from him as he realized that that was the last of the trials to be held. Yet with that release came a new burden. The fact that he would now be tasked with carrying out his sentences. Rising to his feet, Ned waited as the rest of the lords and ladies present in the hall rose with him. The court of Winterfell is hereby adjourned for the day, he announced. At sundown, the execution of the traitors to the north shall commence. Until then, you are all dismissed. Sitting perfectly still atop the child-sized stone he'd spent every spare moment of the past few days working on within a small garden situated next to the Sorcerer's Tower in Winterfell, Nox waited in a meditative trance as the sun slowly began to descend towards the horizon. It was nearly time for the moment he'd been waiting for ever since the attempted coup a few days prior. The moment when he would have his first true taste of vengeance against those who'd tried, and failed, to take everything from him once more. He would have preferred to extract his vengeance upon every one of the conspirators, but he knew that was simply not possible. Well, it was. But he wasn't about to deprive the man he truly considered a friend his own vengeance. Plus, there was going to be quite a bit more bloodletting soon. Soon, all would learn just what it meant to try and take that which a Sith holds near and dear to themselves. Sensing the soothing presence of his wife entering the small garden, Nox pulled himself out of his trance just as his wife and light reached his side. Aleem, she called out gently. Getting up and moving over to her, he brought one of her hands up to his lips and kissed the back of her hand. You don't need to be here for this, love. Her normally cool aura spiked with anger. Yes, I do, she responded, her voice as iron as her will and as cold as the wall. These bastards took our son away from us and would have done far worse had their plan not failed. I don't know just what you are planning to do to him. But there is no way that I am missing the chance to see the life leave his eyes as you send him to the hells where he belongs. It was moments like these, when Nyra's passion and her resolve shone like a beacon in the Force, that she reminded him so much of Ashara. Don't worry, love, he said, giving her a half grin as he felt two large groups of people emerging from the dungeons and the main keep before combining and making their way towards the Sorcerer's Tower. You will get your wish and more. After tonight, people will volunteer for the wall just for thinking of doing anything to us. I promise you that. Good. Nyra smiled, raising on her toes and pressing her lips to his quickly before breaking off and taking her spot by his side as the group of people came close enough for her to notice them. Ned was leading the procession with Robb and Jon flanking him on either side, and just behind them it seemed as if the entirety of Winterfell had come out en masse to watch what was about to transpire. The only ones that Nox noted were not present were those who would be deemed too young to watch the spectacle. Lord Nox, Lady Nox. Ned greeted the two of them before turning and standing beside them. Once the Lord of Winterfell had taken his place before the mass of people, the 6 prisoners that were to be executed were brought forth. Though only one of them would meet their fate right now. Signaling to his guards, the two that were holding onto Lyn Corbray pushed the man forward and forced him to his knees before Stark and Nox. Sir Lyn Corbray of House Corbray of the Vale, Nox said out loud so that all could hear him. Normally Ned would be doing this, but as Nox would be the one to swing the sword, as it were, Northern tradition demanded that he be the one to pass the sentence. You have been tried and found guilty of attempted sedition of the North. Of the attempted murder of my wife, Lady Nyra Nox, and for causing the death of our unborn child. For these crimes, in the name of King Robert Baratheon I, Lord Aleem Nox, a Lord of the North, do hereby sentence you to die. If you have words to say, say them now. A plot revealed 2 Part 3 from his kneeling position on the ground, Corbray glared menacingly at the 3 of them before spitting at the ground next to their feet. I may die here today, but I die knowing that I will be embraced by the 7 who were one for doing their work in removing the hellspawn that had been growing in that whorish heretic's womb. But while I will be embraced by the 7, you will rot in the 7 hells for your blasphemy. So, take my head, but know that in the end, I will have the last laugh. Shaking his head, Nox stepped forward until he was right in front of Corbray and squatted down. I never took you for a devote and a theologist, Corbray. Especially with your preference towards young boys rather than women in your bed. That little tidbit, which he'd plucked from Corbray's mind during his interrogation, drew quite a bit of murmuring as Corbray's aura spiked in anger. Fuck you, heretic hellspawn. Ignoring him, Nox began talking while motioning with his hands. You see, I find myself quite the scholar of theology myself. Or rather the theology and beliefs across differing cultures. It's really a fascinating subject. If you investigate it, especially with how consistent they are with one another with some of their beliefs even as they decry each other for not being the correct belief. And one of these reoccurring themes throughout most theologies is the idea of a hell, or a place for those who have done wrong in life and deserve punishment. Now the specifics might change, but the general idea of hell seems to be repetition. Having the same thing happen to you repeatedly for eternity. Usually some sort of torture, be it physical or mental. Is this how you plan on executing me, sorcerer? Lecturing me to death? Corbray scoffed. Smiling, Nox patted the man atop his head as if he were nothing but a pet. Keep that bravado going, Corbray. You're going to need it. Rising, Nox lifted his hand and summoned the stone he'd been sitting on just before Nyra came to him. Setting the stone down before him, Nox rested his hand atop the waist-high obelisk. You won't die from my lecture, Corbray. In fact, you won't be dying for some time yet. Death is quick, final, and you made the grave mistake of taking away something that I loved. My son. Thus, you won't be dying until you fully learn just what it means to anger a Dark Lord of the Sith. Motioning away the guards, Nox walked around Corbray so that he was behind the kneeling man as he rested his hands on his shoulders. You see, this right here is what is known as a Rakatan mind prison. It took quite a bit of work on my part, mostly because I've never made one before and I was doing it completely from memory of the one that I saw before. What's going to happen is that I'm going to take your mind, your essence, your soul if you will, and transfer it into this obelisk here. You'll be kept alive and conscious of everything going on around you, yet you will be unable to interact with it at all. I've also modified it slightly to do a certain task. And that is to make your worst nightmares into a reality. Your reality. And one that you will repeat over and over again over the course of 1,000 or perhaps even several 100,000 years, pending on my rune work. I'm afraid I was in a bit of a rush to complete it, so I can't be entirely sure on my arithmetic. Leaning over, Nox could almost smell the fear coming off Corbray as the man fought a clearly losing battle to keep his composure. You see, I don't know if your seven would send you to what you consider hell or not. And I am not one for taking chances, so I decided to build a hell for you to suffer in. Interesting, isn't it? You're bluffing, Corbray hissed, trying and failing to keep his fear from getting the better of him. Smiling, Nox patted the man on the shoulder one last time. I don't bluff. Something that I assure you, you will have plenty of time to learn after I rip your soul out of your body and lock you into your new home. Moving around so that he was once more standing between Corbray and the obelisk, Nox let his anger, his hatred for the piece of filth before him, to run rampant through his being. Holding his hands before him like he was holding a sphere, he drew heavily on the dark side of the force in preparation for ripping the man's consciousness out of his body and transferring it into the mind prison. Small wisps of manifested force energy began forming between his hands as small arcs of force lightning ran across his fingers and arms. Lord Stark. Corbray yelled as his composure fled as he tried to move but found himself unable to do so as Nox held him in place with the force. You can't allow this. The block. Give me the block. Take my head. Don't. You can't. Lord Royce. You can't just. No. Corbray's voice broke into an unintelligible wail of agony as Nox pushed his hands forward. The tendrils of dark force energy spread out from his hands and encompassed the condemned man. Gritting his teeth, Nox began breaking the man's very being away from his physical form. It wasn't just the breaking away that was difficult. It was making sure that his consciousness couldn't slip away from him, which was like trying to hold onto a wet eel with his bare hands. If he'd had more time, there were rituals he could have performed to make this process easier. But that would have required not only delaying the execution by several weeks, but he would also have to find a spot that was secure and infrequently traveled to properly prepare, just as his former master Zash had done, or had planned to do, to him. But, while this particular method he was using was more difficult, it had the added benefit of being far more painful for the one whose mind was being removed. Feeling the last feeble grasp on Corbray's mortal coil give way, Nox immediately shifted his feet and moved his hands. A sphere that had formed over Corbray and which now contained everything he was floated across the small distance. It collided with the obelisk and dissipated the moment the two touched as it was absorbed into the stone. Releasing his hold, Nox let the now lifeless body that had once been Lyn Corbray fall face first to the ground. The entire yard was silent as Nox approached the obelisk and rested his hand on the cold stone. He could feel Corbray's spirit within the obelisk, and even though he had only just been condemned, he could sense the despair and agony coming from within the mind prison. And so ends Lyn Corbray, the fool who thought he could bring harm to the loved ones of a Sith Lord and live to tell tale. Leading the procession from the Sorcerer's Tower to the Godswood, Ned found himself in a stupor as he tried to fully wrap his mind around what he'd just witnessed. His friend was many things. Powerful, caring to those he loved, a teacher, a mentor, a scholar, and a man that routinely made the impossible seem possible. But as many positive qualities Ned knew that his friend possessed, he was not ignorant enough to overlook his friend's faults. He could be arrogant at times, condescending. But he had more than those. He could also be incredibly ruthless and vindictive to those who dared to cross him. Ned just never truly realized just how ruthless Nox could truly be until tonight. Creating a literal hell for an individual and then ripping their soul out of their body and trapping them in said hell. Even after all he'd seen and learned from Nox up until tonight, he would have thought such a thing impossible. But that was exactly what had happened here tonight. And it was a fate that did not sit easily with Ned. But as unnatural as the execution was, Ned would not and could not fault his friend for what he'd done. Especially considering what Ned himself was about to do to the treasonous nobles. Executions were not just about simply killing. No. They were about making a statement to everyone else about the consequences of certain actions. And Nox had just made a very, very powerful statement. Just as he was about to do. Coming into the clearing before the weirwood, Ned's heart began to beat wildly as he saw that his orders had been carried out. 5 stakes, each taller than a man, had been erected in the Godswood before the reflecting pool opposite of the weirwood. Father, brother, sister, ancestors, give me strength to do what must be done here tonight, he prayed as he made to stand before the reflecting pool in front of the 5 stakes. As he turned around, he saw that those who'd gathered to watch the execution had all begun spreading out, the light from their newly lit torches the only source of light in the Godswood as the guards roughly positioned each of the 5 prisoners before a stake. Everyone, from his sons to the lords and ladies to even Nox, knew what was about to happen here. And by the look on at least 2 of the condemned lords' faces, they were obviously not expecting to meet their end this way. And if he were being truthful with himself, this was perhaps the last thing Ned wanted to do. But his wants did not matter. The laws of the North were old and unforgiving. And this was the cost of betraying the North and breaking the laws of gods and men. Roose Bolton, Barbary Dustin, Ludd Whitehill, Roderick Ricewell, Harwood Stout. He began, making sure to meet each of them in the eye before moving on. You 5 have been found guilty of attempted sedition and assassination. In the name of King Robert Baratheon I, Lord Eddard Stark of Winterfell, Warden of the North, do hereby sentence you to die by the traitor's death. If you have any last words, speak them now for all to hear. For while you will meet with the gods tonight, you will not stand with them nor will you be able to reach for them. You will be with the gods, yet you will not hear them, see them, nor speak to them. And until the end of time, all will know of your transgressions against the laws of gods and men. Please, my lord, I beg mercy. Harwood Stout whimpered, his body shaking like a leaf in the wind. I didn't mean. I was forced. Had our roles been reversed as you and your cohorts intended, Stout, would you have granted my family and I such mercy as you are asking for now? Ned demanded of the man, making him whimper further and fold in on himself. Next, Ludd Whitehill met his eyes, but his fear betrayed him as he shook with fear of what was to come. My family will live on. Through my traitorous daughter, but they will live on. And one day, This will be revisited upon you 100-fold. Ned didn't bother gracing the man with a response as he turned his attention to Roderick Ricewell. You killed my eldest son. Unmanned my 2 younger sons. Widowed my eldest daughter before she could ever have children of her own. My only regret standing here today is that I did not get the chance to gut you like your fish of a wife before I died. Glaring, Ned forced himself away from Roderick and onto the next in line, Barbary Dustin. The Dowager Lady of Barrow Town was standing tall and looking at him with something that he had never seen from her before. Something almost akin to respect. I didn't think you would have the strength to go through with this, Stark. But I can see that you have finally decided to shed those antlers and feathers and become a wolf once more. Barbary said with a definite edge to her voice. Too bad it took all this death for you to actually become a wolf of the North instead of a southern pretender wolf. I have always been a man of the North and a wolf, Barbary, he countered, meeting her gaze head on. Your hatred of me merely blinded you to that fact. Moving over to the last of the condemned, Ned met the cold gray eyes of Roose Bolton for the last time. You think you have won just because we failed. You are a fool, Ned Stark. This is not the end. Merely the beginning of the end for the Starks. Perhaps, or perhaps not. Ned replied, forcing himself to remain calm. As I have often been told by a friend, the only thing certain about the future is uncertainty. The time of the Starks may end in my time or perhaps 100 lifetimes from now. But you, Roose, you will not be there to see it happen. Bind them. Stepping back, Ned watched with a racing heart as his guards stripped the 5 condemned of their shirts, leaving the men bare-chested and Barbary in only her chest bindings. Without a single word spoken, the men of Winterfell then forced each of them against a stake and raised their hands above their heads before tying them off onto a hook at the top. With their arms secured, a second rope was then wound tightly around their chest to make sure that they could not move away from the stake. Not that they would be able to do so soon enough. Finished with their task, the men of Winterfell stepped away as Jory approached. A large 2-handed war maul in his hands. Taking the maul from his captain, Ned stepped forward once more. Not since before the time of the dragons has any dared to violate the laws of gods and men in such a manner. He said loudly and clearly so that all could hear him. The North is old and harsh. But we are a people who stand united. We were one while the rest of the southern kingdoms were still squabbling for control of one another. And for those who would seek to destroy that which we have built upon centuries of blood, there is only one fate awaiting them. May the gods have mercy on you. For I cannot and shall not. Gripping the handle of the maul tightly, Ned made his way towards the end of the line of stakes and stood before Harwood Stout as the rest of those in the Godswood remained completely silent. The man was shaking violently, and the front of his pants were soaked with his own piss. My lord, Stout moaned, please, Swinging the maul around his head, Ned brought the heavy blunt instrument down hard onto Stout's left knee. The former lord from Barrow Town cried out in agony as the bones in his knee shattered under the weight of the maul. Part of Ned wanted to stop then and there. But he couldn't. The law wouldn't let him. And a much larger part, the part that remembered holding Cat's and Rickon's bloody bodies, was actually enjoying the sight of the man's suffering. Reversing his swing, Ned quickly brought the maul back around and struck down on his other knee, shattering it just the first before delivering 2 follow-up swings to each of his arms. With his arms and legs broken, Stout went limp, the rope around his middle and the rope securing his arms above his head the only things keeping him upright. Forcing himself to ignore the wailing of Stout, Ned pushed himself onto the next and went to stand before Lud Whitehill. The former lord had his eyes close and was shaking nearly as bad as Stout had been. Not giving himself time to think about what he was doing, Ned brought the maul down hard onto each of the man's knees and both of his arms. The man's bones shattered like they were nothing more than dry kindling. He repeated the process with Roderick Ricewell, the only difference there being the Lord of the Rills didn't shake nor piss himself. He merely stared at Ned with hatred even as Ned shattered his legs and arms. When he came to Barbary, he involuntarily found himself pausing. She was a woman. Doing this to a woman was just. It was different than a man. Yet still, she had committed the same crime as the others. Her punishment had to be the same. So, with a heavy heart and forcibly blank mind, Ned methodically brought the maul down on her legs and arms just as he had the others. Lastly, Ned stood before Roose Bolton. the man who was the leader of the attempted insurrection. Pale eyes met the eyes of the wolf, yet despite staring his very death in the face, the Leech Lord had no fear. Nor acceptance. He just stayed there, emotionless, as if this were just another day for him. And that, more than anything, infuriated the Warden of the North more than anything else. The apathy Roose showed towards Ned's family, his own family, and his fellow conspirators. His anger fueling him, Ned swung them all around with far more strength than he had the others. Roose's knees and arms didn't simply break under the force of the maul, they shattered. Each blow wrenching screams of pain from the Leech Lord that only served to make Ned want to hit him harder. Dropping the maul, Ned held out his hand. Wordlessly, Jory deposited a dagger into his waiting hand. Forcing Roose's head to the side, he grabbed hold of the man's ear and placed the flat of the dagger against the side of his head. Pulling on his ear, he brought the dagger down and removed Roose's ear with a single swipe. Dropping the bloody appendage on the ground, he forced Roose's head the other direction and repeated the action to remove his other ear. The task done, he moved down the line, removing the conspirators' ears one at a time without hesitation or mercy. By the time he'd finished with Stout, the 5 prisoners were hanging limply by the rope around their chest as the pain from their broken bones and severed ears kept them conscious and in constant agony. Handing the dagger back off to Jory, Ned kept his mind empty as he was handed a metal poker with the end heated to the point where the metal glowed brightly. Without him needing to say so, his men moved up so that there were 2 next to each of the condemned and forced their eyes open. Leveling the poker at Stout's eyes, Ned didn't give himself time to think of the pleading look in the man's eye before he pressed the searing metal into first his right eye and then his left. Within mere moments, Ned had made his way down the line of the prisoners, and each were blinded much in the same manner his friend had been when he was still but a child. Handing the poker back off, he took the dagger back from Jory as his men worked with wedges of wood and tongs to force the prisoners' mouths open and pull their tongue out past their teeth. Ned's mind was completely devoid as he methodically removed the tongues of each prisoners, not caring as their blood got on his hands and clothes. Only after removing Stout's tongue did he allow himself a moment to collect himself. The 5 prisoners were little more than a collection of broken, bloodied bodies that were barely hanging on to life and consciousness. But their ordeal was not yet over. Pressing the edge of the dagger against Stout's stomach, Ned drew the blade quickly across the man's middle. This cut was just deep enough to render the flesh and muscle, opening his stomach and allowing his guts to fall freely from his body onto the ground below. Then, just like he had done with the bones, ears, eyes and tongue, Ned walked down the line, slicing each prisoner's stomachs open just enough to spill their guts out onto the ground. After slicing open Roose Bolton, Ned handed the dagger back off and stepped away from the 5 still slowly dying prisoners. Despite having just brutalized the 5 condemned, an act that he knew Jon Arryn would never have approved of, Ned felt no shame nor remorse. In fact, he felt nothing. There was no satisfaction, no horror at what he'd done. Just calm. Not since before the time of the dragons has such a crime warranted the traitor's death, he said, speaking loudly over the dying moans of the condemned. Remember well what you have seen here tonight. For the North remembers. And we have no mercy for those who break the laws of gods and men. Now, to bed, all of you. We have an early start in the morning, for we have more traitors to deal with in the south. And we will need to move quickly if we are to catch them all. Not a single word was spoken as Ned marched away from the stakes that were holding onto the 5 still dying prisoners, with Jon and Robb quickly falling into step beside him. There were no further words that needed to be said. The message given tonight spoke far louder than any words he could have uttered. And now the wolves would make sure that their message was delivered to the south once more. The morning after the executions of the traitorous northern lords and lady was a somber affair for everyone in Winterfell, as most were still trying to come to terms with what they'd witnessed the night before. Add to the fact that most of the nobles had sent their families home that morning, and Winterfell suddenly felt a lot quieter than it had been in some time. The only sound within Winterfell was the steady knocking of training blades as they bashed against one another as the men of the North trained. And amid the dozens of training men, and even a few women, overseeing their training was Nox. The training regime that morning had been a rather impromptu affair that had begun with just Nox, his apprentice, and his acolytes. But soon enough word got out about their training, and seemingly within minutes the entire courtyard was full of guards, lords, and ladies, all hoping to garner some attention from the famed northern sorcerer. And he had granted their wish, though he was sure that many of them now wished they had not, as Nox's form of encouragement was usually demonstrated with a swift bout of force lightning to motivate those he felt were lacking. But despite the brutal pace he set and his encouragement to not screw up, not one of those who came to the yard had left. Their anger at what had transpired and the thought of vengeance against those who had wronged them driving the men and women of the north to push themselves harder and harder. As he passed by the Greatjon, who was struggling badly with getting used to fighting with only one arm, Nox's hand shot up as if he were making a motion to swat a fly. A high-pitched squeal came from behind him, followed quickly by more than a few choice words and the sound of several bodies hitting the ground. Turning around, Nox faced towards the pile of bodies, though mostly he was staring at the smallest member of the pile who was trying desperately to disentangle herself from the limbs of those she'd collided with. Another failure. Arya. Nox sighed as most of the training around them paused to watch what was going on. You know the punishment. 50 swings of the sword and 2 laps around the yard. Then, you will try again. If you fail again, then I will have you doing embroidering for the next 3 training sessions instead of training. And the rest of you, back to what you were doing unless you want to be made an example of as well. Wisely, everyone immediately went back to their training as Arya quickly scrambled to her feet and ran off to start her punishment for failing once again. Unlike Jon, Robb, and Theon, who were currently sparring off to the side of the yard in a Robb and Theon versus Jon match, and Bran who was under the careful tutelage of Sir Roderick Castle, Arya's training for the day did not include sparring. Instead, he'd decided to focus on having her refine her rather unique force ability. To that end, he'd given her a single task for the day. That task being to get within 5 paces of him without him noticing her. So far, she'd made 5 attempts at the seemingly simple task, and she'd failed on each attempt. As Nox started to make his way back towards his apprentice, he slowed his pace as he felt another presence enter the yard. Or rather, 2 presences. After several long moments, all movement in the yard stopped and stared in open disbelief at what they were seeing. Standing just outside the training yard, looking more than slightly uncomfortable in the breeches and leather padding covering her body, was Sansa Stark. Standing just behind the eldest daughter of Lord Stark was her newly named sworn sword, the former wildling woman Asha wearing leather armor complete with her newly acquired sword spear sheathed but held in her left hand. Sansa, Nox greeted the young girl. You're late. Training began hours ago. The young wolf girl looked more than slightly uncomfortable as she stood before him shifting her feet back and forth. I'm sorry, Lord Nox. But I wasn't sure how I show. Hands covering her head, Sansa ducked out of the path of the wooden training sword that Nox had sent spiraling her way. But the wooden blade never even got close to the young girl as Asha quickly stepped in its path and snatched it out of the air. Tomorrow, Nox said flatly. You will catch it, not Asha. Yes, Lord Nox. Sansa stuttered, taking the wooden training sword from Asha and holding it awkwardly. For being late, you will work with your sister today, Sansa, Nox ordered, motioning towards where Arya was practicing her down strikes with her training sword. You'll start with 50 swings of the sword, then follow along with your sister's current regime before coming back to me. Understand? Sansa frowned as she looked over at where Arya was located. No doubt she thought that he would be training her directly from the start. And while he had every intention of doing just that, he needed to test her first. See if she truly was ready to learn. As you will, Lord Nox, Sansa responded, awkwardly bowing to him before making her way over to Arya. And what about me, Sorcerer? Asha asked, staying in place even as her charge walked away. Lord Wolf wanted ya to train me to make sure I was capable of protecting his little wolves. He did he? Nox asked, slowly approaching Asha with his hands at his sides. Then, let us see what I'm working with. Summoning another tourney blade to his open hand, Nox spun in a tight circle as he used the force to propel himself up and over Asha while simultaneously striking down at her exposed neck and shoulder. But Asha proved quicker than he'd anticipated as she dropped into a roll across the ground to avoid his strike and coming back to her feet just as Nox himself landed. Her excitement peaked as the sheath left her weapon, revealing the Valyrian steel for all to see as she charged at him. Tossing the tourney blade aside, Nox summoned his lightsaber into his hand and activated it just in time to parry Osha's well-controlled thrust. Instead of locking blades with him, Osha turned with the parry, spinning around in a tight circle and building up momentum as she adjusted her grip to the end of the sword's hilt to increase the strength of the coming blow. A blow that struck nothing but air as Nox slid his feet back just enough to let the tip of the blade pass within a few inches of his face. As soon as the blade was clear, he shifted again and lunged, stopping the tip of his lightsaber but a hair's breadth from her exposed throat. Solid form and footwork, he summarized, stepping back from Osha. But your tendency to overextend will be your undoing. The spear, and your sword spear, have the advantage of reach. Yet you must not let that advantage become a disadvantage. Again, Osha took his words to heart as their next round began with her being far more cautious than the last as she tried not to overextend herself this time around. But that caution proved to be her undoing as Nox went on the offensive with a flurry of attacks using Ataru and knocking her on her ass within a minute. Too cautious, Nox chided, waiting for Osha to get back to her feet. Snarling, Osha went on the offensive with a series of quick thrusts to varying parts of his body. Each thrust was met with either an equally quick parry or simple move by Nox to avoid the blade completely. The bout went longer than the previous two, but quickly enough Osha began to get frustrated at not even being able to come close to landing a blow and her movements started to become far more forced and erratic. Use and control your anger and frustration, Nox growled, stepping in close to Osha and driving his fist into her midsection, dropping her to the ground. Do not let them use you. Gripping her weapon, Osha slowly got back to her feet. Her anger and humiliation were such that she was shaking trying to control them while around them the men and women of the north chuckled or outright laughed at her. They think you're nothing, Nox said, quietly enough so that it was only the two of them who could hear. They think you don't deserve the honor and respect Lord Stark has bestowed upon you. They think you're nothing more than a barbarian who doesn't know her ass from a hole in the ground. Show them that they're wrong. Show them what it means to be a spear wife, Osha. Show them that Lord Stark's and my own faith in you is not misplaced. A plot revealed 2 Part 4. His words seemed to do the trick as her anger and humiliation lessened and her focus steadily increased. Slowing turning his lightsaber, Nox started to circle, to which Osha matched his every step. Her hands were as steady as rocks and her demeanor gave away nothing as the two circled one another. Abruptly stopping his movements, Nox launched a series of probing attacks at the wildling woman. Each of which she was able to fend off as she focused solely on him and not those around them. Back and forth, the two traded blows with neither truly gaining the advantage over the other. Though, in truth, Nox was handicapping himself by not using the force. If he had, the fight would have been over before it could even begin. And that would simply defeat the whole purpose he had in sparring with her in the first place. But even with Nox handicapping himself, he was still very impressed with the woman's prowess. She wasn't a Baron's level of skill, but he had no doubt that she could easily reach the Prince of Dorne's level in no time at all. The two continued to trade blows for nearly half an hour or more before Osha began to reach her limit. Her movements were starting to become sloppy and her breathing was ragged as she tried desperately to keep pace with him. Deciding to end things there, Nox slipped within her reach and wrenched her spear sword out of her grasp before kicking her feet out from underneath. Her breath left her lungs in a rush as her back hit the ground and Nox had his lightsaber pointed at her throat, all within the blink of an eye. Well done, Osha, Nox congratulated the woman, deactivating his lightsaber and clipping it onto his belt. Lord Stark has chosen his daughter's sworn sword well. Fucking shit. Osha groaned, rolling over onto her front and slowly pushing herself up to her feet. Flattery words. Ya kicked my fucking ass. As is often the case with those who try their luck against me, Nox replied, holding out his hand for her to take. But you managed to last far longer than most have. Granted, I was holding back, but you still did well. Nox could feel her glare as she tightly gripped his offered hand and pulled herself up. Cocky shit, ain't ya, sorcerer? No, just confident. There's a difference. Letting go of his hand, Osha's frustration shifted into a slight amusement coated with a touch of what he recognized as arousal. That pretty little lady of yours is a lucky woman to have stolen you, sorcerer, or else I would be mackin' my move to steal ya. But I ain't no poacher like that. Good, Nox smiled, feeling his spirits lift as they always did whenever he found a decent opponent to spar against. What are the rest of you looking at? Back to work, or I'll start making examples of you all." The men and women in the yard immediately got back to what they were doing. Nursing several sore spots across her body, Asha picked up her weapon and went to join with everyone else in their training regime. As the day moved on, Nox made sure to watch over his newest addition carefully. Sansa was, well, she was not her brother's or sister, that was for sure. She had the force potential to match her siblings, perhaps even drawing close to Arya's level now that she wasn't holding herself back for reasons that were frankly beyond Nox. But what she clearly lacked in was the physical aspect of training. She was struggling to even keep up with even the most basic of exercises, and her work with a blade was beyond appalling. A fact that Arya seemed to revel in as she time and time again disarmed and smacked her sister. But despite lagging everyone in the yard, Sansa did not give up. She kept pushing herself back up no matter how many times she got knocked down. By the time Nox had finally called for an end to the day, Sansa was barely keeping herself upright and looked ready to collapse right there and then. "Sansa," Nox said, walking up to the young girl who was currently peeling herself out of her leather padding with Osha's aid. "Let's talk." Sansa looked up at him, her blue eyes wide and clearly exhausted, but she nodded and followed him towards the small garden area he and Nyra had planted near his tower after he'd waved Osha off from following them. Leading Sansa over towards a small stone table and seating area, Nox motioned for her to sit down while using the force to pull over a large box that contained a full Syvas set. "Have you ever played Syvas, Sansa?" he asked. No," Sansa replied, shaking her head. "Then I'll teach you. Here. You can take the white pieces and I'll take the black." He then went on to explain how each piece worked as the two set up their sides of the board. "Tell me, Sansa, why did you come here today?" Sansa's hand stilled as she set down the last of her pieces on her side of the board. I want to get strong. Like my brothers and Arya. If I'd been stronger, if I hadn't ignored this gift that's been given to me by the gods, then perhaps my mother, and Rickon wouldn't, and Lady Nox, and your son." "Enough," Nox chided the young girl. "It does no good to dwell on what you believe could have happened. Instead, learn from what had happened, so that it will not happen again." Sansa looked on the verge of tears, but she nodded and sniffed loudly as she tried to hold herself back. Yes, Lord Nox." Humming, Nox leaned back and motioned for Sansa to make her first move. "You still haven't answered my question, Sansa. Why are you here?" Placing her fingers on a piece, Sansa moved it a few squares and leaned back. I want to be strong." "Strong?" Nox questioned, making a motion with his finger to move a piece on the board without even touching it. "And what do you think being strong means? Do you think that one is strong simply because they can kill? Or are they strong because they know how to wield a blade or whatever weapon strikes their fancy? Because if so, you might as well stop trying now. Because you will never become a warrior like your sister or your brothers. You simply do not have the temperament nor the skill to do so. No, you do not want to be strong, Sansa. You want power. But strength and power, are they not the same?" Sansa asked, clearly curious as to where Nox was going with the conversation. Shrugging, Nox made a move to counter Sansa's on the board. In some context, they can be used interchangeably. But most of the time, the two have drastically different meanings. A strong individual could change the outcome of a battle. But one with power and the knowledge to use said power will be able to choose where and when each battle will take place. A clear example of the difference between these two can be shown in Lord Tywin Lannister and his bannerman Gregor Clegane. The latter is far stronger than Tywin could ever hope to become, yet it is because of Tywin's own power and the way that he wields it that he is able to control the man. That, Sansa Stark, is what I will be teaching you. Not to necessarily be a leader like Jon, or a general like Robb, or a warrior like your sister Arya. None of those will suit you. Instead, I will teach you how to become a true player of the great game. Standing within the wooden-covered bridge overlooking the yard below, Ned Stark watched as his children, all his children, trained under Lord Nox's watchful eye. While he was watching all his children, in truth he was mostly paying attention to his eldest daughter, Sansa. His little red wolf was trying so desperately to match her brothers and sister now, to the point where he could tell even from this distance that she was near the point of collapse from pure physical exhaustion. But despite her obvious lacking in skill and sheer exhaustion, his little red wolf refused to stop as she forced herself to keep pace with the others. By the time Nox had called an end to the day and dismissed those he was training, his eldest daughter was barely able to move faster than a slight shuffling of her feet. Her newly named sworn sword Asha helped her out of her training gear and made to help her towards the keep, but Nox waved the former wilding off and instead led Sansa over to a small sitting area in the garden beside the sorcerer's tower. Once they were in the garden, Sansa all but collapsed into the seat Nox had offered her before the sorcerer took one across from her and began setting up what he recognized as a Sivas board. A not so small part of him wanted to march over and hear what the two were speaking of, but he held himself back from doing so. He trusted Nox. While it was more difficult than he cared to admit watching his friend essentially break his children in the yard, he knew that Nox was doing so with a reason. He could only hope that Nox truly knew what he was doing when it came to Sansa, his precious daughter who was so different from her siblings. She would never be a warrior woman, that much was certain. But there was a strength in her. A strength that, honestly, he hadn't even known existed in her until this very morning when she arrived at his solar at the break of dawn to begin learning everything she could from him so that she could handle being the Stark in Winterfell while he, Robb, Jon, and Nox went south to deal with the errant maesters. The maesters. Hearing the creaking of wood, Ned forced himself to rein in his temper as he let go of the railing, which had cracked like dry kindling in the palm of his hand. Ever since he'd learned the truth of the plot against he and Nox, just the mere thought of the grey rats of the south was enough to drive Ned to a height of anger he had never experienced before. Even his hatred for the Mad King and Rhaegar paled in comparison to what he felt towards the maesters now. There were a few exceptions, Maester Luwin being the only one so far. But the aged Maester of Winterfell was wise enough to keep his presence around Ned to a minimum these days. And he was trying, gods knew he was trying, to keep in mind what Maester Luwin had told them about the plot more than likely coming from a small group of maesters. But it was hard, so very hard. He tried to tell himself, again and again, that the only reason he was going south to deal with the maesters was for justice. But that was a lie. Or, at the very least, only a small part of the truth. In truth, he was going south for one very simple reason. And it was the same reason he went south to depose the Mad King and his equally mad son 4 and 10 years ago, and that was revenge. Plain and simple revenge. Plus, this time, there would be no Jon Arryn to reign in the Wolfsblood. Quite the opposite in fact, as he would instead be with Nox, who would no doubt be encouraging Ned to follow his Wolfsblood. Feeling a presence approaching down the length of the bridge, Ned forced thoughts of vengeance to the back of his mind as Asha Greyjoy slowly made her way towards him. Lord Stark, she greeted him once she was within arm's length, her tone betraying her nerves as she no doubt was wondering why he'd asked to speak with her. Asha, Ned greeted her in return, trying to find where to begin. 6 years ago, you were taken from your home and brought here as my ward. And while your position, and that of your brothers, could well and truly be considered a hostage, I have truly come to find a new son and daughter in the both of you. Asha was clearly uncomfortable with being reminded of just what her true nature here in Winterfell entailed. I remember all too well that day, the day my father's idiocy finally caught up to him. And don't give me that look, Lord Stark. I've long ago realized that my father truly was an idiot with what he did. And it was his idiocy that cost my family and my people so much. Now Ned felt more than slightly awkward with where the conversation was heading. That is not why I asked to speak with you today, he tried to gently correct her. While he honestly agreed with her on the subject of her father, he did not wish to speak ill of her family to her face. You have been in Winterfell for 6 years now. My son and heir has reached the age of 3 and 10. By the king's decree, you are free to return to the Iron Isles. Asha could do little more than stare at him as she came to terms with what he was saying. Oh, she said, blinking and turning so that she was looking out over the courtyard with a look of longing. I guess I'll be sending a raven to my father then. And returning to the Iron Isles as soon as he can send a ship to collect me. Not necessarily, Ned countered, drawing a sharp look from her as he handed over a decree that he had written that very morning with Sansa's watching over his shoulder. Taking the piece of rolled paper, Asha quickly unfurled it and read its contents. Then she blinked, looked up at him and then read it over once more. Lord Stark. The galleon is yours, Asha, Ned said, answering her unasked question. You've more than earned the right to claim it with your actions. A crew will be loaned for your use to return to the Iron Isles, and all I ask is your word of their safe return. Excitement and joy started rolling off the young lady as she carefully rolled the decree back up and gently tucked it into her belt for safekeeping. And, is that all you're asking? A ship and a crew until I can put together one of my own back on the Iron Isles. Surely, there is more to this than just a gesture of goodwill, Lord Stark. She caught on quick. Honestly, Asha, I truly wish that this was just a simple gesture of goodwill towards the young woman I've found another daughter in. But there is always a price. Though, this is a price that I pray you are willing to pay. Pausing, he turned and faced her full on to make sure he had her attention. The price is this. Remember what you have seen during your time here in Winterfell and use what you have learned to lead your people towards a better future. Remember, as well, that should the Iron Isles try a repeat of the past, then the North will not be as merciful as we once were. And even if I find a daughter and son in you and Theon, I will do what is necessary to protect the North. Asha's face went slightly pale as kept her eyes on his own. I understand, Lord Stark. And trust me, after seeing what the two of you can and are willing to do, the last thing the Iron Isles can afford is to piss off the North and the Sorcerer once more. Good. Ned nodded. There is one more thing, Asha. Should you choose to not simply be a lady of House Greyjoy and instead succeed your father, then know that you will have the full backing of the North in your choice. That seemed to bring Asha up short. You'd support. But what of Theon? Frowning, Ned stared down at the young Greyjoy lad down in the yard talking adamantly with Robb and Jon as the three practiced their archery. Theon is a good lad, and while I feel he has the makings of a good future lord, he will have known the North far better than he knows the Iron Isles by the time Robert allows him to return to his home. You, however, you know your people, you know how to earn their trust and respect. And I believe that it is through you that the people of the Iron Islands will find a way forward, away from the old way of paying the iron price. And what if I don't? Asha asked in an almost challenging but still inquisitive tone. What if I return home, make a crew, and return to the old ways of paying the iron price? Turning back to her, Ned allowed his anger at the thought of Asha raiding northern soil to take hold, knowing that as he did his eyes changed to the wolf eyes. Then you know very well where that path will lead. Asha recognized the threat for what it was. That I do, she nodded. Well, I suppose that I'll be leaving with the morning light along with the rest of you. Only I'll be heading in the opposite direction. That is up to you, Ned replied. Your time in Winterfell may have come to an end, but I will not force you to leave if you do not wish to do so yet. Asha seemed to consider his offer for a short time before slowly shaking her head. No, I've spent too long here in the North as it is, Lord Stark. No offense intended. There is no offense, Asha, Ned waved off her concern. I understand the longing to return to one's home. I would ask that you spend one last night with us before you take your leave. My daughters, Arya especially, will not take your leaving well. They have grown quite attached to you, especially in light of recent events. And I them, Lord Stark, Asha smiled. They're the sisters I've always wanted but never had. Just one thing, Lord Stark. The Grey Rats. Make them pay for what they tried to do. I intend to, Asha, Ned promised the young woman, his fist tightening once more. I intend to. Moving quietly through the darkened roads wearing through the great keep of Winterfell, a lone bard moved swiftly from shadow to shadow as he made his way towards the Hunter's Gate and his long road back towards the north. While some might question his caution, even himself to an extent, he knew that he'd already overstayed his welcome here in Winterfell. Well, that might not be particularly true considering the Valyrian steel dagger roughly the length of his forearm that he now wore at his side. But he knew that long he stayed here in Winterfell the greater the chance of his facade failing. And if that happened, well, he didn't really want to think of the consequences. Especially now that he had a hope to look forward to. Reaching the Hunter's Gate, the bard was more than slightly confused to find the gate unguarded. He had specifically decided on this time to leave because he knew that this was when the guards rotated. And Lord Stark was planning on leaving to head south at first light. But still, Neither of those could explain why the gate that lead into the Wolfswood was unguarded. Especially with what had just transpired a few days ago. If anything, the guards should be doubled. Not missing. And even more curious was the fact that the gate was wide open. Keeping a weather eye on his surroundings, the bard slowly approached the opened gate, all the while preparing himself for the ambush that he was sure was about to come. No need for such caution, bard. Had I wanted you dead, you would be dead. The bard nearly froze at the voice. A voice he recognized, and one that he'd come to well and truly fear. Keeping a tight hold on his new dagger, the bard turned and found himself face to face with the northern sorcerer himself. Lord Nox, the bard said, lowering his head but not going to a knee before the famed sorcerer. I was just leaving, my lord. The sorcerer's head tilted to the side. The cloth covering his eyes making it impossible for the bard to even guess what the man was thinking. Leaving. In the middle of the night during the timing of the guard's rotation. If I didn't know better, I would say that you didn't want anyone to make a fuss over your leaving, bard. That is exactly it, my lord, the bard said, eyeing the gate and keeping a firm hold on his dagger, though he doubted it would do any good should the sorcerer press the matter. I'm not used to such attention from lords and ladies, but not used to such attention. Yet, you are a bard, and a good one at that. Surely, lords and ladies from across the realm pay you good coin and fawn over your abilities. Yet, you say you are not used to their attention. The sorcerer chuckled, taking a step forward, which prompted the bard to take his own step back to try and keep the distance between the two of them. I do enjoy these games, bard. But recent events have soured my mood. So, let us drop this little charade, Mance Raider, the king beyond the wall. Mance acted without thinking, drawing his dagger and letting it fly from his fingers in the same movement the moment he was named. But, true to his first thoughts, the dagger never reached its target. Instead, it just stopped, hanging in the air between the two of them. A fact that Mance realized he shared with the dagger as he found his body unable to move as some sort of invisible force seemed to press upon him from all sides. Not enough to hurt, but certainly enough to keep him from moving even a single muscle. Now that wasn't very nice, the sorcerer sighed, walking forward and plucking the dagger out of the air. Is this what is considered a proper greeting north of the wall? If so, then I can understand how your people have earned such a bad reputation. Mance eyed the dagger warily, or, more accurately, the one now wielding the dagger. Is this where you kill me, sorcerer? If anything, the sorcerer looked offended by the question. Why do people always assume that I'm going to kill them in situations like this? The man sighed. While I have no qualms on killing, or a lot of things to be honest, I am not a wasteful man, Mance. And you are far more valuable alive than you are dead. So, we can either have a quick chat and you can be on your way. Or you can try and fight me again, in which case I'll fold you in half, shove your head up your ass, and leave you to suffocate to death. Your choice. Mance felt whatever holding him disappear as his earlier motion now caused him to take a now involuntary half-step towards the sorcerer, who was holding his Valyrian steel dagger hilt first towards him. Not much of an option, sorcerer, Mance sighed, taking the offered dagger and sliding it back into its sheath. True, though you would be amazed at the number of idiots who don't see it that way. Now, come, let us walk and talk, the sorcerer said, nodding towards the hunter's gate and setting a slow pace towards Mance's freedom. The unease Mance felt upon first being caught by the sorcerer did not lessen in the slightest, even as his way of escape drew closer and closer. So, what is it that the famed northern sorcerer wishes to speak with me about? The others. The White Walkers and their army of the dead. The sorcerer said, not hesitating in the slightest. That is why you are working so hard to gather the tribes of the wildlings, or free folk, together, is it not? Don't bother saying it's not. Asha has already confirmed that aspect of your motivation for us. And before you ask, no, she did not betray you. I'd be surprised honestly if she even recognized you. But I've known about your presence here since the moment you stepped foot into Winterfell. Mance had nearly missed a step at the start of the sorcerer's speech. You're not one to beat around the bush, are you, sorcerer? Don't let this conversation fool you, Mance. I can talk in circles around anyone and probably convince half the population the sky is green instead of blue if I truly wanted to. But such conversations have their time and place, and this is neither. Now, what do you know of the White Walkers and their army? Any texts that Winterfell has on them can be considered mere conjecture at best. Frowning, Mance slowed his pace as they reached the Hunter's Gate. In truth, I know very little about the White Walkers, and even less of their motives. I only know the stories I've heard and the results of their presence after they've long left. They bring the cold. A biting cold that can make even the worst winter storm seem like a warm breeze in comparison. They kill everything yet leave no bodies behind. Instead, they turn those they kill and add them to their ranks of dead that march beside them. And have you seen them raising the dead before? The sorcerer pressed. No, I have not. And nor have any others. The White Walkers are efficient. They leave no witnesses behind to tell the tale of their presence. The only clue as to where they've been are the empty settlements with nothing missing besides the people who called it home. But I have seen them before. Near the lands of always winter. I saw their army of the dead, stretching out farther than the eye could see. As soon as I saw them, I knew that I had to get my people south of the wall. It is said that there is ancient magic within the wall that can keep the dead from crossing into the south. I'm not gathering the free folk and looking to raid the South Sorcerer. I'm gathering my people and running with my tail tucked firmly between my legs to hide behind the wall and weather the storm that is coming. Mance wasn't entirely sure if the sorcerer believed him or not. But at the very least, he seemed to be considering his words. By his own admission to the Northern Lords, the sorcerer truly did believe in the White Walkers, though why and how Mance wasn't sure. But he supposed that didn't matter. All that mattered was that perhaps the most powerful being besides the king south of the wall believed in the White Walkers. And, more importantly, he had the ear of the Warden of the North, the primary obstacle to the free folk crossing the wall because, in all honesty, Mance knew full well that his former black brothers would not be able to stop all of the free folk from crossing the wall should they actually try. You know of Stark's plan to go north and treat with you, Nox said, breaking the silence between the two of them. While he trusts my word about the White Walkers, without actually seeing them, he cannot just open the wall for your people. In fact, even if you did provide proof, Stark cannot and will not allow the free folk south in mass unless the others are right on your heels. There is simply too much bad history between your people and the North. Then what is the point of coming to the true North and treating with my people and myself if not to open the wall? Mance asked, wondering just where this conversation was going. First, to start trying to build some form of communication between our people. And second, Stark was adamant that he would not be allowing any wildlings south of the wall. However, he said nothing about those who are sworn to house Stark in the north. The sorcerer's meaning was not lost to Mance. The free folk do not kneel. The sorcerer sighed and shook his head. Such a narrow view of things. Tell me, Mance, the free folk have declared you their king after you earned the right to lead them, no. They follow you and take your orders, yet you also must appease them at times to keep their loyalty. And then there are the Thens who, by what I've heard, have a system of nobility all their own that mirrors the noble houses south of the wall. Your people have their own laws that they follow and punishments in place for those who break them. So, tell me, Mance, outside of the fact that your people do not physically go to a knee to show respect and reverence for their leaders, what is the difference between those north of the wall and those south of the wall? Mance didn't want to admit it, but the man had a point. It was one that he had noticed himself some time ago. And, in truth, the free folk did not entirely hate the northerners as much as the northerners hated the free folk in any case. The free folk saved their hatred primarily for the crows. But that didn't mean his people would willing sit down and feast with the northerners with ease. Regardless, my people will not bend the knee to Stark. Not all of them, no. But ask yourself this question, Mance, what is more important? Your people's pride or your lives? Nox asked, making Mance more than slightly uncomfortable. There is without a doubt many who would simply not be able to adjust to life south of the wall. But there are over 100,000 of your people stretched across dozens, perhaps hundreds of clans. Can you truly say that there are not at least a few clans that would take the offer and swear allegiance to House Stark in return for safe passage south of the wall and land of their own? It was a fair question. And as he thought about it, he was sure that he could perhaps one or two clan leaders who would swallow their pride and swear themselves to Stark if it meant being allowed to live safely south of the wall. The problem was the moment he advocated for such actions there were those who sought his position that would act. Harma Dogshead, the Lord of Bones, the Weeper, and Alfin Crocular being chief amongst those who would be looking to usurp him of his position. The Thens might be interested, but they had no want of anything south of the wall and preferred their home in the valley of the Then. But, perhaps, at the very least, an arrangement could be made between the largest group of free folk and the northern lords. I suppose that the reason you are letting me go is to use my position amongst the free folk to push a few of the more lenient clan leaders to take Stark's offer when he comes north to treat with us. Mance stated rather than asked. Yes, Nox nodded. All it takes is one or two to take the offer and the others amongst your people will start to see the benefit and become more open to the idea of coming south and swearing their loyalty. Perhaps, Mance nodded, seeing the logic. However, this will cause a break amongst the free folk. It's taken me near 20 years to get the tribes north of the wall united. There are as many cultural differences and grievances north of the wall as there are south. And several differing tongues. As it is, my position as king beyond the wall is hanging on by a thread. If I advocate for the free folk to swear allegiance to the wolves, there are those who will see it as a betrayal and will not hesitate to break off and go back to the way things were as warring tribes. The sorcerer didn't seem in the least bit perturbed with the idea. You're at a crossroads, Mance. You can either try and save most of your people here and now, which will cause those who wouldn't be able to live south of the wall to break away from you. Or you can stay as a whole, stay north of the wall, and then pray to your gods that you can keep 2 steps ahead of the others as they begin hunting your people down. The choice is yours and your people's. Your freedom, or your lives. Fuck, Mance sighed, shaking his head and taking a few steps away from the sorcerer. You're not making this easy, sorcerer. Times like these are never easy, Mance, the sorcerer replied with a shrug. Aye, that is for sure, Mance nodded as the sorcerer's words went through his mind. Save as many as I can, or force my people to take their chances against the others. Alright, sorcerer, you and Stark ain't leaving me much choice. Already my people for talks with the wolves. And I get a chief or two ready to accept Stark's offer. I just hope you realize this will more than likely lead to war amongst my people. Hold up your end of this ploy, Mance, and I will use my power to aid you and yours if and when the time comes, the sorcerer stated with a note of finality. I'll hold ya to that, sorcerer, Mance nodded, knowing that there was no backing out now as he held out his hand. May your gods be with ya, sorcerer. The sorcerer nodded and took hold of Mance's arm. And may the force be with you, king beyond the wall. Consequences Part 1. There were times that Jaime Lannister truly regretted his decision to join the Kingsguard. Or, more correctly, stay in the Kingsguard because he truly had no choice when the Mad King had decided that he would join the famous Order of Knights. And standing guard outside the king's chamber listening to him romp loudly with not one but 2 whores was one of those times. Honestly, the fat fool went through whores faster than his brother Tyrion did. It was nothing short of a miracle that the man's heart hadn't already given out. More's the pity on that one. If he had the choice, he would rather be guarding his sister the queen, his twin, his other half, than standing in the hall with his thumb up his ass listening to the activities going on through the closed door behind him. Beside him, Ser Aris Oakheart shifted about in his armor, no doubt trying very hard to not pay attention to how their illustrious king was entertaining himself. Even though the newest member of Robert's Kingsguard had been amongst their ranks for almost 6 years, he was still clearly uneasy with standing guard while the king had company. Ignoring the younger knight for now, Jaime did what he always did when he was left in these situations. He allowed his mind to wander. Specifically, he allowed his mind to wander back to the night prior when he and his sister were able to steal a moment for themselves. He could still feel the warmth of her skin beneath his fingers. Hear her gasps of pleasure in his ears. And feel her tight warmth clenching around his. Halt. Ser Aris called out sharply, drawing Jaime unfortunately out of his remembering of the rather pleasant night he'd shared with his sister. Looking down the hall in the direction Aris was facing, Jaime found none other than the hand's own errand boy. Or rather squire. Hugh. Honestly, he didn't know which house the little bootlicker came from and he didn't really care to know either. The squirmy young man stopped well short of the king's chamber and drew himself up to his full height in some ridiculous attempt to make himself look important. I come with a message from Lord Aaron, Hand of the King, For his grace King Robert Baratheon. Well, you best get to it then, Jaime smirked, pointing his thumb over his shoulder and towards the door behind him. The king is just in there. I'm sure he wouldn't mind the interruption. As if to accent his point, the king gave off a loud laugh while a whore gave off what he was sure was a gold-induced over-embellished moan of pleasure. For there was no way a woman, any woman, could truly find the king's company pleasing without his gold or title. Hugh, looking more than slightly uncomfortable, tugged at the collar of his doublet and swallowed hard before stepping up and rasping his knuckles against the king's chamber doors. Who the fuck is it? Bellowed the king from inside his room. Lord Aaron's squire. Hugh, your grace, the idiot responded awkwardly while inside the whores continued to laugh and moan over him. I've come with a request from the Lord Hand John Aaron. He requests your presence, your grace. There has been a raven from the north that requires your immediate attention. Upon hearing that, the laughter and moans from within the room ceased and Jaime calmly and quietly took a slight step to the side away from the door. If there was one thing that was guaranteed to get the fat ass moving, it was any word from the north. And, sure enough, within moments the door to the royal chambers burst open, nearly hitting the idiot boy right in the face as he just barely managed to stumble back and fall onto his ass just in time. Glancing at the king, Jaime just barely managed to hide his disgust. During the rebellion the man had been heralded as the demon of the trident, and was considered by many to be a perfect representation of the warrior. Even during the Greyjoy rebellion, the fool still could hold on to that, though it was pushing it. But now Robert was the furthest thing he could be from the aspect of the warrior without becoming a woman. His hair was a tangled mess along with his beard, and the most notable thing about him was his protruding gut, which was on clear display as the robe he was in the process of putting on did not necessarily completely cover him. At least the fat fool managed to put his small clothes on before barging out of his room. The last thing Jaime ever wanted to see was the royal cock swaying in the wind. Robert took one look around the hall before finally noticing just where Hugh had ended up. Pay the whores, boy. Kingslayer. Oakheart with me. Not bothering to give the simpleton a second glance, Jaime took off on the heels of the king with Oakheart falling into step right next to him as the trio marched through the corridors of the Red Keep towards the meeting chambers of the small council. For a man of his size, the fat fool can actually move fairly fast when he wants to, Jaime thought as he had to shift into a slight jog, his armor plates clinking against one another as he hurried to keep up with Robert. Reaching the small council chambers, Robert didn't slow in the slightest as he threw the doors open before either guard stationed outside the chamber could get to them and marched into the room. Sit your asses down, the lot of ya, no need for that shit. Robert growled as the members of the small council, almost all of whom were half out of their seats, sat back down while the king went to his customary seat at the head of the table. Well, John, I'm here. What news of the north? Taking his spot behind the king, Jaime cast a cursory glance at the members of the small council. The old fool John Aaron sat opposite the king in the place that honestly should have rightfully belonged to his father. But Jaime could honestly admit that the old fool at least knew what he was doing to a certain point. Not enough to turn Robert into even a halfway decent king, but at least enough. Then there was the king's brother, Renly, the not-so-secret sword swallower. Honestly, how the entirety of the realm didn't know that the boy preferred the company of men in his bed instead of women remained a mystery to Jaime. Sitting next to him was his father's creature, Grand Maester Pycelle. And next to the Grand Maester was the cockless wonder himself, Varys. Then across from the Maester was the flesh peddler who thought himself a great lord, Baelish. And sitting next to the whoremonger was perhaps the most out-of-place individual in the former smuggler-turned-lord-turned-small council member, Ser Davos Seaworth. But despite being so clearly out of place, the former smuggler and Stannis's personal ass-kisser was perhaps the most effective member of what passed for the small council. He took his duties as seriously as Stannis did, perhaps even more so if that was even possible. His sister had already tried to feel him out as it were, to see if he could be turned to their cause, but the fool was steadfast in his duty and loyalty to the dullest of the Baratheon brothers. Which was just confusing. The man had saved the life of Stannis, Renly, and most of what remained of the denizens of Storm's End during the rebellion when he managed to smuggle food past the Tyrells. And how did Stannis reward the man? by gifting him lordship of a backwater keep on a small plot of land and chopping off several of his fingers. If the man had performed such actions for House Lannister, his father would have probably given the man lordship of a significant keep with a harbor to put his skills to use. Just as he'd done for the Cleganes. That was how one inspired loyalty from their subjects. We received a raven from the north early this morning, written in Ned's hand. Jon Arryn started as Jaime started to drift off. Honestly, standing guard during the few meetings of the small council Robert attended was almost worse than having to stand outside his chamber as he fucked whore after whore for hours on end. Yeah, that little shit what's his face told me that, Robert growled. What did Ned have to say? Yes, I am quite interested to know as well, Lord Hand, as are we all, Baelish said in his sickly sweet voice as he looked over the seemingly never-ending book of numbers laid out before him. The Lord Hand was quite adamant that we do not begin until you were present. Because this is not something I wanted to go over twice, Jon growled, which drew a look from Jaime. If the usually calm Lord Arryn was this visibly upset to growl, then something very interesting must have happened. Over a sennight ago during the wedding feast of Lord and Lady Nox, a contingent of northern lords and assassins attempted a coup and tried to assassinate Lord Stark, his family, as well as Lord and Lady Nox. One could have heard a mouse fart as the entire room went dead silent as every member of the small council turned as one and looked at the hand of the king. As for Robert, the man had gone completely white. Ned, he lives, as does the sorcerer, Jon said quickly, making Robert sag in relief. However, there were casualties. Lord Karstark, Lord Serwyn, Lord Yohn Royce's eldest son Andor, Winterfell's steward Vayn Poole, Ned's youngest son Rickon Stark and Lady Catelyn Stark all fell victim to the assassin's blades. The sound of a quill breaking was the only noise in the chamber. Cat, Baelish breathed, a broken quill in his hand. I'm afraid so, Petter, Jon nodded solemnly. I know you were close with her and Lisa when you were all children. And I was hoping that you might be able to comfort Lisa when she learns of her fucking hells. Robert bellowed as he slammed his fists down upon the table with enough force to crack the table's surface before getting up and throwing his chair clear across the room. Who the fuck did th? Robert, sit down and conduct yourself accordingly. Jon Arryn shouted, rising to his feet and motioning off the two guards who'd barged into the small council chambers with their swords partially drawn. Back to your posts, both of you, and get the king a new chair. Robert, you will take a breath and calm yourself. Calming down did not necessarily appear to be within the king's ability at the moment as the fat, now visibly furious, fool began pacing back and forth as his chair was shattered in a dozen pieces in the far corner of the room. Who the fuck was responsible, Jon? Retaking his seat, the hand of the king looked disapprovingly at the king before speaking in a calm voice. According to Ned's letter, the houses responsible are Bolton, Dustin, Ricewell, Whitehill, Stoughton, and Corbray. Specifically, Lynn Corbray. The first houses didn't surprise Jaime, not that he really cared all that much in the first place. But the last house, Corbray, was a surprise. Mostly because it was odd that a House of the Vale would bother to include themselves in a plot to overthrow the Honorable Ned Stark. But even despite the oddity of House Corbray joining in on the plot, Jaime found little to interest him outside of almost finding the situation humorous. The Honorable Ned Stark, so honorable that his own bannerman decided to launch a coup against him. Granted it failed, not that he really expected a lot from the barbarians from the north. And he was sure that the fool Stark just gave the insulting houses a slap on the wrist and sent them off to bed without dinner. I want them dead, Jon. Robert growled as the guards brought in a new chair before making a hasty retreat from the room and sealing the doors. I want their fucking heads laid out before me so that I can piss in their fucking. It's too late for that, Robert, Jon replied, cutting the king off of whatever fate he wanted for those who dared attack his beloved wolf brother. Lord Bolton, Lord Whitehill, Lord Ricewell, Lord Stout, and Lady Dustin were all executed by Ned as northern traitors. Ricewell's eldest son died in a trial by combat against Lord Stark and the other two were gelded and sent to the wall. Lord Bolton's son and heir was exiled to Essos on pain of death. The last remaining son of Lord Whitehill was sent to the wall and his daughter is now betrothed to another northern house to end the line of House Whitehill. And Corbray, he was executed by the sorcerer himself. Huh. was Jaime's idle thought, feeling surprised. Stark executed the lords and a lady then ended all their lines in the north. Didn't think he actually had it in him. The sorcerer executed Lyn Corbray. Renly questioned, scratching at the pathetic excuse for fuzz growing along his jaw. I thought in the north the one who passes the sentence swings the sword. Why didn't Lord Stark execute him? He could see Aaron's jaw tightened like he'd eaten something unsavory. Lord Stark passed his sentencing on to the sorcerer. Apparently, Lyn Corbray tried to assassinate the newly made Lady Nox. She survived the attempt. But the child she was carrying, the sorcerer's child, did not. At this, Jaime couldn't help the lifting of his brow that occurred as he tried to fathom just why anyone who attempts such an idiotic stunt. Not the killing of a mother or a babe, that happened all the time in this shitty world. But rather why one would attempt to kill the wife and child of the fucking sorcerer of all people. Well, perhaps if Corbray thought the man was dead when he made the attempt, he could understand his logic then. But outside of that, hells, it had been years since the pike, and the stories of just what the sorcerer did to the squids had to have made it up to the mountains of the Vale by now. Only a fool would be willing to attempt something against the sorcerer's family while the man was still alive. Your Grace, Pycelle coughed and stuttered. Should we not consider the possibility that this is all just a ruse by the sorcerer to cover his tracks? Surely, a man like him would not care for a child if it covered his attempt to usurp the North. After all, who knows what goes on in the mind of a man like him? And the attack came just after the sorcerer returned from Essos. Surely, such coincidences must be accounted for, Your Grace. It was a twisted logic, but as loath as he was to admit it, there was something to Pycelle's words that even had Robert stopping in his tracks for a moment. That's fucking horse shite. Pardon the language, Grace, Esser Davos grunted, glaring at Pycelle. Robert's attention turned from Pycelle to Davos. Speak. Swallowing. Davos nodded. Grace, my lords, any man who's a father can tell ye that they would never willingly put their child in harm's way and call themselves a man. The sorcerer, I met him and spoke with him at length on Dragonstone. He be a man amongst men. I saw the way he spoke and acted around the little lady Shireen. He might be many things, Grace, but he is not one who would harm a child. Let alone his own child. Dropping heavily into his seat, the king rubbed vigorously at his forehead. Does Ned believe the sorcerer had anything to do with the attack? No, the hand answered immediately. Ned was very explicit in stating that all the rebellious lords and ladies that were behind the attack have been dealt with. And he asks that we trust him to deal out justice as it is required. He's also called upon the maesters of the north to help settle inheritance of the now vacant keeps and says that he will be in conference with the lot of them for some time as they try and settle who will claim which keep. It may have been just a trick of the eye, but Jaime could have sworn that he saw Pycelle sag ever so slightly in his seat as if in relief. Spider, Robert growled, the king eyeing the eunuch out of the corner of his eye. You're the master of fucking whispers. Why the fuck didn't you know about this shit? Between your failure to find the dragon spawn in Essos and now this, I'm seriously starting to question your loyalty, Spider. The spider didn't even flinch, nor did he appear worried in the slightest. I fear my little birds are not overtly fond of the cold, nor has the suspicious nature of the Northmen made it easy for them to find a nest. And unless my birds hear a song to sing, I cannot hear plots that remain unspoken. A long-winded way of saying you had no idea what was happening. Jaime just barely managed to keep himself from scoffing. Had he been anyone else, Jaime knew that this failure would have meant his death. Hells, his father would have made him into an example that was song-worthy. But the spider, he was an expert at making it so that it was next to impossible to simply get rid of him. Don't fail me again, Robert growled, rising to his feet again. Keep an eye on the Bolton boy. If he so much as even looks at a boat heading back towards Westeros, I want him dead. And find me the fucking dragon spawn before I decide that your loyalty to the dragons didn't end with that mad fuck or his rapist son. And with that, Robert stormed out of the small council chambers, leaving Jaime and Oakheart almost running to keep up with him. Well, at least it wasn't boring. Letting his fingers trace across the surface of his father's desk, Demeric Bolton, the last son of House Bolton in the north, wondered just how things had come to this point. Well, The direction from the actions at least were not in question. His father had tried to overthrow House Stark and failed. As it was, Demeric was lucky enough to escape with his life without having to resign himself to a life at the wall. And that was only because his father purposefully left him out of the planning of this debacle. No doubt as insurance in case they failed. After all, his father was never one to put all his coins into a single hand. It was perhaps the only merciful act his father had ever truly shown him. Life with his father had never been what one would call pleasant. To be sure, he never raised his voice or his hand to Demeric, but there were expectations. Expectations of the son and heir to House Bolton. He could still remember with vivid detail the first time he watched his father flay a man alive in punishment for murder. It was a sight that would be forever ingrained into his mind. And while flaying had been outlawed by the Starks centuries ago, that didn't mean that House Bolton stopped that which they made their name upon. They were just more secretive about it. And the people of their land knew better than to speak out about what might be happening, lest they learn firsthand just how truly sharp the knives of House Bolton were. It also went to explain why there wasn't an outcry from the small folk regarding his father's execution and his banishment. If anything, the small folk around the Dreadfort were more relieved than anything. Which went to show just how truly beloved the Bolton name was in the north. Leaving what was once his father's desk, he made his way over towards a bookshelf along the wall opposite the only window in the room. Knowing exactly what to do, he reached out and grabbed a dust-covered dagger that was set upon a display and pulled it forward. An audible click sounded from behind the shelf as the locking mechanism came undone, and Demeric was able to easily swing the shelf open, revealing a corridor behind. Picking up a lit candle, he used it to ignite the torch that was hanging off the wall before setting the candle aside in favor of the torch and making his way down the short corridor. The first thing that hit him as he stepped foot into the room at the end was the smell. The stench of dried blood and the remnants of voided bowels assaulted his nose enough that he had to breathe through his mouth just to avoid gagging. The true legacy of House Bolton, Demeric thought, was he used the torch to illuminate the room his father had taken him to more than once to teach him the ways of their house. He hated this room. Hated what it represented. The past. A past which his father, and their fathers all the way back to the days of the Red Kings couldn't let go of. He could close his eyes and still name everything in the room. The squat table with dozens of sharpened knives and cutting tools. The X-shaped cross with straps for the arms and legs to hold its victim in place. A chair with short metal spikes on the seat, back, arms and legs. A device to rip an individual's fingernails off before breaking their finger bones one at a time. A cold brazier that could be heated and used to scald the flesh or heat iron prongs. Dozens of other implements that served no other purpose than to bring agony to an individual. And lest he forget, the prize of House Bolton proudly displayed on one of the walls. A tanned leather robe that had been made from the flesh of the Starks of old. Gods. He hated this room. My lord. Are you in there? You may enter. Demeric called out, still standing in the middle of House Bolton's prized room. The guard who walked was one of the older guards, one who knew not only about this room, but knew that it was forbidden to be entered or spoken of by anyone other than the head of House Bolton. Though that didn't really matter all that much anymore, considering he was the last of the trueborn Boltons. And he would soon be leaving the north forever. What news do you have of my brother? Demeric asked as he turned away from the guard and went back to examining the history of his house. He'd only recently learned of his half-brother during his time in the Vale. A brother born from his father's taking of a miller's wife, he believed. And while he hated the fact that his brother was potentially brought into this world through the product of such a vile act, he focused more on the fact that he had a brother. Something he'd always wanted to have. And after hearing of the strong relationship between Robb Stark and his bastard brother Jon Snow, he sought the same type of relationship with his own bastard brother. But judging by the defeated posture the guard wore, that was not meant to be. We went to the mill where your brother and his mother lived, my lord, the guard said, his words steady and measured. But the mill was burned, and the animals slaughtered. There were a lot of corpses, some we couldn't name because of how badly they were burned. But the ones we could were recognized as some of the men your father sent to watch over your brother. I see, Demeric said simply, saddened not by the death of his brother, but rather at losing the prospect of at least keeping a single member of his family alive. Have the culprits been found? And what did my brother do to apparently warrant such treatment? A bit of unease crept into the guard's stoic posture. It's not my place to say, my lord. Turning, Demeric leveled his gaze at the guard. He might not care for his house's infamy. But he was still a son of House Bolton and knew how to use every instrument in this room. Say it anyway. Frowning, the guard nodded. It's been said, my lord, that your bastard brother he enjoyed hunting. Particularly young girls. No one ever said anything for fear of your father. But he would return to the Dreadfort with trophies. I see, Demeric said simply as he turned his back on the guard once more. So, my brother was a true son of House Bolton, through and through. The two men remained in silence for a long stretch of time, the only sound the light clinking of metal plates against one another as the guard shifted his weight. My lord, you need not leave. The stores are well stocked, and the men are willing to stand with you. To what end? Demeric asked, turning back around and facing the guard, whose name he didn't know but whose loyalty he was beginning to appreciate. The entirety of the northern nobility stood behind Stark's decision to execute my father and to banish myself. And the small folk, well, if what you say is true, then my bastard brother and father have done nothing to ensure their loyalty beyond fear of reprisal. Fear that is no longer valid as House Bolton no longer holds any power here in the north. And if we were to hold up in the Dreadfort, Stark would round up the entirety of the north to grind us into dust. And that is if the sorcerer didn't crack the Dreadfort like a rip nut first and do it for it. No, I appreciate the thought, but I will not throw the lives of good northern men and women away just in a feeble attempt to hold on to that which I've already lost. Handing the torch off to the guard, Demeric went over to a small jug that was kept as far away from the brazier as possible. Uncorking it, he took a quick smell to verify what was within the jug before making his way around the room and sprinkling every surface he could with the oil in the jug. Once he'd made sure that every accused piece of House Bolton's history had a dousing of oil, Demeric took the torch back from the guard and calmly tossed it onto the table, igniting the oil and setting the entire room ablaze. Turning his back on the fire, Demeric walked out of the hidden room of his ancestors without a single glance back or a moment of regret. Make sure that the fire doesn't spread throughout the rest of the keep. Demeric ordered the guard as he left what was once the head of House Bolton's solar and made his way out onto the battlements of the Dreadfort. Here ends the reign of House Bolton in the north, Demeric thought with only a touch of sadness. But perhaps this truly is a good thing. This is a chance to start anew, away from the stigma of House Bolton. Just as the sorcerer said. The first, and only time, he'd talked to the sorcerer had been just before he'd left the gates of Winterfell to begin his last trek to his ancestral home before heading to the east to begin his exile. The moment the sorcerer crossed his path to prevent his leaving, Demeric was sure that his life was about to end. But instead of killing him, the man handed him a chest the size of a man's head and a purse full of gold. To help start you on your new life, the sorcerer had told him, shaking the heavy purse before tossing it to him. And as payment for your delivery of this chest to an asset of mine in Essos, find your way to Pentos and stay at any of the higher-end taverns near the dock, and my asset will find you. They will take what they need, and the rest is yours to do with as you wish. He'd taken the offer, of course, but not before asking the sorcerer just why he was entrusting him with this. To which the man merely smiled cryptically. I'm many things, Demeric. But not wasteful. Especially with someone that I see promise in. Do this one favor for me and I will ensure that you get the chance to start a new life on your own. But, should you choose to stay and aid my assets in Essos, then I will ensure that you find a way to shed the sins of your family's past and forge a new future for both yourself and your future line. Well, sorcerer, Demeric spoke his thoughts aloud, tilting his head back and relishing the feel of the cold northern air on his face. We will see just how good your word is soon enough. Sitting alone in the middle of what had once been her mother's sitting room, Sansa Stark idly pulled a needle and thread through the garment she was working on while her wonderful wolf lady laid on her feet, keeping them warm with her thick fur. Truthfully, she wasn't even sure just what it was that she was working on. But at the same time, it didn't matter. There was a comfort, a familiarity in sewing. It was relaxing. Which was so strange. She'd always had fun with sewing before, but she never took it for something that could be relaxing. But it was. And she needed this time now more than ever before. When her father had first declared that she would be the Stark in Winterfell, to sit in his seat while he and her brothers went south to deal with the treacherous maesters, she'd been overjoyed and honored. Her father trusted her enough to lead the north in his absence. Granted, Lady Nox was the new stewardess of Winterfell and would be making most of the decisions that couldn't be put off until father returned. But still, it was, by the gods old and new, it was hard to put into words just how she truly felt when her father had looked at her in the eyes and told her that he believed in her. And that excitement and honor had lasted right up to the point where she'd taken her father's seat for the first time and looked over the faces of those that had gathered and realized with a start that she had absolutely no idea what she was doing. Sure, Septa Mordane, may the gods rest her soul, had taught her some and her mother and Lady Nox even more, but as soon as she sat down and truly felt the weight of her father's seat, everything she'd been taught went right out of her mind. She could only thank the gods for Lady Nox's presence. The older woman must have seen just how nervous Sansa was as soon as she'd entered the Great Hall for the first time and had immediately taken charge and started the day's proceedings. Which, mercifully, had been few. After that first day, Sansa realized just how truly unprepared she was to take on the mantle of a lady of a noble house. And for the first time ever, Sansa cursed her lessons with Septa Mordane. She realized now the same thing her father had realized when he'd changed her education to include her mother and Lady Nox. While Septa Mordane was teaching her to be a proper lady, she was not actually teaching her how to be a ruling lady. But even with the lessons she'd received from her mother and Lady Nox, she still wasn't ready. Which was why after the first day she'd swallowed her pride and went to her knees before both Lady Nox and Lady Talisa and asked them both to help her while her father was away. The second day went much easier than the first. The jitters she'd had when she first sat down on her father's seat were still there. But now with Lady Nox on her right and Lady Talisa on her left, she felt surer of herself when dealing with the daily tasks. Neither lady said much during the actual daily proceedings, as it was up to Sansa to have the final word, but both would sit with her once the day was done and help her go over everything that had happened. On the third day, just as she was starting to get a handle on dealing with the daily tasks of running Winterfell, a new challenge presented itself to her in the form of her sister. Arya had, mercifully enough, waited for her morning duties to be concluded before roughly dragging her out to the yard. Sansa had tried to protest, but Arya had silenced her by saying that Maester Nox had given her instructions as well on how to practice her magic while he was away. Practice which she'd been neglecting ever since Lord Nox and their father and brothers left Winterfell. For nearly an hour after that, Arya properly trounced Sansa around the yard. Her sister ran her until her lungs felt as if they were on fire. Then she made her jump and walk across a pathway made of standing logs repeatedly until she could do it without slipping. Then, even though her body was begging her to stop, Arya handed her a wooden practice sword and proceeded to defeat Sansa again and again as the two sparred against one another. After being knocked down for the fourth time, Sansa came to the realization that this was her sister's revenge for all those times she'd picked on her during their lessons together. And as she laid there staring up at the sky feeling like a failure at having been bested time and time again, she realized just how she'd made her sister feel during their lessons whenever she would show Arya up in whatever task they'd been given for the day. But instead of holding it over her or mocking her, Arya, she just told Sansa what she was doing wrong, showed her how to fix it and then told her to get up and do it again. Gods! I truly was a terrible sister, Sansa thought, pausing in her needlework as she reflected upon that first day in the yard with her sister. Whenever Arya made the slightest mistake, I always threw it at her. Or blamed her for whatever problems we were having. Or, gods, I even made fun of her for things she couldn't control. Yet now when Arya has the chance to treat me exactly as I treated her, she doesn't. Instead, she's helping me. Sure, there are the snide remarks and looks. But she never treats me like I treated her no matter how badly I mess up. After that humbling experience, Sansa had vowed to herself that she would be a better sister to not only Arya, but to her brothers as well. Robb, she had always respected because he was the eldest and that was what was proper. But Bran and Jon, Bran was her younger brother and as shameful as it was to admit, she rarely spared a thought to him. And Jon was a bastard. So, it wasn't considered proper for her to pay attention to him. Now she realized just how truly naive those views were. Her mother's house words were family, duty, honor, And family came first because it was the most important. And Sansa, she had been neglecting her family. But not anymore. Ever since that day she'd made it a point to spend time with both her siblings that were still here in Winterfell with her. Luckily, both were very dedicated to following Lord Nox's lessons, so she was able to kill two birds with one stone, as the saying went. She got to spend time with her siblings and continue her lessons that Lord Nox had outlined for her. The only downside was that she had next to no time for anything else during the day. Now she truly understood just why her father would make time just to sit in the Godswoods. It was how he tried to relieve the burden of ruling and calm his mind. "Little lady," her sworn shield Osha called out as she opened the door without knocking, disturbing her brief respite. "The old learned man wants to talk with ya, says he's got some raven or some shite like that." "Thank you, Osha," Sansa sighed, setting her needlework aside. "Let him in. And next time, please remember to knock." "Why?" the former wilding asked, tilting her head. "Ya ain't got nothin' I can't see when I look down at myself. Besides, ya still got a few years before ya truly have something to look at." "Gods, Osha is an excellent sworn sword, but, by the gods, does she need some work on proper etiquette," Sansa thought to herself as she tried to fight back against the reddening of her face as she thought of Osha, or anyone for that matter, catching her while she wasn't fully clothed. The clinking of chains announced the arrival of Maester Luwin before the elder man could enter the room. "My lady," Luwin said respectfully, a small scroll held in his hand. "A raven arrived just now from Castle Rock." Castle Rock. The Lannisters. Sansa thought, taking the small raven scroll from Luwin and unfurling it. Heart thundering in her small chest, Sansa read over the message several times, trying to look for any hidden meaning or message. "Osha," she called out. "Please fetch Lady Nox if you would, I require her aid." Osha sent a quick glance towards Luwin, clearly not pleased with the idea of leaving her alone with the maester. But Sansa merely waved off her concerns with a slight move of her hand and sent her on her way. Recent events had given the people of the North reason enough to distrust the maesters, but Sansa had known Maester Luwin for as long as she could remember. He was almost a second father to her. And more than that, both her father and Lord Nox had vouched for him. And that was more than enough for her. "Thank you, my lady, for your trust in me," Maester Luwin said once Osha was out of the room, his shoulders sagging as a seemingly invisible weight settled on his shoulders. "I am not used to facing such animosity from seemingly everyone." Frowning, Sansa ran her fingers over the needlework she'd just set aside. "The people are afraid, Maester Luwin. And in their fear, they are lashing out at what they know. And what they know is that the Maester order wronged House Stark in the North greatly. Even though you were shown to have no knowledge of what had happened, you are still a Maester." Maester Luwin gave her an appraising look. "That is quite the insight to have, Lady Sansa. And a correct one as well." Sansa blushed slightly under the praise. "Lady Nox and Lady Talisa have been teaching me much since my father left. And Lord Nox gave me a few lessons before they left that were very insightful." In seemingly no time at all, the door to her sitting room opened once more as Lady Nox, trailed by her friend Jane Poole and Osha, made their way in. "Lady Sansa." Lady Nox greeted her, bowing her head respectfully. "Lady Nox, Jane," Sansa returned the greeting while ignoring the pain of guilt that rose in her chest at not having spent hardly any time with Jane since the attack. "We've received a raven from Castle Rock, and I would like your opinion." Lady Nox didn't hesitate to take the raven scroll from her and read over its contents. "Interesting," Lady Nox mumbled as she handed the letter off to Maester Luwin to read over. "Garyon Lannister is requesting permission for his daughter to either be tested and trained as a student of my husband, or to become a new handmaiden for yourself. It may be in Garyon's hand, but this has Tywin Lannister's mind behind it," Maester Luwin commented as he handed the letter back to her. "If it were any other Lannister, I would say that you would be correct," Lady Nox stated. "I've dealt with them myself over the years with Lord Stark in matters of trade. And almost all the Lannisters won't take a shit unless Tywin allows it. But Garyon, at least according to my husband, is cut of a different cloth and is perhaps the only Lannister that will stand up against Tywin. The offer, though, what do you think, Sansa? And remember, think carefully before answering." This was one of the aspects of learning under Lady Nox that infuriated her. She never gave her own opinion or gave an answer until either Sansa or Arya gave one first. And then she would either agree or disagree and point out why. She supposed it was a good thing, as it taught her and her sister how to solve problems, but still. It was just so frustrating. The Lannisters have been the wardens of the West since the time of Aegon the Conqueror, and before that they were the kings of the Westerlands, Sansa stated, calling up everything she could remember about the Lannisters. Tywin was once hand of the king to King Aerys and served faithfully for years until King Aerys delivered too many insults upon him and he left the position. Queen Cersei is his daughter. And his eldest son is on the Kingsguard. They are a powerful family and a great house. It wouldn't behoove us to deny the offer. And Lord Nox has stated in the past that he will take on anyone who shows an aptitude for his magic. But we cannot outright accept at the present time, as neither Lord Nox nor my father are currently present in the north. We should send a response saying that Garyon and his daughter are welcome to travel to Winterfell, but they will have to wait as my father and Lord Nox are currently setting the north to rights in wake of the attack on Winterfell. Excellent response. Lady Nox praised her, making Sansa swell with pride. Now, as Maester Luwin pointed out, at the very least Tywin Lannister has given his blessing to this move. And Garyon's daughter is a legitimized bastard. Now, why would Tywin agree to sending a legitimized daughter all the way up here to Winterfell? Thinking over everything she knew, Sansa was able to quickly come to the answer. The Lannisters want for little. A daughter of House Lannister is the Queen of Westeros and they are known as the wealthiest family in all the land. Yet, we have something they do not. Magic. The Lannisters want a magic user trained by Lord Nox, and Garyon's daughter might be the only one who has shown any ability. But that is just the first reason. The second, well, Joy, she is of age with myself. And I am nearing the age of betrothals. As are all my brothers and sister. He seeks a possible betrothal by sending her north and allowing her to get to know myself and my brothers and sister more. Well spotted. Lady Nox congratulated her again. You and your siblings are reaching the age where offers of marriage will start to come in. The lords and ladies of the realm will be looking to leverage any advantage they can to make it so that your father, Lord Stark, will be more inclined to accept their offer over others. Sending Joy here to Winterfell, while I doubt the girl herself will be knowledgeable of Lord Tywin's long-term plans, is a step towards making it so that Lord Stark will accept a betrothal with the Westerlands. With whom I don't know, but that is more than likely his goal. But as you said, we cannot simply refuse such a simplistic request from the Lannisters, especially as my husband has made it clear that he will teach anyone who is force-sensitive. So, for now, we will send your initial response that your father and my husband are currently setting the north to rights and dealing with the traitors and cannot currently receive visitors, but that they are welcome to come north and be tested after their return. But we'll have to word it very carefully. Lord Tywin can supposedly get insulted if a man's shadow crosses his path. If he were being honest, Benjen had been expecting the attack to come as soon as they stepped foot off Umber lands and into the new gift. But instead, they were able to cover nearly a quarter the distance towards Oldtown before the attack came. The attackers were well organized, hiding within a tree line just off the King's Road and launching their attack as they passed them by. But unfortunately for the attackers, the move had been expected. And as such, Benjen was not simply traveling alone with his prisoners and the few volunteers he had for the night's watch. No, he was traveling with a contingent of men from House Stark, House Umber, House Mormont and a group of more experienced Wolf Rangers. The attack had been short and brutal. Despite having the element of surprise, the ambushers were severely outnumbered and outclassed in just about every possible way. And while none of those who ambushed them were wearing any identifying markings, it wasn't difficult to tell that these men were some of the last few that held out some loyalty to the houses that had attempted a coup just a moon's turn ago, considering they all but ignored the two prisoner carriages that were transporting the various sellswords and assassins and instead focused on the carriage that housed the last remnants of House Ricewell and House Whitehill. Surveying the dozens of corpses now littering the ground while working on cleaning the blood off his sword, Benjen once again cursed the folly of the noble's ambitions. There were times, quite a few times in fact, that he truly did regret abandoning Ned and joining the Night's Watch. But then there were times like these when he was reminded of the true nature and cost of the highborn ambitions. And it was times like these that he did not regret his decision to leave it all behind. Life might be hard at the Wall, but it was also simplistic. First Ranger. Turning, Benjen let the bloodied cloth drop from his hands and faced one of the few volunteers from this batch, Esser Waymar Royce. The man's willingness to volunteer for the watch was commendable, especially now considering he'd lost a brother during the attempted coup on Winterfell. Esser Waymar, Benjen stated, sheathing his sword. Get the bodies stripped of anything that might be useful and then get a handful of the prisoners out of their cages and have them dig a mass grave for the dead. Once we're done, we'll be marching north for a few more hours before making camp for the night. Waymar did not look particularly pleased at the order, and truthfully Benjen didn't blame the man. Before he joined the Night's Watch, he wouldn't have been pleased with robbing the dead and leaving them in an unmarked grave. But time in the watch quickly stripped him of those thoughts. He'd more than once used his fallen brother's cloaks and weapons when he was ranging. Hells, there were even times he'd taken wildlings' furs to keep himself warm. The dead had no need for clothes or weapons. And if a dead man's boots or cloak could keep you warm at night, or if their weapons could keep you safe from the hundreds of things looking to kill you north of the wall, then you took them. And worried about the consequences later. As you say, First Ranger, Waymar nodded before marching off quickly to see that his orders were followed. It had taken longer than he'd hoped, but they finally managed to strip the dead of anything useful and bury them by the time the sun was nearing the horizon. And by the time the sun was just about to dip below the horizon, they managed to reach the frequently used campsite of the Night's Watch whenever they were bringing new recruits to the wall. The campsite was situated atop a hill that overlooked a ravine. The place might not have a name outside of the gift, but everyone in the watch knew of this place. Coward's Fall, they called it. Because near the site was a sheer cliff that led down perhaps several hundred feet into the ravine. And at the bottom of the drop was a collection of trees and razor-sharp rocks that had been stained with the blood of countless individuals who decided at the last moment that death was preferable to a life in the watch. Hence the name, Coward's Fall. Though the place did serve a secondary purpose, one again unknown to any outside the watch and one that was used only in the very rarest of instances. And it was for this purpose that Benjen had decided to make camp this night. Once the fires were lit for the night, Benjen shared a quick glance with each of his fellow sworn black brothers, each of whom gave him a nod of understanding as they silently agreed with his decision. Taking a breath, Benjen made his way between the fire and the 3 barred wagons that carried the newest recruits for the watch. The same men who had just a moon's turn ago had tried to end the life of his brother, his good sister and his nephews and nieces. One of the wagons was full of the sons of House Ricewell and the last remaining son of House Whitehill along with a few men of said houses and House Bolton and Dustin. While the other 2 wagons held the various sellswords and assassins that had been motivated by coin. In a few days' time, we will reach Castle Black, Benjen began, reciting the same speech he always gave to the recruits heading to the watch. Once we reach Castle Black, whoever you were or whatever crimes you might have committed will no longer matter. You will be brothers of the Night's Watch. And that is all you'll be. That's right, Stark, one of the men from the wagon containing the Norther prisoners chuckled. Pretty soon we'll be breaking bread together. Perhaps us real men of the North will tell you of the fun time we had in Winterfell. Consequences Part 2. A few of the other prisoners laughed at the jibe, but Benjen kept himself completely devoid as he pressed on. Every man of the watch is needed. Especially with what is potentially coming our way. Which is why it is a shame that I will have to report to Lord Commander Mormont that so many of you died trying to escape during the ambush. With a stiff nod, the few sworn black brothers that had accompanied him removed the logs from behind the wheels of the wagon holding the northern prisoners before grabbing the tongue of said wagon. What are you doing, Stark? One of the Ricewell lads shouted as the wagon began to rock back and forth. What nonsense is th? I told you. It's a shame that so many of you died while trying to escape. We really could have used more men on the wall. Benjen reiterated as the wagon started inching backwards as the men of the watch let go of the tongue. Several of the prisoners finally realized what was happening as they frantically began pulling at the bars of the wagon trying to escape. You can't do this. Another of the men shouted as the wagon continued to roll backwards on its own. We took the black. You're a member of the black. You can't do this. You decided to take the black, but none of you are black brothers yet, Benjen stated flatly as he walked with the wagon as it slowly approached the edge. And, yes, I am a man of the Night's Watch and the First Ranger to boot. But before that, I was a man of House Stark. And while I might have given up my name, I still carry the blood of the wolf in my veins. The same blood that you lot tried to end. Stopping a fair distance from the edge of the cliff, Benjen watched stoically as the barred wagon holding the northern prisoners rolled off the edge and disappeared into the darkness. The sound of the men inside screaming cutting through the darkness before they all stopped in an instant as the wagon reached the jagged rocks below. Not even bothering to glance over the cliff, Benjen turned heel and made his way back to the small campsite. His fellow black brothers were not fazed in the slightest by the display, and the same went for those few men of the north that had decided to help escort the prisoners from Winterfell. Waymar Royce didn't seem pleased with what he'd just witnessed, but he wisely didn't voice his objection. The remaining prisoners, though, they were all clearly scared shitless. Is there anything else I should know before we continue on to Castle Black? Benjen questioned, facing the remaining prisoners, all of whom were staring at him with fear in their eyes. Wisely, none of the remaining prisoners spoke up. I didn't think so. Get some rest, all of you. There's still a good 35 leagues to go until we reach Castle Black and your new lives amongst the watch. Sitting at his customary spot amongst the other archmaesters of the citadel that composed the upper echelons of the Order of the Guiding Hand, Archmaester Ebros folded his hands underneath his chin as he waited for his fellow archmaester and brothers in the order to filter into their meeting chambers and went to take their seats. Ryam, Castos, Agravain, Sondu. Where is Benedict? Why is Benedict not here? He asked, more than slightly testy as the latest news he'd received had put him in a sour mood. I believe he said that Archmaester Marwin had something he wished to discuss with him earlier today, Archmaester Ryam answered, taking his seat. Though what our charlatan mage has to talk with a true man of knowledge and science I will never know. Do not underestimate Marwin, Castos shot back as he took his own seat directly across from Ryam. He may be mad for his preference in study, but he is still a man who has more than earned his title as Archmaester of the Citadel. And while you might not agree with him, he is far smarter than you give him credit for, Ryam. Enough, Ebros sighed, not in the mood to talk about the resident thorn in their side that was Marwin. Marwin is a topic that shall be discussed later. For now, we have a far more pressing issue to discuss. An issue with the North. His fellow archmaesters all started shifting uncomfortably in their seats. So, it has been confirmed then? Agravain asked tentatively. Yes, Ebros nodded, feeling more than slightly angry at the years of planning and a mountain of coin that had been wasted on the incompetence of the northern lords they'd chosen to carry out their plans. We've received ravens from Luwin and several of our brothers in the order that are scattered throughout the north. The plan was a complete failure. Stark, his children, and the sorcerer still live. The only casualties were a couple of inconsequential lords, Lady Stark, and the youngest wolf pup. At the end of the table, Sondu scoffed and shook his head. I suppose we shouldn't have expected any sort of competence from the northern barbarians. It wasn't incompetence that led to their failure, Sondu, Ebros countered as he narrowed his eyes at his fellow archmaester. The fault is ours for underestimating the sorcerer's capabilities. According to the account from Maester Luwin, the sorcerer did indeed ingest the poison that we sent to the north. However, the sorcerer was able to overcome the poison without any antidote. That's impossible, Ryam nearly shouted, his eyes wide. I made that concoction myself. It had to be transported within several containers because just a simple drop on the skin was enough to cause a violent reaction. No one is doubting or blaming you, Ryam, Ebros replied, trying to soothe the man's clearly bruised ego. I doubt anyone save this sorcerer could have survived the poisoning. And how he survived it, it only goes to prove just how dangerous he is and necessary our goal of removing him is. His necessary removal is not in question, Ebros, Castos said, leaning forward and resting his chin on his fingers. The question is, how are we supposed to go about it? This plan took years to enact. And now that it has failed, the wolves and the sorcerer will be much more cautious for some time. Then we will bide our time, Ebros tried to placate the man. And use this time to develop a new strategy for his removal and the replacement of the Starks. There was perhaps hope for the younger generation of wolves to be shown the correct path. But from everything we've heard, all the pups have the same affinity for magic as the sorcerer and are learning directly from him. It is unfortunate, but we will have to arrange for the complete removal of House Stark and this new House Nox. Coughing uncomfortably, a Gravane scratched at his near chest-length beard. Planning for the future is necessary, my friends, but should we not be more concerned with the here and now? It's obvious that we have underestimated the sorcerer and his abilities. Should we not consider the possibility that our involvement has been discovered? If the Northern Lords talked before Stark executed them, it could spell disaster for the Order of the Guiding Hand and the Maester Order as a whole. While the wolves are little more than barbarians, we cannot forget that the few times they have ventured south in the past significantly changed the course of the Seven Kingdoms. Aegon's alliance with the Starks and his quick ending of the founding of the Seven Kingdoms. The ending of the dance. And the fall of the Targaryens. All can be mostly accredited to the wolves venturing south of the Neck. That is a concern, yes, Ebros nodded, a twinge of fear swelling in his gut as he thought of the consequences should their actions be discovered. We all knew the risks of our actions when we became a part of this order. And while it would be prudent of us to cease all machations in the north for some time, I do not believe we need to fear retribution from the wolves. We kept ourselves out of this as much as possible, working through proxies of proxies and leaving no trace of our involvement. And we all know of the current Lord Stark's inability and unwillingness to be tactful. Had he known of our involvement, then he would have sent word immediately to King Robert, and the fat oaf can't keep his temper or mouth shut to save his life. No, I believe that we are in the clear for now. And while we must lay low in the north, there is still opportunity to be had. Stark has called for the stewards and maesters of the now empty keeps to establish new ownership. We can use this to influence the ownership of several prominent locations in the north and begin planting the seeds for the removal of magic in the north. So, let us begin discussing who would be best to take over ownership of the Dreadfort, Barrow Town, and the Riles. Obviously, they will be from the north, but there are still a few amongst the lower nobility in the north that are at least enlightened enough to abhor. The doors to their chambers opened, cutting Ebros off mid-word as he rose to his feet to greet their late member. Benedict, I trust that there were no problems. Ebros's words trailed off. The man who entered was wearing the garb of a maester with a chain around his neck long enough to make him an archmaester, but it was certainly not Benedict. Marwin, Ebros greeted their estranged fellow archmaester while his eye quickly did a quick look at the table to make sure there was nothing out that Marwin shouldn't see. It wasn't that Ebros didn't trust the man, he was a fellow maester after all. But he was not a member of the Guiding Hand. And given his love of the arcane, he would never be a member of their prestigious order. Ebros, Marwin returned cordially before meeting the eye of each of their fellow archmaesters, Ryam, Castos, Agravain, Sondu. Forgive me, I wasn't aware that there was a meeting of the archmaesters today, otherwise I would have arrived sooner. Nothing to forgive, Marwin, Ebros replied, smiling at the archmaester while wondering just why the man was here considering he usually cared little for gatherings of archmaesters. This is no formal gathering. We were just discussing what happened in the north. Yes, horrible business that, Marwin nodded sadly, remaining in the doorway and folded his hands behind his back. But I suppose that it is no worse than what I am about to do now. The doors crashed open with enough force to rebound off the adjacent walls as a figure was thrown into the room. Jumping to his feet, Ebros stared down in horror at the broken and bloodied form of Archmaester Benedict that was now lying next to Marwin's feet. Opening his mouth, Ebros made to demand an explanation from Marwin, but the words died on his lips as he saw several more figures, none of whom were maesters or acolytes, barged into the room with weapons drawn. And within the space of a few heartbeats, Ebros found himself with his back pressed firmly against the far wall from the entrance with a dagger poised at his throat. Careful now, the man holding the dagger to his throat smiled. It'd be a shame to stain those pretty chains of yours with blood. Marwin, Ebros cried out, doing all he could to try and put some distance between himself and the blade at his throat. Or at least doing all he could not to give the one holding said dagger a reason to push it closer. What is the meaning of this? Instead of answering though, Marwin merely kept his hands behind his back and started a slow walk around the room as several of Marwin's acolytes filed into the room behind the armed men that he now recognized as a bunch of sellswords. His fear of what was happening spiked further as Marwin came to a seemingly random stop before one of the many bookshelves in the room. I pull here, right? Marwin asked, pointing towards a copper bust that was on one of the shelves. No, Ebros panicked. He can't know about that. But to his ever-increasing horror, Marwin, with an almost dramatic slowness, pulled the copper bust down. A loud click sounded out from behind the shelf as the locking mechanism gave away and the shelf began to move forward of its own accord. With the hidden room now revealed for all to see, Marwin made his way past the bookshelf and into the now open room. Sellsword, Ebros swallowed. Bronn. What? Ebros blinked. My name is Bronn, not Sellsword, the now identified Sellsword said, pressing his dagger just the slightest bit harder against the thin skin of his neck. Bronn, Ebros said, swallowing while trying not to cut himself on the dagger's edge against his throat. I don't know what Marwin told you or what he's paying you, but we will double it. The sellsword cocked his head to the side as if he were considering the offer, which gave Ebros a slight bit of hope. But as quick as the hope came, it went as the sellsword shook his head. Tempting offer. But the other old man there made a much better offer for my services beyond just coin. Mostly the fact that I wouldn't piss off a few certain individuals and might actually gain their favor. Frowning, Ebros went to ask just what the sellsword was talking about. But the question never came out as Marwin started laughing from within the order's vault. I am not sure if it is just arrogance or stupidity that led you lot to keep a record of every misdeed you've ever performed. Marwin chuckled, pulling a book down from one of the shelves within the room. Gods, you've even kept them not only in chronological order, but you've also kept them separated out by region. Well, this will make our work much easier. Alaraz, get our acolytes to start sorting these out. Start with the acts pertaining to the North and House Hightower first, as we will need those sooner rather than later. Bronn, take these ones down to the quarantine chambers in the bowels of the citadel. Wait, Ebros shouted as the dagger left his throat and the sellsword roughly grabbed his arm. Tell us what this is about, Marwin. You owe us that much. The look in Marwin's eyes was downright murderous as the mage of the citadel approached him. You really don't know. Well, let me spell it out for you then. The wolves know, Ebros. As does the sorcerer. And they are coming. Ebros could feel the blood draining from his face as his heart raced in his chest. No. It isn't possible. They couldn't know. I don't know what you are. Cut the horse shit, Ebros, Marwin growled angrily. You and your little order of the guiding hand here, yes I know all about you lot, have pretty much guaranteed the destruction of the Maester Order. I'm merely doing what I can to try and save as many as I can before the wolves and the sorcerer arrive here in Oldtown thirsty for the blood of us maesters. Get them out of my sight and ensure no accidents can befall them while they are in the quarantine cells. The last thing we want is for our offerings to appease the wolves to be dead well before they arrive. Ebros could hear pleading coming from his fellow archmaesters, but he couldn't form the words to plead for his life. Even as the sellsword roughly pulled him from the room while Marwin and his acolytes began rummaging through the order's achievements. All he could think about was what horrible fate awaited him if Marwin truly was speaking the truth. He was floating. Where he was or how he'd gotten to here he didn't know. But he felt weightless, like he was floating in the hot springs of the Godswood in Winterfell. But as he reveled in the sereneness around him, he felt a pull, a tug at his navel that sent him spiraling in a direction though he did not know where. But as soon as it came, it stopped. And he found himself in a room so dark that he could not discern anything around him. Who are you? Jumping. At the voice, Jon spun, his hand dropping to his waist ready to grab his lightsaber to combat whatever threat was before him, and found himself staring into a pair of striking violet eyes on a beautiful face framed by silver gold hair. While her name was unknown to him, Jon knew who she was. It was the young woman he'd run into in Volantis nearly 6 moons ago. And the same girl he'd been having these strange dreams or visions about ever since they departed from Valyria. As for herself, the young woman immediately backpedaled away from him before seeming to trip over something that Jon couldn't see and fall onto her back, her violet eyes staring up at him in fear as her breathing quickened. I'm sorry, Jon stammered, forcing himself to relax and trying to make himself appear unthreatening as he held his hands out to his sides, well away from his waist. I didn't mean to scare you. I wasn't expecting to actually, well, this I guess. The young girl swallowed and slowly got to her feet, all the while making sure to keep a distance from him. A distance that Jon did nothing to change as he held his ground to ease her concerns. Who are you? She asked, her violet eyes seeming to flicker around the darkened room as if looking for something. How did you enter my room? Blinking, Jon looked around the room and saw only darkness. I'm not really sure, he answered awkwardly, scratching the back of his head. The last memory he had was falling asleep in his cabin on board a ship heading south. I don't think I'm actually here. Well, I am, but not in the way you are thinking, or. I doubt this is making any sense, is it? The girl shook her head. No, it doesn't. How can you not be here, when you are clearly in my room? Still not sure just how to answer her, Jon thought of something. If you're comfortable, my lady, I think I might be able to show you what I mean. Though it might just raise more questions rather than answers. He said, waiting for her sharp nod before holding out his hand. Touch my hand. The girl looked at him like he'd grown a second head, but despite her mistrust, she slowly inched towards him with her arm outstretched. Once they were close enough, she tapped her fingers down upon his hand, and her eyes widened as instead of hitting flesh, they passed right through. How? She breathed, taking a single step closer to him as she repeatedly tried to touch his hand, only to have her own hand pass through where his hand should be. How is this? How can this be? The Force, or magic, I guess you could say. But honestly, I don't really know. I think my master might know what's going on, but even he didn't seem all that sure, Jon answered as he allowed the girl to continue trying to poke his hand and arm. Your master, she said, stopping her prodding and looking up at him sharply, a sudden fear and sadness entering her violet eyes. Are you a slave? What? Jon blinked, her question catching him off guard. A slave? No. Gods no. Why would you? Oh. The master thing. Well, he isn't my master like you're thinking. He's more like my mentor or instructor, I guess you could say. Oh. The girl nodded in understanding before narrowing her eyes as she truly looked, at him. I've seen you before. I've seen your face and I swear I know you. At this, Jon coughed uncomfortably. We've never been introduced, my lady, but we have met. Or rather, ran into one another literally. In Volantis. The girl's brow furrowed in thought before her eyes widened in recognition. You're that boy I ran into on the street in Volantis. That's me, Jon smiled, glad that she at least remembered him. My name is Jon, my lady. He'd been tempted to tell her his true name, though just why. That was he didn't know. But for now, it was far safer to live as Jon Snow than it was as Jaehaerys Targaryen. He'd also half expect her to pull back at his bastard name. Or perhaps she wouldn't know the Westeros names for bastards, or perhaps she just wouldn't care. Either way, just naming himself as Jon would be a good place to start. I'm Dany. He waited for her to continue, but it appeared that she was content to simply leave it at that. Not that I have much room to complain. I didn't give her my real name or even the full name Lord Stark gave me to hide me as a babe. It's a pleasure to finally meet you correctly, my lady Dany. Jon greeted her, bowing slightly at the waist. It's nice to meet you as well, Jon. Dany smiled back at him, a radiant smile that seemed to light up the darkness around them. I don't suppose you could tell me just how this is happening. Or rather what your master thinks this might be. I don't know, to be honest, Jon sighed, wishing that he had an answer for her. I told my master about, well, seeing you before. And he said he could think of a few things it could be but couldn't say for certain at the time. He wanted me to try and talk to you should we meet again like this, said it would help him figure out what was going on. I think I can safely say that we can talk to one another now. Yes, I believe it is safe to say that we can talk to one another, Dany chuckled, raising the back of her hand to her mouth to cover her amusement. If you don't mind my asking, just who is this master of yours? Not at all, Jon replied, liking the way she smiled and wanting to see more of it. My master is. What the? The darkness and Dany swirled in a wash of colors and disappeared as Jon felt something rough and wet attack his face while something poked him in the shoulder. Shaking his head, Jon found himself once more in the cabin he shared with Robb, Theon, and Sam. The wetness was easily identifiable as Ghost, who was laying on his chest and in the process of cleaning his face with long strokes of his tongue. Gah, Ghost, get off me boy. I'm awake. Pushing Ghost off him, Jon rolled onto his side and found the one who'd been poking him. Sorry about that, Jon, Sam apologized nervously. But, you were muttering in your sleep and wouldn't wake when I tried to wake you. So, I started poking you and, it's fine, Sam, Jon sighed. It was a lie of course, but there was no reason to make Sam any more uneasy than he already was. And he also knew that Sam wouldn't have bothered trying to wake him unless something had happened, and he was told to come and get him. What's going on? Oh, right, why I woke you. Sorry about that, Sam replied, scratching at the back of his head. Well, thing is we've reached the Whispering Sound and are turning northwards towards the citadel. Lord Stark and Lord Nox told me to come and wake you because we should be arriving within a few hours or so. The Whispering Sound? Jon questioned, throwing off the thin blanket he'd been using and swinging his legs over the edge of his bed before rubbing at his eyes as he tried to acclimate being awake. Right, the bay that leads up directly to Oldtown and the citadel. That's right, Sam nodded before looking down at Jon and quickly turning his back. Right, I'll leave you to get ready then. Watching Sam bolt out of the room, Jon was left wondering why his friend had made such a hasty retreat until he looked down and saw the reason why. He was in nothing more than his small clothes. Damn heat, he cursed, getting up out of his bed and scrounging around the small cabin looking for his pants and a light shirt to wear. At least I'm somewhat used to it though. Poor Robb, this is his first time out of the north and he is not taking to the heat all that well at all. I swear he has to change his shirt twice to 3 times a day just from the sweat. Too bad we're not heading to Dorne on this trip. I'd love to see how my brother handles that heat. The thought of heading to Dorne once more, even if it was just a passing thought, was enough to conjure a face in Jon's sight. An olive-skinned face with dark eyes and frame with dark curling hair. Damn it, Jon cursed, feeling his body reacting to just the mere thought of the Princess of Dorne. Not fucking now. Think. Snow. No. Cold water. Yes, that's it. Nothing but cold water. Cold water that would prickle her skin and raise her shit. Not helping. Shaking his head, Jon sat down on his bed and closed his eyes and tried to enter a light meditation as he tried desperately to banish the rather impure thoughts that were racing through his mind about the princess. Thoughts that she had certainly encouraged with her actions and words during his brief stay at Sunspear. Shit. This isn't working either, Jon cursed, realizing he was losing the battle of control. I need to get out of here. Find something to do to distract me and fast. Getting up, Jon quickly made his way out of the small cabin, doing what he could to arrange himself so that it wouldn't be obvious he was having a slight problem. Emerging onto the ship's main deck, Jon took a moment to lean his head back and take in the sun before giving himself a shake and looking around the deck. Truth be told, there wasn't much to do at sea for the most part. Well, there was, but only really for the sailors and not those who were just along for the ride. Robb was standing with their father near the bow of the ship having what seemed like a deep conversation that the sailors were obviously trying to stay clear of to give the two some privacy. Theon was standing at the helm of the ship, one hand resting on the wheel and a more than pleased expression on his face. While Jon might not always get along with the ward from the Iron Islands, though lately their relationship had improved, there was no denying that Theon was indeed at home on the sea and an impressive sailor in his own right. Walking over to the port side railing, Jon watched as the land of the Reach passed them by as they grew closer to the large mouth of the Honeywine River that would take them inland towards Oldtown and the citadel. Soon enough, they would be arriving at the citadel. And the North would be reminding once again of what happens when the wolves are given reason to come south. High above the bustling streets of Oldtown within the confines of the Hightower Leyden Hightower. Lord of the Hightower, the old man of Oldtown, Lord of the Port, defender of the citadel and beacon of the south stared southwards down the Whispering Sound while behind him his eldest daughter Melora pored over tome after tome searching for any scrap of information the two could find about the arcane arts. To many of his peers amongst the nobility, his fascination with the arcane was something to scoff at or chuckle uncomfortably. To the faith, his fascination was bordering on heresy according to the Seven. But he did not care for ever-changing whims of his peers or the fear-mongering of the more devout amongst the faith's ranks. He was an old man, a very old man according to many. He had more children than most and grandchildren. Soon he would even have great-grandchildren. He'd long since passed the time where he cared to play the great game. Now he only cared about that which interested him. A fact which he found solace in considering the most recent topic of discussion across Westeros. The news from the north had completely blindsided almost everyone in Westeros. It wasn't the fact that someone had dared to stage a coup to replace a great house. Nor was it the fact that the perpetrators had broken guest rights, though that did play a small part. No. What truly surprised everyone was that someone would dare to try and move against House Stark during what could be considered the height of their power. The current Lord Stark was a brother in all but blood to the King of Westeros and was a foster son to the current hand of the king. And if that wasn't influence enough, the North had started prospering under his reign unlike ever before. And, most notably, Stark had the only recognized true magician in all of Westeros sworn to his banner. Why anyone, let alone one of Stark's own bannermen, would try and move against the Starks was a mystery that honestly baffled everyone. The easiest answer was simply for power. But it had to be more than that. The rivalry between the ancient kings of Winter and the Red Kings was perhaps the oldest and bloodiest rivalry in all of Westeros. But descendants of the Red Kings had been idle for centuries. And there would have been plenty of times for them to act. The latest of which would have been during the rebellion against the Targaryens. Had the Boltons switched sides and brought the North back to the dragons, they would have been immediately awarded with wardenship of the North. But they had not. Which again raised the question, why act now? What was there to gain from this? And why did they think that their plan would work? Even if they had succeeded in ending the Stark line and the Sorcerer, King Robert would have been out for blood. And he wouldn't have stopped until everyone responsible for ending the wolves was dead. I suppose their motivations don't really matter now, Leighton thought, fiddling with his short-cut beard. The Boltons and their allies are dead, exiled, or on their way to the Wall. And the only thing of true note that they managed to accomplish was to kill the current Lady Stark and one of Stark's pups along with a few other lords and ladies. Though, that isn't necessarily true. They did manage to do one other thing, though I doubt it was their intention. And that was to reaffirm Lord Stark's and Lord Nox's reputations throughout the land. While it was true that both men had suffered loss during the attempted coup, both had come out at the end with reputations that would make even Tywin Lannister envious. Stark was now seen as not only one of, if not the, most honorable men in all of Westeros. But he now had a reputation for doing what needed to be done even if it got his hands bloodied. The way that he executed the lords and even a lady, it wasn't the most gruesome or inventive execution he'd ever heard of. But it was still quite the statement. And Lord Nox, by the seven. If the rumors about what and how he executed, or rather imprisoned, Lyn Corbray were true then, well, he wasn't even quite sure just what to think then. Only that the Sorcerer was holding back on them all and they had yet to truly see just what the man could do. Though considering the word was that Lyn Corbray had run the newly made Lady Nox through with his sword and ended up killing the babe in her womb, Leighton felt that the punishment fit the crime. If anyone were to harm any of his children, he would make sure that their end was a memorable one. And outside of the tale traveling through simple word of mouth wasn't enough, apparently the bards across the land were all scrambling to try and create the next reigns of Castamere. I doubt those fools could have imagined a larger failure on their part, he thought, thinking of the lords and ladies that tried to revolt against the Starks. They not only failed to end the line of the wolves and the Sorcerer. And in the end, they only made the Starks and the Sorcerer seem that much more impressive. For not the first time, he truly cursed his daughter and her actions that led to him losing his only connection to the North. When he'd first heard of the Sorcerer after the Greyjoy Rebellion, he, like every other noble in the land, immediately started to try and find a way to get a set of eyes and ears in the North to learn everything they could about the man. And as if it were a gift from the Seven, an opportunity was presented at the very next tourney hosted by the king after the failed rebellion when Jorah Mormont managed to win the joust and asked for his daughter's hand in marriage. Part of him knew that the marriage would lead to disaster. His daughter was, to put it bluntly, a spoiled child who had never truly faced any hardships. And while the Mormonts were a family of note across Westeros, they were also recognized as perhaps one of the poorest of the nobility in the realm who were consistently fighting off raid after raid of pirates and wildlings. But in the end, he'd been convinced to go along with the marriage. Jorah had proven himself on the field of battle and was an epitome of courtesy every time they spoke. His daughter was at least infatuated with the man from the North, so there would be no problems there. While there was a fair bit of distance between Winterfell and Bear Island, the Mormonts were considered one of Stark's principal bannermen. He also would get his set of eyes and ears in the north perhaps before anyone else. So, with no small amount of trepidation, he gave his blessing. Unfortunately, it all fell through rather quickly. His daughter, who'd grown up in the comforts of Oldtown, was nowhere near prepared for the harsh reality that was northern life. Within a few moons of their marriage, she was writing home constantly complaining about one thing after another. He tried to focus her, turn her into a proper lady, but his attempts failed. Within a few years, the union between his daughter and Jorah had gone sour as the Lord of Bear Island spent nearly every coin his house had trying to keep his wife happy. And then the day inevitably came when he could not provide her with what she wanted, and he had to resort to selling poachers into slavery to make some coin to please her. Of course, Stark found out nearly immediately and called upon Jorah to answer for his crimes. But instead of manning up, the Lord of Bear Island fled Westeros with Ladon's daughter, and the two had not been seen or heard of for moons. Members of his family blamed the North for forcing Linus to flee Westeros in disgrace. And many in the North blamed House Hightower for the dishonoring and bankrupting of House Mormont through his daughter's actions. And while there was validity to both arguments, the truth of the matter laid in the middle. Both his daughter and the foolish Jorah were at fault. And now he was stuck with trying to figure out a way to salvage relations with the North. If for no other reason than to once again try and gain access to the northern sorcerer. "My lord," a servant called out as a knock sounded on his door. "You have a message from Maester Marwin of the citadel, my lord." "Enter," Ladon said, not bothering to turn around as the servant quickly entered and gave him the message before scurrying back out of the room. Unfurling the message, Ladon carefully read over the words of perhaps the one other man in this city that shared the same passion for the arcane as he did. "My lord, I regret to inform you of a grave injustice committed by a group of my fellow archmaesters. A plot has been hatched, one that you no doubt have heard about. And I am ashamed to admit it. It has come to my attention that the true minds behind the plot reside here in the citadel. A fact which is known to those who have been wronged. And they are coming to see that justice is meted out. I implore you, my lord, to come to the docks with all haste and meet with those who are coming to seek justice. While I know that this will end in bloodshed, my lord, my hope is that with your presence we will be able to minimize the life that will be lost to only those who truly deserve it. Your faithful servant, Archmaester Marwin." What does he mean by this? Ladon thought, lowering the letter as his gaze shifted towards the citadel. A plot has been hatched by the citadel. And it is one I know of. As much as he enjoyed the company of the Archmaester, there were times when he wished the man would cease his cryptic tongue and talk plainly. "Father?" Melora asked, nearly making him start as he'd been so lost in his thoughts that he hadn't even heard her approaching until she'd laid a hand on his shoulder. "What did the Archmaester say to put you in such a state, father?" "Just his usual cryptic tongue, daughter," Ladon sighed, handing over the letter to his daughter and letting her read it. "You understand his mind better than I, daughter. What do you make of this?" Taking the letter, Melora turned it around twice before reading it over. "It seems obvious, father," his daughter said, handing the letter back. "The maesters wronged someone greatly, and they are coming to take revenge. And Archmaester Marwin is asking for your help in not stopping the revenge from taking place, but rather in preventing unneeded bloodshed." "That much is obvious," Ladon sighed, taking the short missive back and reading it over once more, trying to see if he missed anything. "But the question is, who is coming?" His daughter's head cocked slightly to the side as she stared past him out towards the cityscape. "Perhaps them." Following her line of sight, Ladon squinted towards the south. Far south of the city, still little more than dots on the horizon, were several ships traveling up the Whispering Sound towards the city. Picking up a nearby Myrish eyeglass, a prized possession of his, though now he began to doubt just how prized it truly was with the North making similar objects, Ladon brought the cylinder up to his eye and tried to make out the ships on the horizon. They were still far away, perhaps a quarter of a day at most. But with the eyeglass he could just barely make out the blurry colors flying atop the mast of the ships. A gray wolf on a field of white, Ladon mumbled, lowering the eyeglass, "House Stark." But why? As soon as the question came, so too did an answer. A terrible answer that he hoped beyond hope was wrong. A plot has been hatched, one that you no doubt have heard about. And I am ashamed to admit it, it has come to my attention that the true minds behind the plot reside here in the citadel. A fact which is known to those who have been wronged. Those were Marwin's exact words. Could he? No, it's impossible. The maesters would not be that. Well, shit. Guards. Layden shouted, prompting the two guards of House Hightower that were constantly outside the room to rush in. I'm descending from the Hightower and heading to the port. Get an honor guard assembled to meet me at the base of the tower immediately. The two men didn't hesitate before slamming their fists to their chest and running back out of the room to see his orders done. Father, Melora called out tentatively as Layden began rushing about the room. Not now, daughter, Layden snapped at his eldest daughter as he got himself ready to head to the port. The wolves only come south when they've been given reason to do so. And it never bodes well for the south whenever they do. And now, if Marwin is indeed correct, then the maesters might as well have just given the Starks the justification they need to make the entirety of the order of the maesters just a little memory. And if Stark brought the sorcerer with him, then I fear there is little we can do to stop them. Consequences Part 3. Standing on the bow of the ship, Nox let his senses flow freely before him as the three northern vessels made their way up the Honeywine towards perhaps one of the oldest and largest cities in all of Westeros. Oldtown, Nox thought with a small amount of mirth. These primitives surely are inventive in their nomenclature. One of the oldest, largest cities in Westeros, perhaps the world. Let's call it Oldtown. Name aside, however, Nox could admit that the city itself was indeed impressive for a primitive world such as this. Oldtown was a city divided by the Honeywine, yet at the same time it managed to seemingly remain one city. The banks of the Honeywine were lined with docks and buildings with hundreds of people milling about their daily lives. And scattered within the river itself were dozens of small isles that had also been turned into one building or another. There was even one such isle that was only large enough to house a single structure, and lo and behold, someone had decided to build what he sensed was an inn of sorts. But what truly surprised him was the smell. There was very little stench that he would have expected in such a large city given this world's current age. In fact, the air smelled almost flowery. No doubt either the artisans and flower merchants of the city were obscenely numerous, or whoever oversaw the cisterns and sewers took their job extremely seriously. And standing tall above everything on an isle all to itself was the impressive Hightower, the seat of House Hightower. The tower, or more accurately an oversized lighthouse, was a structural marvel. It easily stretched well over 700 feet into the air if he had to guess, easily classifying itself as a skyscraper amongst any civilization under the Empire or the Republic. Just when I think I have seen all I can of the capabilities of the people of this land, they keep finding new ways of impressing me with their engineering prowess. Nox thought as he carefully felt out the Hightower. But as interesting as the massive lighthouse was, Nox quickly set it aside as he felt a peculiar disturbance in the force. A disturbance emanating from the northern portion of the city. A part of the city that he knew held the citadel. Interesting. There appears to be at least one force sensitive in the citadel. Though, they are either incredibly ill-trained or too young to have received proper instruction. Either way, given the maesters' apparent feelings on anything they cannot rationally explain, this individual's presence is surprising. Pushing away from the bow of the ship, Nox turned his attention back to those on board with him. The men of the north were thirsty for blood. And after weeks of boredom and with their target now so close, the tension on the ship was thick enough to cut with a knife. Unfortunately, he and Ned were of two different minds on how to approach the matter. Ned wanted to approach Lord Hightower and explain their presence before going to the citadel. And while that option was prudent, it was not in line with what Nox was thinking. Nox was more inclined to go the true Sith route, which also happened to be the same mindset almost every other man and woman of the North had as well. Simply walk up to the citadel and start killing anyone who got between himself and this apparently hidden order within the maesters' ranks. Ned held firm in his belief of less violence for a time, but eventually his own desire for vengeance and the pressure he was getting from his bannermen wore him down, and he agreed with Nox's plan of storming the citadel directly. Though he had insisted that they would not start executing anyone until they had absolute proof of their misdeeds that they could present to Lord Hightower. While Nox was more than confident that he could simply sweep aside any token force the Lord Hightower could muster in retaliation for the attack on the citadel, he decided to at least humor his friend this time around and follow his lead on dealing with the maesters. And in return, Ned had promised not to get in his way of raiding the citadel for whatever lost knowledge he could find within its depths. After all, he was still the former head of the Pyramid of Ancient Knowledge of the Sith Order. And to him, while there wasn't anything better than destroying those who dared to wrong him, raiding a repository of knowledge that was fiercely guarded and coveted was a close second. Making his way towards the helm, he found Ned standing tall with Robb and Jon beside him, each with their direwolves beside them. It still amazed Nox slightly just how seamlessly the Starks were able to bond with the wild beasts. Granted, bonding with an animal was something even a novice Force user could do with ease. But in this case, the bond seemed to form with little force or action required. And the effects of the Force on the wolves was already starting to become noticeable. Winter, Ned's direwolf, was nearly the size of a pony when they'd first come across her months ago in the north. Now, her lean frame had filled out slightly as she had grown several inches, making her bigger than the average pony, though still not as large as a horse. While the changes in the mother wolf might not necessarily be too noticeable, the changes in the wolf pups were very apparent. Despite being only a few months old at best, both Greywind and Ghost look at least a year old if not more. And both had started to mimic their bondmates' personalities to a degree. It was a fascinating phenomenon. And one that made him want to investigate the skin changing that was said to still be alive and well north of the wall. Taking his place next to Ned and Jon, Nox turned and faced towards the citadel as the ship they were on slowly started approaching the massive structure that stretched over both banks of the Honeywine and was interconnected with arching stone bridges. Truly, yet another marvel. There's a set of docks up ahead, Lord Stark, Theon called out. The young lad had all but refused to leave the helm ever since Oldtown came in sight. No doubt the boy felt a need to prove himself, seeing as how his sister had managed to raid Valyria and come back to tell the tale. The weeping Doc, Ned responded emotionlessly. Bring us in, Theon. Theon's chest puffed out at the command from Stark as he began issuing commands of his own to the crew of the ship. Aye, Lord Stark, all right lads. Get your asses moving. Drop all sails and get ready to throw the ropes. While the others focused on getting the ship ready to dock, Nox turned his attention once more to the strange Force presence he'd sensed. The presence was closer now than before. Much closer. In fact, the presence was on the very dock they were heading towards. Focusing on the dock, Nox felt his brow raise at the tangle of emotions he felt emanating from nearly 24 or so that were present. Fear, anxiety, hope, and an unmistakable air of superiority that could only come from those born of privilege. It seems that our arrival has been expected, Ned, Nox said, pointing towards the docks. It seems at least one maester and some nobles have decided to throw us a welcoming party. Taking up the eyeglass that they had on board, a recent addition to the ever-growing portfolio of the northern glass trade, Ned stared off towards the dock. City guards, the guards of House Hightower, and Lord Hightower himself. Along with a maester, Ned counted off, lowering the eyeglass. Are they hostile? Reaching out once more, Nox made a brief pass over the lot assembled. Though he nearly did a double take as he felt something push back against his probe momentarily. Apparently not as ill-trained as I first thought. Still has a lot to learn, however. No, Nox said, answering Ned's question. Plenty of fear and anxiety. But I do not sense any open hostility coming from those waiting to receive us. Do they know why we are here? Robb asked, giving voice to the question no doubt everyone was thinking. Perhaps, Ned answered before Nox could. Either someone else figured out the actions of the maesters and had them thrown in the cells. Or, more likely, the maesters responsible learned of our impending arrival and all fled. Either way, Lord Hightower's presence here says that he is hoping to avoid as much bloodshed as possible. And unlike some, we will honor guest rights if they are given. If he could, Nox would roll his eyes at his friend. Granted, Nox had managed to loosen the stick that had been firmly jammed up Ned's ass years ago. But it was still stuck up there and held in place by the man's sense of honor. Oh, very well. Take all the fun out of it, Nox sighed dramatically. We'll do this your way, Ned. Aye. Ned nodded before sweeping his gaze around all the Northmen on board. Everyone will keep your weapons sheathed at all times. The first man of the north to bear steel without cause will find himself manning the wall the moment we step foot back in the north. The northern men were clearly not pleased with the order, especially the Greatjon and the She-Bear. But their loyalty to House Stark combined with Ned's threat of banishing them to the wall was more than enough to override their displeasure. As the ship drew ever closer to the docks, the sailors on board began tossing ropes over the side of the ship and into the waiting hands of the deckhands that quickly went about tying them off. Nox, Ned, Jon, Robb and the wolves were all moving even as the gangplank was still being lowered down onto the deck. Winter, ever the protective mother, jumped in front of Ned and with one move leapt off the ship and down onto the dock, scaring away all of the dock hands and causing more than one blade to be drawn as the she-wolf bared her fangs at anyone who dared approach her. Winter, enough. Ned's calm voice was like iron, and the wolf immediately ceased her growling and sat back on her haunches as she waited for the rest of them to disembark from the ship. Stepping off the gangplank, Ned reached and gently scratched between the wolf's ears as if she were nothing more than a house dog, rather than a pony-sized wolf who could easily rip a man's arm clean from its socket. As they approached the end of the dock, the city watch and guardsmen finally overcame their shock at seeing a supposedly mythical beast and moved quickly to place themselves between those on shore and the northern contingent. "Put your weapons away, all of you," a powerful voice ordered from behind the wall of men. Stopping next to Ned near the end of the dock, the two of them waited as two elderly men all but forced their way through the guards. The one on the left had an air of confidence and strength that spoke of years of leadership, while the other made Nox want to immediately reach for his lightsaber as he heard the telltale sound of chain links rattling against one another with each step he took. "Lord Hightower," Ned greeted the elderly man on the left with a little more than a slight lowering of his head in respect for the man's reputation. The maester was ignored. "Lord Stark," Lord Hightower greeted him in return before Nox felt his attention shift over to himself. "And you would be Lord Nox, would you not? Your reputation precedes you." Nox merely hummed before turning his attention towards the maester who was standing just behind Lord Hightower. Strangely enough, the man wasn't afraid. Yes, anxious and cautious, but not afraid. If anything, he felt excited. An odd emotion to be so dominant all things considered. But now that he was this close, there was no doubt in Nox's mind that it was this man that was giving off the strange force presence. "I take it that you are the reason that our arrival was not a surprise," Nox stated, nodding his head towards the maester. "That I am, Lord Sorcerer," the maester said, swallowing hard as he stepped up beside Lord Hightower. "I am Archmaester Marwin of the Citadel and I know why you have come. Why all of you have come. The Citadel, or rather those in charge, particularly my fellow Archmaesters, have wronged you all greatly. I am here to make amends for that wrongdoing." "Amends," the Greatjon all but shouted, rushing forward and prompting the city watch and the guards of House Hightower to all drop their hands to their hilts once more as the gigantic man raised his damaged right arm. "You fuckers did this to me. You lot made the North bleed the blood of her own. The last to willingly spill the blood of the North were fucking dragons, and look what happened to those cunts." Jon's wince was thankfully internal as his apprentice managed to keep his face stoic despite the sharp reminder of just how and why he came into being. The Archmaester, much to his credit, did not back down from the angry giant standing before him. "Let go of your weapons, now," Lord Hightower demanded, his voice and sheer aura leaving no room for argument as he addressed both his own men and the men of the North. "Lord Stark, there is clearly much that needs to be discussed. I ask you now as a lord of the realm and a man of the North, will you abide by guest rights once they are offered?" We will," Ned answered immediately, sending a look towards the Greatjon which immediately made the larger man huff and backstep so that he was once again standing behind Stark. "Good," Lord Hightower nodded. "Bring forth bread and salt. Then we will talk." A handful of servants weaved their way through the line of soldiers timidly, each carrying a tray of cut bread and small piles of salt needed to complete the guest rites. Taking a small piece, Nox added a pinch of salt and quickly ate his bread as he wanted to get on with this as quickly as possible. Feelings that were reflected in the rest of the northern contingent as they all did the same as him. "Thank you for your willingness to listen, my lords," Marwin said gratefully, a bit of his anxiety leaving him now that the guest rites had been completed. "Please, walk with me to the Citadel. There is much to discuss and none of it pleasant, I am afraid." The order of the guiding hand, Ned stated without any sense of tact, something that Nox was still working on with his friend, as they began walking down the cobbled streets of Oldtown. Who are they? The spike of anxiety returned full force in the Archmaester as he led the procession through the streets and towards the citadel. A group of fools with delusions of grandeur. They believed themselves to be the true rulers of Westeros, since before the time of the Targaryens. For centuries they have been hiding in the shadows and manipulating events within Westeros to try and create what they felt was the best future possible. I wish that I could tell you that the atrocity that was committed in Winterfell was the worst of their crimes. But that is not so. And how do you know that? Robb piped up from behind his father, his anger simmering like a low burning fire. Because, while they're very secretive and selective, even within the halls of the citadel, they were arrogant. Arrogant enough that they kept immaculate records of their members and every deed they have put into motion since their inception and even some that have not yet been planted. Marwin answered, shocking almost everyone present. They wrote down what they've done. Lord Hightower asked, completely flabbergasted at the audacity. Why? I'm afraid I know not, my lord, Marwin sighed. Arrogance. A desire to gloat. I cannot say. But for the past few days I have had acolytes that I trust, acolytes that have sworn themselves to silence, going over all of their notes and categorizing them based on which houses or people in Westeros were affected. I want to see what you have, Stark demanded with the chill of winter in his voice. Marwin nodded as if he expected as much. And we'll give you what you desire, Lord Stark. However, I fear I can only give to you that which pertains to your house or the North as a whole. Some of what we have found has been quite personal in nature. Facts and acts that could and will affect the landscape of the nobility of Westeros. And because of the maesters, oaths to observe, record, and advise only, I cannot simply give you something that would give you leverage over another house. And before you ask me again, Lord Stark, ask yourself this. Would you want all of the houses in Westeros to know of every secret that House Stark has kept over even the last few centuries? Nox immediately had to reappraise the man as his words settled in. Apparently, the man was a far better player of the game than he'd originally let on. Giving out information of sins committed against the families of Westeros was all well and good, but he also hid a thinly veiled threat in there as well if you knew what to look for. He said point blank that some of the information in the notes left by the Order of the Guiding Hand could all but destroy the political landscape of Westeros and lead to war. Information that only he and those he trusted most knew about. And then the question on whether Ned wanted House Stark's secrets to be revealed to the realm. In translation, I die and I'm taking as many down as I can with me. Mercifully, Stark seemed to be taking some of Nox's lessons to heart as he caught onto the hidden meaning behind the Maester's words as well. Then we shall see if you hold true to your oaths better than your fellow Maesters have. As they moved through the cobbled streets, Nox could feel hundreds of eyes peering at their group as they made their way down the short distance towards the citadel. Not surprising, Nox shrugged, used to being an object of curiosity. A contingent of Northmen arrive with a wolf the size of a small horse and are being guided down the streets by an Archmaester and the Lord Hightower. This is probably the most interesting sight these people have seen in their entire lives. But where Nox was used to such attention and Ned was able to ignore the pointed looks, Jon and Robb were not. The two boys were constantly looking around as more and more eyes peered out from their homes to try and get a look at what was happening. Is it always like this, Master? Jon asked lowly enough so that only the two of them could hear. Usually, Nox replied plainly. Get used to it, apprentice. As a Sith, you're going to be garnering a lot of attention in your day. Both good and bad. Best you learn now how to block it out. As they approached the main gate leading into the citadel, Nox tilted his head as they came across a pair of large stone sphinxes that stood guard on either side of the gate. Appropriate, Nox mused as their group passed between the large sphinxes. Those creatures vary across the galaxy, but they also tend to represent the same thing. Guardians of knowledge. As they entered the main yard of the citadel, their group came to an abrupt stop as they were greeted to an interesting sight. The yard was filled with a combination of maesters and their acolytes as well as a large group of armed and lightly armored men who were clearly not part of the city watch or the house guards. Sellswords, smart, Nox thought, approving of what was no doubt Marwin's actions in securing the citadel. No doubt some of these men had ties with both the city watch and House Hightower. Using either would have tipped his hand. So instead he went out and hired outside help. Risky, but smart. And in the middle of the yard surrounded by the armed men was a group of over 30 maesters who were bound and chained and being forced to stay on their knees. Lord Stark, Lord Hightower, Marwin said, coming around so that he was facing them. I present to you the members of the Order of the Guiding Hand that are here in the Citadel for your judgment. Whatever careful hold Stark had on his anger left him as he was brought before the very men who'd set in motion the events that led to the death of his wife and son. Without saying a word, Ned's hand dropped to the hilt of ice as all thoughts of guest rights left his friend's mind. Not that Nox blamed him. Force, he barely had control of his own want to make these men suffer for what they did and what they tried to do. But unlike his friend, Nox had far more experience with this sort of thing. Like Prince Oberyn had once said, revenge was not a cheap drink that you tried to get through quickly. No, revenge was like the finest of wines. One that you sipped and savored. And Nox was fully committed to savoring every moment of what was about to come. My lord, one of the maesters shouted from his position as he tried to rise, only for one of the sellswords to force him back down to his knees. I don't know what they told you. But it's all lies. Lord Stark. Lord Hightower all but yelled as a few inches of ice began to show itself. I understand your anger, my lord, and you have the right to it. However, the law must still be followed. These men have served the realm and this city for years. And I have yet to see evidence of this treachery you speak of. Before I allow any bloodshed in my city, I must see what evidence you have of their guilt. Before either Ned or Nox could respond, one of the acolytes of the maesters stepped forward and handed off 2 thin books to Marwin. Cocking his head, Nox observed the acolyte closely, a slight smile coming to him as he saw immediately through the guise they were trying to hide behind. Clever. Would you recognize Archmaester Ebros's own hand, my lord? Marwin asked, flipping through one of the books while behind him the maesters that were on their knees began to tremble in fear. Yes, Lord Hightower answered without hesitation. Then I trust that this passage here will provide you with all the evidence you need, my lord, pertaining to their actions regarding the attempted coup in the north. With Lord Stark's permission, of course. After Ned gave a nod of acceptance, Lord Hightower took the book from Marwin and started reading. The sweet taste of fear and thoughts of impending doom filled the air, acting as an almost aphrodisiac to Nox as a few of the maesters began to whimper and cry. It had been so long since he'd been in this position, of holding your enemy's life in your hand and watching them squirm as they waited for the death blow to come. To a Sith, there were few better moments than times like these. And if their actions against House Stark are not enough, Marwin added as he held out the second book for Lord Hightower to take. Then I believe this will be sufficient. It is in Archmaester Benedict's hand, and it concerns both House Hightower and House Mormont. Lord Hightower, his anger threatening to boil over, all but threw the book he had been reading towards Ned before snatching the second book out of Marwin's hands. And he wasn't the only one who was now interested as Mage Mormont came over and stood next to Hightower, her one remaining good eye reading what was within the book just as quickly as Lord Hightower's too. If the two had been angry before reading whatever was in that book, they both were now apocalyptic. And with that change, the fate of the maesters was sealed. Is there a way to discern who is a part of this order, and who is not? Lord Hightower asked through clenched teeth, his rage to such a point that the man was visibly shaking as he tried to keep himself in check. A resigned feeling settled in over Marwin as the elder maester nodded. Yes. On top of keeping record of all their misdeeds, they also marked all those involved in the order. Bronn, bring one of them forward. One of the sellswords kicked one of the kneeling maesters away from the rest of the kneeling maesters. Once they were close, the sellsword put his fist into the maester's gut, forcing him to bend over before roughly grabbing his hair near his right ear and pulling it back painfully. They all got this mark here, the sellsword stated, pointing towards a spot behind the maester's ear. And all of these fuckers behind us all go the same thing in the same spot. Through the force, Nox was able to see what the sellsword was pointing at. A small black mark reminiscent of a handprint but smaller than a fingernail had been tattooed onto the man's skin near the fold of his ear. A good place to put a mark as no could see it without moving aside the person's hair and folding their ear. And if on the off chance anyone did catch a glimpse of it, it could simply be passed off as a birthmark or a something else. Well, this just keeps getting easier and easier. Nox thought with a smirk as Ned and Hightower both leaned over to inspect the man's mark. And there is one more thing, Lord Stark, Marwin said while motioning for the sellsword to bring the gasping maester back into line with the others. Something that I believe you will want to take care of personally. Bronn, bring him forth. The sellsword, Bronn, Frog marched the bound and gasping maester back to the others before grabbing a hold of a younger maester by the hair and dragged him forth. While Nox could only sense a vague recollection to the lad, who was more than likely somewhere in his early 20s or so, Ned did recognize him. Ebbert Whitehill, Ned hissed, drawing more than a few curses and spits from the Northerners. Son of Ludd Whitehill. He is a man of the North, not yet a full maester. Marwin stated, his voice devoid of emotion. As such, I felt it prudent to single him out should you wish a separate fate for him. The young Whitehill trembled as his fear spiked and the unmistakable smell of piss permeated the air. Ah shit, the sellsword, Bronn cursed, cuffing Ebbert on the head hard enough to drop the lad. Fucker pissed himself. If ya got any piss on me, boy, I'll be taking the cleaning out on you. There is no need to single him out, Ned declared, motioning for the sellsword to bring the lad back in line with the others. The Whitehills are no longer of the North, and this one gave up his family name well before that when he decided to join the maesters. His fate will be the same as the others. One moment, Nox called out as the sellsword was about to drag the young man back to await his fate with the other maesters. Walking in close, Nox spoke loud enough so that everyone could hear him. There's something you should know first. The letter you sent your father, the one where you begged him to trust in the Order and their plan to overthrow the Starks, your father didn't burn the letter, he kept it. With the express purpose of using it to leverage his freedom should the need arise. He was more than willing to throw you to the wolves, literally and figuratively, if it meant that he could keep breathing for a few more years. Ebbert's breath hitched as anguish washed through his fear and took hold. That's right, boy, Nox smiled, leaning over so that his cloth-covered eyes were pointed towards him. Take heart in the fact that it did no good. Your father sang like a songbird barely a few moments into my questioning of him and willingly gave up both yourself and your letter to make the pain stop. How does it feel, boy, to know that your father was willing to sell you out to save his own life? You tried to get back into your family after leaving for the maesters, only to fail. You betrayed the North and failed. You betrayed the Order of the Guiding Hand by sending that letter, the same letter which led us right to them. Everything you have done is centered around betrayal and failure. That, boy, that is the legacy you will take to the grave with you. Ebbert's anguish reached a fevered pitch as the boy collapsed in on himself and began crying, his world destroyed. Ah, such a rush. I have missed this sensation. Nox smiled, feeling euphoric at having completely destroyed one of those who helped bring about the death of his son. And now, Ebbert Whitehill, you have my permission to die. Righting himself, Nox walked back towards Ned and the boys, more than pleased with the way things had been going. Though, he would admit that he had been hoping for some small token of resistance. The fact that the maesters just rolled over for them was mildly disappointing. But the fact that it was an archmaester who ended up selling out his fellow archmaesters to save himself and most of the other maesters made the outcome slightly better to his more Sith side. Fetch a block, Lord Hightower bellowed, his murderous intent almost as great as Ned's own. With Lord Stark standing as witness, I, Lord Leyden Hightower, do hereby find you lot guilty of attempted sedition, oath-breaking, and hundreds of other crimes that I'm sure we haven't uncovered yet. And I hereby sentence the lot of you to die. There will be no need for a block, Lord Hightower. Unless you press the issue. Ned stated loudly and clearly, his attention shifting towards Nox and his other vassals momentarily before focusing in again on the condemned maesters. This had been a point of contention between Ned, Nox, and the northern lords and ladies since they left port. Ned, originally, had been of the mind to simply take their heads and be done with it. But that did not sit well with the others. It was too quick in their minds. The Greatjon especially had wanted all of the maesters to suffer the northern traitors' fate. But that argument was placed aside when Ned pointed out, rightfully, that that form of execution was reserved only for Northern lords and ladies who betrayed the North. And while the maesters had certainly broken their oaths and betrayed the people of the North, they were not of the North. And therefore, by the letter of the law, could not be subject to that form of execution. The idea was then floated around to have them suffer the same fate as Lyn Corbray. And while Nox agreed with the idea, in practicality he had to shoot the idea down. The creation of a single-mind prison, and an incomplete one at that, took far more out of him than he cared to admit. The idea of creating dozens of them over a short span of time, it was just not feasible. With those two methods of execution ruled out, the Northerners had started to become quite creative in how they wished to dispatch the maesters, some of which had surprised even Nox with their brutality. In the end, a compromise of sorts had been verbally agreed upon. Now it was time to see if Ned truly had started to shed his honorable self and embraced the lineage of the kings of winter. These men betrayed not only the North, but the entirety of Westeros as well, Ned stated, his voice as cold as the coldest of winter nights. An example must be made. As dusk neared, a large crowd had gathered upon the wall of Oldtown facing towards the north as they watched the spectacle unfold on the side of the Sorcerer. The sound of the steady beating of hammers on nails and the screams of agony and pleas for mercy drowning out almost all other sounds. Along the Sorcerer at equal intervals thick posts nearly twice as tall as a man had been secured into the ground while a second post roughly a quarter the length of the first had been set aside. One by one, the maesters who'd been part of the Order of the Guiding Hand were led to each post and stripped down until they were in nothing more than their small clothes. They were then forced onto the ground with their legs spaced out upon the smaller beam on the ground. Their legs were then secured to the beams with large nails driven through their ankles and then further secured with leather straps to ensure their weight would not pull them down. Once a maester was secured, a team of men would lift the beam and set it atop and secure it to the standing post, leaving the maesters to hang upside down with blood running down their legs from where the nails had pierced their flesh. Then, to ensure that there was no mistake as to what their crimes were, a writ of their crimes and guilt was then nailed into their chests, taking care to make sure the nails avoided their hearts lest their suffering end too soon. And as a last act, to make sure that their identities were known to all, their maester chains were wrapped around their hands and attached to the posts holding them upside down. And to make sure that the message stuck, all of the surviving maesters and acolytes of the citadel had not only been forced to come out and watch alongside the road as their fellows were strung up, but they were also required to write out the writs of condemnation and prepare the posts and beams to which the maesters would be executed upon. By the time the last of the maesters were strung up, the line of still suffering men stretched for nearly a quarter of a mile beyond the walls of Oldtown. And through it all, Nox, Ned, Lord Hightower, Marwin, Robb and Jon all stood and watched as each man was strung up. Ned and Lord Hightower never once faltered, their faces set in stone as they watched the executions take place. The boys though, he could feel their unease as easy as one could feel the cold during a blizzard. But both boys impressed him as, while they might be uneasy on the inside, both remained just as stoic as the rest of them. But as the last of the bodies were strung up and the group started the slow walk down the line of the condemned back to the city, Nox could feel the boys' strength start to waver as the sheer brutality of what they were witnessing began to wear down on their young minds. I take it that you will be making your way to King's Landing next, Lord Stark, to explain what happened here to the king in person, Lord Hightower half stated, half asked as they made their way down the line of still suffering maesters. Aye. Ned nodded. Robert will need to be informed of this. And despite my history with his grace, this will require my presence to explain. Lord Hightower nodded in understanding. I will have a team of horses prepared for the journey. And I will add my voice to your own in explaining this, Lord Stark. I will also speak with the Septons at the Starry Sept and gain their approval as well to help quell any dissent that might come. All I ask is one day to set things in motion before we head out to speak with His Grace about what happened here today. Nox was surprised that the old Lord of Oldtown was willing to make the trip to King's Landing. Though, he supposed given what he had allowed to happen with the maesters he would need to present himself to the king to explain what happened and how he had no knowledge of their plots. In your absence, my lord, I would like to request the service of some of your riders to deliver messages, Marwin said as the city gates drew closer. Why? Hightower asked, his tone, much like Ned's, completely ice when addressing the Archmaester. Because there are still many scattered across Westeros that are part of this Order of the Guiding Hand, Marwin explained as they crossed under the archway leading into the city. And while normally I would send such messages by Raven, I fear that in this instance the ones who would be receiving the ravens first would be those who are guilty of treason. And would thereby escape justice from those they have wronged. Lord Hightower pondered Marwin's words for only a moment before giving his consent. Very well. I'll send the orders out tonight and the men will report to you first thing in the morning for instructions. Lord Stark, Lord Nox. I invite you both to the Hightower. I shall have rooms prepared for you and your men until we depart. The offer is appreciated, Lord Hightower, but you need not spare the expense on my part, Nox stated, earning a look from both Ned and the Lord of Oldtown. We are only spending a single day here. And I intend to spend every moment of it going through as much of the citadel as I can before we leave. I would be more than happy to escort you to the citadel, my lord, Marwin nearly shouted as whatever lingering fear and anxiety he had quickly became overridden by excitement. I will have my acolytes prepare a workspace and be ready to assist you in any manner you need. Good, Nox nodded before clapping Jon on the shoulder. And you won't need to worry about this one either. He'll be joining me as well. As will Robb and Theon, lest they fear falling even further behind my apprentice here. What? Both Jon and Robb said nearly simultaneously, stopping in their tracks as the four elder men kept marching towards the citadel with the cries of the condemned fading behind them. Consequences 2 Part 1 Standing in the center of the Grand Citadel Library, Darth Nox, formerly of the Sith Empire, allowed himself just a moment to simply stand and marvel at what he was seeing. The library within the citadel was, quite simply, awe-inspiring even for one such as himself. The library of Winterfell was impressive, but the citadel was something else completely. An apt comparison would be to liken Winterfell's library to his own private collection and then to liken the citadel to the entirety of the archives on Korriban, both those known to everyone and the one known only to the Dark Council. The part of him that had once been the head of the ancient pyramid of knowledge had immediately started to try and sort the best possible way to acquire as much knowledge from this place as possible. But, given the sheer size of the place and the fact that he didn't have an army of acolytes to dedicate to the job, he was left with the unfortunate conclusion that even if he spent his lifetime in this place, he would barely scratch the surface of what was here. As it were, he'd already set Jon and Robb to work aiding in the sorting through the information pertaining to House Stark and the North that was kept by the ousted Order of the Guiding Hand, sensing an intruder. To his observations, Nox turned as a dark-skinned young acolyte made their way around the shelves. Strangely enough, this acolyte of the citadel did not seem to be trying to avoid him, quite the opposite in fact, as he could sense no trepidation coming from the acolyte as they approached him. My lord Nox, I was sent by Archmaester Marwin. He wishes to speak with you in his private chambers if you are willing. Lead the way, Alaraz, my lord. Though many here refer to me as Sphinx. A curious name, but an apt one for a place such as this, Nox replied, motioning for the young acolyte to lead the way out of the library and up a flight of stairs. As they walked, Nox took careful note of the acolyte leading him. They hid it well, but there was a rather acute peculiarity about the acolyte that amused Nox. Mostly because of how brazen it was, and because it also went to show just how blind the maesters truly are in certain respects. But there was another thing about the acolyte that drew his attention. It was faint, barely a glowing ember, but this young acolyte had a touch of force sensitivity. Something that he was finding to be more and more common the longer he stayed on this world. It almost made him wonder if the people of this world were a near-human species much like the Mirrorlukas, who as a species were all force-sensitive. Or perhaps there was a chance that he was not the first force-sensitive to arrive at this planet and that many of the people of this world were descendants of that force-sensitive. It gave him something to ponder. And honestly, it wouldn't have surprised him if that was the case. There were still well-preserved records of the war between the Sith and the Ratakan Empire on Korriban that occurred nearly 20,000 years ago. So, he wasn't about to rule anything out just yet. Tell me, Alaraz, your Archmaester Marwin seemed to know of our impending arrival. I have several ideas about just how this is possible, but perhaps you would be willing to shed some light on the subject. Amusement poured out from the young acolyte as they reached one of the uppermost levels of the citadel and started down a short stretch before stopping in front of a nondescript door with no identifying markings that Nox could discern. Archmaester Marwin will be happy to disclose that information to you, Lord Sorcerer. In fact, I do believe that is the very reason why he is so interested in speaking with you now. He's been as giddy as a maiden bride since he learned of your impending arrival. I do believe that he will be taking the rest of your time while you are here present in the citadel, my lord. The room Alaraz led him into was, Well, organized chaos was the best term that Nox could use to describe it. Stacks of books nearly shoulder high were spaced evenly throughout the room. Every wall was covered by shelves that were filled to the brim with loose paper, books, and relics of various designs. But while the chaos around him was jarring, it immediately fell to the back of his mind as he spied a glowing green glass candle that stood alone in the center of one of the many desks that were within the room. A relic that he just happened to know quite well, seeing as how he'd gathered a large chest full of them during the Valyria expedition just a few months past. So that is how you knew I was coming, Nox muttered to himself as he walked into the room, taking care not to disturb any of the chaos around him as he made his way to the glowing glass. Ah, Lord Nox, the Archmaester called out from behind a stack of books that was large enough for the man to hide behind. I apologize for having pulled you away from your studies, but I was hoping that, now that certain unpleasantries have been seen to, that we might have a chat. Just give me one moment to finish this. Take your time, Archmaester, Nox replied as he came to a stop before the glass candle, taking note of the slight pulses from the force that was emanating from the inanimate object. You have until Stark and Hightower are ready to leave the city to ask whatever questions you will. He could hear the Archmaester working fast to finish whatever it was that had him preoccupied as the acolyte Alaraz stepped up beside him. I heard it said that you, the Northman, and a Dornish prince made a venture into the ruins of Old Valyria. There was a slight hitch in the acolyte's voice that was almost unnoticeable when the acolyte mentioned the prince, which only went to reaffirm the theory that Nox had about the acolyte. Quite brazen indeed. Must run in the family. Archmaester Marwin has made a lifetime of studying this very candle and the three others that are used as a test to the acolytes before they become full maesters. But it's only recently that he's been able to discern what it can do. And it was how we knew of your impending arrival, Lord Sorcerer. That solves that mystery, Nox thought. You two used it as a way to see across a great distance, I gather, Nox stated, drawing the acolyte up short. We collected a number of artifacts like this one, and I have spent some time studying them. Far sight is just the beginning of what it can do and is, quite frankly, perhaps of least value of its full potential. But still, for two individuals like yourselves who lack formal training, being able to unlock that aspect of the relic is quite an achievement. Your praise is much appreciated, Lord Nox, Archmaester Marwin stated, finally coming out from around the pile of books he'd been behind. Though I do feel that young Alaraz here takes a touch of offense at being considered a novice considering the years of study the two of us have poured into the mystic arts. But you are correct in that neither of us have had formal training, or at least what you consider formal training. A fact that I hope you will be able to correct now that you are here. Pausing in his study of the glowing crystal, Nox took a moment to get a feel of both Marwin and Alaraz once more. Marwin had more than a touch of force sensitivity, but he was far too old to begin formal training. But he had already used, either knowingly or unknowingly, several force-based techniques during the few short hours Nox had known him. Perhaps a few tricks here or there would help him along. Alaraz though, this was one with a keen mind and a great intellect, much like Sam. But, unlike Sam, this acolyte was force-sensitive. You are far too old, Marwin, to receive formal training. Unfortunately, I cannot stay here in the citadel. There is far too much work to be done in a wife's warmth that I am eager to return to. But I am willing to leave instructions for you two and even start up a correspondence between us. And who knows, perhaps in time you two will surprise me and figure out the full nature of these glass candles. Marwin hummed disappointedly. I thought that might be the case. Such is my curse, I guess. Being born a few decades too early to learn proper magic. But what of young Alaraz here? Humming to himself, Nox crossed his arms over his chest. Alaraz has some skill with the Force. Perhaps if she had started instruction on the Force at a younger age, Alaraz's skills would be able to manifest in a much more significant manner than what they are now. At best, I would only be able to teach a few tricks. Helpful tricks to be sure, but tricks only. Alaraz could maybe even learn the same from you as well. Perhaps more, as you two have already started down the path of discovering your powers on your own. But the real question is, are you willing to let go of such a talented student? Especially one as unique as Alaraz here. A spike of apprehension and a slight of amusement came from Alaraz and Marwin respectively at his question. So, you noticed as well, Sorcerer. I was wondering if the rumors about your sightless sight was true or not. And apparently it is, and far more perceptive than the normal eye. Marwin chuckled, drawing a sudden intake of breath from Allairs. Oh, don't be surprised, girl. I will admit that you managed to fool me for quite some time, but a secret such as yours could not stay hidden forever, Allairs. Or do you prefer Sarala, daughter of Prince Aberon Martell of Dorne? The fear that was in Allairs, or Sarala, was slowly being replaced by confusion as the young woman's attention shifted back and forth between Nox and Marwin. You've known. Why didn't you say anything? Why? I don't understand. Change, my dear, Marwin stated plainly, though the simple answer didn't seem to satisfy Sarala. He means that he was planning to use you to force change into the citadel, Nox stated, drawing a look of surprise from the young girl and a nod of acknowledgement from Marwin. Once you had your links and proved yourself a cut above the rest, he would then expose your secret to the rest of the archmaesters, forcing them to concede the point that a woman bested the other acolytes and became one of the more learned maesters of your generation. Such a revelation would hopefully be enough to force the other archmaesters to withdraw their restrictions on men only when it comes to whom the citadel allows within its walls. Though, the point is moot now, seeing as how all the archmaesters besides Marwin here are currently decorating the sides of the Rosa Road north of the city. Judging by what I can only guess you have uncovered about the Order's actions, there is about to be a slew of requests for new maesters to be sent to multiple keeps across Westeros. And because of this sudden increase in demand, the Citadel will be in no place to turn away any who want to forge their links, be they woman or commoner. I dare say, Archmaester, that you will suddenly find yourself in a position to change the Citadel in any way you deem fit so long as you can provide the replacements that will be needed. If only such change did not require such death, Marwin lamented. But I suppose that on occasion such things are necessary. It is the way of time. The young grow old and die. To continue forward, the new must replace the old. Unfortunately, the old often find it hard to let go of that which they believe to be best. Pausing, Marwin gave himself a shake. Bah, forget me. Just an old man sprouting nonsense, and with your time limited, Lord Nox, certainly not what I was hoping to discuss. I've followed your exploits quite closely, my lord. Most interesting of which has been your recent expedition to Valyria. A feat thousands have tried yet failed to accomplish. I was hoping that you could shed some light on some of the mysteries surrounding old Valyria. Then there is also your creation of the Northern Glass, and I've even heard rumors stirring around about one of your students, a Tarly, having a hand in creating a horseless carriage. Though he would never admit it aloud, Nox actually enjoyed the time he had to sit back and have a discussion with another mind that was, well, not on par with his own, but definitely more open and well-learned than many he'd met so far on this world. The three though Sarala mostly stayed in the background taking notes while only periodically interjecting, talked well past sundown and late into the night. The only reason they stopped was because Marwin's age and lack of endurance caught up to him, and he ended up passing out cold mid-sentence with only a few hours left until sunrise. Sarala was no better. In fact worse, as the bastard daughter of his friend Aberon ended up passing out cold at least an hour before the Archmaester with the young woman's face planted onto the scroll she was writing and smearing the still fresh ink. Amateurs, Nox chuckled, finding the duo's positions quite amusing as he gathered himself and left the room. Still an hour or so till sunrise. Let's see if I can't find my apprentice and acolyte and get a bit of meditation in before we set out for King's Landing in a few hours. The following morning, Nox found himself sitting astride a horse that had been provided for him while he waited for the rest of the northern retinue and the retinue from Oldtown that would be accompanying them to King's Landing. The Greatjon and Lady Mormont had the option of returning north, but both were confident in their children to run their keeps while they were away, so they opted to stay south and continue to speak with the king. What was mildly surprising to Nox was the fact that Leyton Hightower had apparently meant what he'd said when he made the promise to ride with them to see the king. The old man was sitting atop his horse with his head held high as he waited next to Ned and Nox for the rest of the retinue to ready themselves. Despite holding himself well, Nox could sense that the man had seemingly aged at least a decade overnight. No doubt the weight of the maesters, betrayal occurring right under his nose and the noses of his family. A fool is only a fool if he makes the same mistake twice. Nox thought as he carefully observed the old man of Oldtown. And this man is certainly no fool. There will be no recurrence of the Order of the Guiding Hand any time soon under his or his children's watch. Once the last of the riders were saddled up, Ned and Layton both pulled their horses around and led the march out of the city gates with Nox, Robb, Jon, and Theon close behind. Just outside the wall, they were greeted with the sight of the maesters that had been part of the Order of the Guiding Hand. Many had perished over the course of the night, their hearts giving out or their brains forming aneurysms due to the large amount of blood pooling in their brains. But a few were still alive and reaching out desperately with the last of their strength while begging weakly for mercy. Keep your eyes on the horizon, boys, Nox instructed the boys as he could feel waves of pity coming from them. This is not a time for mercy or pity. Remember, these men all willingly took part in a conspiracy that sought to kill yourselves, your family, and countless others across the land and throughout the centuries. Mercy has its place, but it is neither here nor now. The feelings of unease did not leave the boys, but each kept their faces forward on the road, trying their best to ignore the macabre display lining the side of the road. If he were being truthful with himself, Jon Snow would admit that despite his status, which he now realized was necessary to keep him safe, he had a very fortunate life. He was raised with brothers and sisters whom he loved and who loved him in return. He was given training and an education that few received. He'd been across the known world and ventured into the heart of old Valyria. He'd dined with the ruling family of Dorne and even seen the princess. Well, best not to think too much on that subject as he was still riding his horse. He'd seen the sprawling cities of Braavos, Volantis, and Oldtown. And if it wasn't for those last two, Jon might have considered his first sighting of King's Landing to be an awe-inspiring sight. A city built upon the very ground Aegon the Conqueror first set foot upon when he decided to unite Westeros into one kingdom. Situated upon three distinct hills, the throne city of Westeros was a sprawling mass of buildings that stretched for miles, surrounded by high walls that would make any advancing army think more than twice about attacking. The Red Keep dominated atop the highest hill, overlooking the city below. But despite the impressive look of the city, awe was not what first came to his mind. But rather, the smell of the city is what first hit him. Even from a half-day ride out from the main city gates, the Northmen and the contingent from the Reach led by Lord Hightower could smell the stench of the city. By the gods old and new, his brother cursed, rubbing at his nose. What is that smell? He, Robb, Theon, and Lord Nox were all riding a slight distance back from the head of the column where his father and Lord Hightower rode with winter while Ghost and Grey Wind ran circles around the horses and their mother. Riding just behind them were the other lords and lady of the north and the few men at arms that followed them brought up the rear. Over 500,000 people living in a small, confined space with either inadequate or ill-maintained drainage, Lord Nox remarked, sitting perfectly upright and not seeming to even notice the smell of the city. And how come you don't seem at all affected? Theon commented, scrunching up his own nose as they tried to get used to the smell. Some magic trick to keep it away. No, Lord Nox replied simply. But if you were to tally the worst smelling places I've ever been to, this doesn't even rank in the top 10. Shit, Theon cursed, rubbing frantically at his nose now. Remind me never to visit your homeland if this is the common smell. No wonder you left it all behind and came here. Unfortunately, the stench of the city did not lessen at all as they drew closer to the city gates. But by the time they had reached one of the massive gates leading into the city, the river gate his father called it, Jon had at least somewhat gotten used to the smell. Not enough to dismiss it entirely, but enough so that it wasn't the only thing that he was able to focus on as they passed through the wall leading into the city proper. Their entrance to the city did not go unnoticed, not that Jon necessarily expected it to. But what he wasn't expecting was for the small folk of King's Landing to immediately start scattering to give them a clear way through. Winter is probably playing a role in that, Jon thought as he caught more than one set of eyes eyeing the horse-sized direwolf that was walking at the front of the column with her head held high while Ghost and Grey Wind trotted along close to her flanks. Gods, how can people live like this? Jon thought as the road made a sharp turn and began leading upwards towards the Red Keep. It's just like in Volantis, with the people practically standing atop of one another just to have enough space to live. Think we'll have time to visit the famed Street of Silk while we're here? Theon asked lowly so that only he, Robb, and Jon could hear. Just look at all the women here, they have to have such a variety of cunts to sample from. It would be a shame to not let them experience riding a kraken once in their lives. We might even get Snow here to stop staring at that trinket he brought with him. He's been worse than a woman with a new piece of jewelry. Despite the swipe at him, Jon held his tongue. In a sense, Theon wasn't necessarily wrong. Ever since they'd set out from Winterfell, his master had given him a task to try and duplicate the armlet that he found in Valyria that made it easy to manipulate fire. "You're my apprentice now, Jon," his master had told him after giving him the task. "I expect more from you now than I do your siblings. Study every aspect you can of this armlet. I want you to not only discover just how and why the armlet allows such easy manipulation of fire through the Force, but I also expect you to be able to create a new armlet as well that can manipulate an element other than fire." Unfortunately for Jon though, the task was proving far harder than he'd originally thought. Even after weeks on the sea and on the road with little to do save for his studying of the armlet, and yet still he was no closer to figuring out just how it did what it did than he was the day he'd first received the blasted thing. He'd been tempted more than once simply to toss the damn thing away, but he knew that he would never do that. He wouldn't be able to handle the look of disappointment on both his master's or his father's face for not only being unable to complete the task set upon him, but also because he wasn't able to control his anger. So, Jon kept studying the armlet, day after day and night after night, hoping and praying for any type of clue as to how the thing worked. Word of our arrival seemed to have traveled quickly. Jerking himself upright, Jon forced thoughts of the armlet to the back of his mind as he spied off into the distance where Lord Hightower was pointing. There was a separate wall which separated the Red Keep from the rest of King's Landing, and at the gate leading into the keep was a contingent of men on horseback wearing brightly polished armor and holding the stag banner of House Baratheon. The only one who was not wearing armor was a young man who looked to be only a year or so older than Theon, who was sitting astride his horse at the forefront of the guardsmen. The man's dark green and yellow trimmed velvet doublet had numerous stags stitched across his sleeves and chest. His face was clean shaven while his jet black long hair framed his face. And given how, well, immaculate he looked, Jon was willing to bet the man spent more time in front of a mirror than his sister Sansa did. "Lord Renly," his father called out in greeting, holding his hand up to stop the column of riders. "We were not expecting such a welcome. Lord Renly Baratheon, youngest brother of King Robert Baratheon, named to the small council as Master of Laws, and he is currently the Lord of Storm's End." Jon thought, trying to remember everything he could about the young lord before them, which unfortunately wasn't much. "Lord Stark, Lord Hightower and Lord Nox, I presume." The young Lord of Storm's End and brother of the king greeted the three men with a smile on his face that seemed genuine, though the way that his eyes kept flickering towards the massive direwolf and the slight fear wafting off of him made Jon doubt its sincerity. "You would be correct," Lord Nox stated, his tone flat and emotionless to such a level it nearly made even Jon shiver in slight fear from just those few simple words. "Well, it's nice to meet you in person, my lord," Lord Renly stammered awkwardly, his eyes shifting over them before settling on Lord Hightower. "Lord Hightower, it has been some time. I'm sure you recognize your nephew, my squire, the soon-to-be knighted Loras Tyrell. He has done quite well under my..." "Enough, Lord Renly," Lord Hightower sighed. "We are here to see the king, not to stand here under the eyes of the city exchanging pleasantries like a couple of old women. And I'm sure the king wants to see us as well, otherwise he wouldn't have sent you out to greet us." Renly was clearly not pleased with the way the introductions were going, and the man in shining armor that was sitting astride the horse next to him, perhaps this Loras Tyrell he mentioned, didn't look too pleased either. Of course," Lord Renly nodded, urging his horse to turn around. "His Grace has been anxious for your arrival, ever since word reached his ears about what transpired at the Citadel. Truly, such a travesty. The only travesty is that those traitors were able to assassinate my wife and son before they met their demise," Lord Renly, Jon's father growled, making the younger lord clearly hesitate as they passed through the last remaining wall separating them from the Red Keep. The young lord clearly did not know how to take that. But of course, Lord Stark. We were all shocked and appalled by what transpired in the north. His Grace was ready to lead the charge into the north personally to see that the traitors met justice. And to think that the maesters of all people could have been behind all of this is just appalling. Of course, The Grand Maester has assured us that such a thing is not possible, or if it is, it was done by only a small group of maesters. But despite their involvement, the actions taken in Oldtown have shocked the court almost as much as what brought it about. I do hope that you have come to explain your actions in the citadel, Lord Stark. Sighing, Jon shared a look with his brother, who wore an equally unamused expression as he was sure was across his own face. His upbringing had taught him to respect all nobility, but Lord Renly's words and tone was beginning to wear on him. His lips never stopped moving from the moment they passed through the gate to when they tied off their horses at the stables. Hells, the man even kept talking while his father, Lord Hightower and Lord Nox led the lot of them into the Red Keep itself. Mercifully, he did shut his mouth, but only when they walked into what Jon could only assume was the throne room given the sheer size of the room and the herald announcing their arrival. Your Grace King Robert Baratheon of House Baratheon, Her Grace Queen Cersei of House Lannister. Announcing the arrival of Lord Eddard Stark, Lord of Winterfell, Warden of the North. Lord Leyden Hightower, Lord of Oldtown. And Lord Aleem Nox, the Northern Sorcerer. Accompanying them wait. My lords. Neither his father, Lord Hightower nor his master seemed to care what the herald had to say as the three men marched into the throne room of the Red Keep, leaving the people within to quickly rush to the sides to create a path. He would like to think that it was his father's reputation and presence that had the people moving so quickly, but that just wasn't the case. The reason why everyone was seemingly tripping over themselves to get out of their way was because Winter had apparently decided to lead the procession into the throne room. The giant wolf doing a better job of parting the crowd with a single glance than a dozen men at arms. As Jon stepped foot into the throne room, he couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. The room was enormous, perhaps even large enough to fit the entirety of the Great Hall of Winterfell within and still have room to spare. Tall, vaulted ceilings, glass windows with intricate works of art decorating their surfaces, pillars with ornate carvings embellished with gold and jewels. The room was like a work of art, with one notable exception. The monstrosity that was the Iron Throne perched upon the dais at the far end of the hall. During their lessons, Maester Luwin had informed them that after he'd conquered the Seven Kingdoms, King Aegon I had taken the swords of over 1,000 men from his fallen adversaries and used them, along with the fire from his dragon, to forge the Iron Throne. Luwin had told them that the throne was designed purposefully to be uncomfortable, and that many a king had cut themselves on the throne. It was even believed that King Maegor I had died from accidentally slitting his wrists on it. He hadn't truly believed the tales when he was a boy. But now that he was looking at the monstrosity that was the Iron Throne, the tales he'd been told as a boy almost seemed inadequate. Standing in front of the throne, separating it from the rest of the crowd, were 7 men wearing gold-tinted armor with heavy white cloaks around their shoulders, the Kingsguard. The best knights of the realm. Just behind the Kingsguard were a handful of others that must have held some high position as they could stand near the throne. Of them, he only recognized one, Lord Stannis Baratheon, the Lord of Dragonstone. There was only a single woman standing amongst them, and she was standing closest to the throne of the group. Queen Cersei, no doubt, Jon thought as they drew closer to the throne. He'd heard tales of the queen's supposed beauty. Gods knew that Sansa had gushed about her often enough. Looking at her now, he would agree that she was indeed a very beautiful woman with her long golden hair and sharp green eyes. But there was something about her, something dark that raised the hairs on the back of his neck. And he realized then that her beauty was only skin deep. Standing on the opposite side of the queen was an old man who was wearing a golden hand pin on his chest. The hand of the king, Jon thought. Lord Jon Arryn, foster father to my own father and King Robert. And my namesake, I suppose. At least for now. The man was, again, not what he'd expected. He was old, very old. And going by the look in his eye, extremely tired. Though from what Jon had no idea. The only other person standing beside the throne that caught Jon's attention was an extremely old man that stood hunched over with more chains wrapped around his neck and shoulders than Jon had ever seen before. The Grand Maester. Though it was odd, the man was hunched over and he was shaking, but what Jon could sense from him was the opposite. He could sense anger, overwhelming anger. But also fear. A lot of fear. And lastly, sitting atop the Iron Throne was the king, Robert Baratheon, first of his name. And he was not what Jon was expecting. From the tales his father had told him, the king was a man who was larger than life, could turn his enemies into friends with only a few words, and was perhaps one of the fiercest warriors in the realm. But that is not what Jon saw when he looked upon the king. What he saw was a man whose girth rivaled that of Lord Manderley's and looked as if he was in dire need of a proper grooming. "Ned!" the king bellowed, rising from the throne and descending the iron steps towards the line of Kingsguard standing between them. "Your Grace," his father said before dropping to a knee, prompting the rest of them to do so as well as the king reached the line of Kingsguard. But as Jon's knee touched the ground, he saw out of the corner of his eye that Lord Nox had not gone to a knee. Instead, his master merely held his hands in front of him and gave the slightest of bows to the approaching king. An act which caused no small amount of murmuring to spread throughout the hall. "You dare show such disrespect to the king in front of the Kingsguard, cur!" one of the white cloaks yelled, palming the hilt of his sword and taking a half step forward. "Oh, fuck off, Blunt," the king groaned. "The sorcerer's knees don't bend easy. Hells, I'm surprised he even fucking bowed to me, and I'll take that. And what the fuck do you think you can even do about it? This man could probably kill you just by snapping his fingers. Now keep your tongue behind your teeth or I'll have it fucking removed. And the rest of you, get up off your knees." Rising with the others, Jon took several deep breaths to try and keep himself calm as the king stepped past the line of Kingsguard. His advance halted though as his eyes bounced off Winter, the direwolf now sitting calmly on her hind legs but still almost as tall as the king. "Fucking hells, Ned. A fucking direwolf. Only you, Ned," the king chuckled as he raised his hand before apparently thinking twice about it. "Is it tame?" "No," his father replied, causing several of the Kingsguard behind the king to shift their feet to make themselves ready to jump to the king's defense should the need arrive. "She is as wild as the day we found her and her pups after a wildling attack. But she will not harm you, your grace. Only you, Ned." The king laughed, his belly shaking slightly as he did while he reached out a meaty hand and lightly touched the top of Winter's head. The next part was said so quietly that Jon wasn't even sure the king said anything at all. "A she-wolf. She would have had one of you as well, I know it." "Your Grace," Lord Stannis said, stepping forward from the throne, "I doubt that Lord Stark and Lord Hightower have traveled all this distance to speak of idle matters." Jon could have sworn that the king growled in annoyance as he stepped back from Winter. "Well, Ned, let's hear it. What in the seven blazing hells is going on?" "An attempted coup in the north. Then you head south and slaughter the maesters, an action which requires justice, your grace." The Grand Maester shouted, taking a step forward. It was brief, but for a second the man's shaking and quivering stopped, and he held himself straight and his eyes became hard. "It's an act," Jon realized as the man quickly reverted to the hunched over and shaking stance he'd had a moment before. "But why?" "Keep your mouth shut, Pycelle," the king said, glaring at the oldest man in the room with a look that made Jon realize that, despite his appearance, there was still quite a bit of strength left in King Robert. "I told you we would be giving Ned the chance to explain his actions once he'd arrived. And seeing as how he's standing here with Lord Hightower, I'm sure he has a good explanation for stringing the maesters up and using them to line the side of the Road. So, let's hear it, Ned. What the fuck is going on?" Jon's father didn't respond immediately as his attention had shifted from the king to the Grand Maester standing next to the Iron Throne. It might have been just a trick of his eyes, but Jon could have sworn he saw a wisp of black smoke coming from his father in much the same manner as it did from Maester Nox when he got extremely angry. Several moons ago, a coalition of lords from the north and the Vale came to Winterfell and attempted to assassinate myself, my family, Lord Nox and his family. The attempt failed, but at the cost of the life of my wife and my son and Lord Nox's yet unborn son. Before the traitorous lords were executed, Lord Nox questioned them thoroughly and learned that they were not acting alone. They had help. Help that provided transportation and coin for several sellswords and assassins from Westeros and Essos. And help that provided the poison that was used to try and assassinate Lord Nox during his own wedding feast. Help that came from a select group of maesters that called themselves the Order of the Guiding Hand. Preposterous. There is no such order. Pycelle. The king boomed, turning and glaring at the maester. "If you open your mouth one more time before I call upon you, I will have your jaw shattered." "Ned, continue." The anger that was so prevalent in the Grand Maester started to fade, being replaced by a choking fear. And why the hells didn't you inform me of this order? I would have called the banners and wiped them out. And that is why I did not inform you immediately, Your Grace, his father answered. Their order has eyes and ears everywhere. Had word reached them that their secret was known, they would have scattered like rats. So, instead I took those I trusted and ventured to Oldtown to deal with the matter directly. But our arrival was preempted by another. One of the archmaesters, who is not part of the order, captured those responsible and imprisoned them. Upon our arrival, he delivered all those who were part of the order within the citadel to Lord Hightower and myself, while also providing us with evidence of their treachery. After dealing with the traitors, Lord Hightower and I decided to come to King's Landing and explain ourselves in person. But on the road, I discovered from reading the evidence provided by Archmaester Marwin that I had another reason to come here. All eyes and ears within the court were on Jon's father as he paused, seemingly taking a moment to collect himself, before pressing onwards. My father. My brother. They were murdered in this very room under the guise of a farce trial by combat. Some of you in here even bore witness as my father was roasted alive in his armor while my brother strangled himself trying to save him. The true nature of the Mad King was truly shown that day. And ever since their deaths I have laid the blame solely at the feet of the Mad King. But now I have learned that there was one amongst the Order of the Guiding Hand who whispered into the Mad King's ear, encouraging their deaths in such a horrendous manner while others cautioned leniency. The same one who whispered into the Mad King's ear to trust Lord Tywin Lannister, which led to the sacking of King's Landing. Grand Maester Pycelle. The entirety of the throne room went silent as, almost as one, all eyes turned towards the Grand Maester, who had gone a remarkable shade of white as all the blood left his face. Why, Your Grace? It's a lie. A lie. I have only ever been loyal to you. But the Maester's pleas did not seem to reach the king as the man merely glared at the Grand Maester with a steadily reddening face. His fear overtaking him to the point where he was shaking, the Grand Maester started looking around wildly. Queen Cersei. He shouted, falling to his knees, I have always been loyal to House Lannister. Ever since the time of the Mad King. Place please, Your Grace. You must. Consequences 2 Part 2 inches silence. King Robert's voice cut through the Maester's words like a hot knife through butter. The Maester hesitated for but a moment before shifting and nearly pressing his face to the floor as he groveled before the king. Place please, Your Grace. There is no proof of their words. Proof. Maester Nox's voice was calm and gentle, but it carried throughout the hall as if he'd bellowed out at the top of his lungs. A force technique he had yet to teach Robb and Jon. Reaching into the folds of his robes, Maester Nox pulled out a leather-bound book that he recognized as the same one he and his father had been poring over almost every night since they left Oldtown. Would written proof of your transgression work? Or perhaps the marking on your body that identifies you as part of the Order of the Guiding Hand? Which would you prefer to go first? The whimpering from Pycelle grew louder and more pathetic as the king kept his eyes trained on the prostrated Maester. Oakhart. No further orders were necessary as one of the Kingsguard drew his sword and advanced on the Grand Maester, not to kill, but rather to ensure the old man didn't get any foolish ideas. Give me the damn book. Of course, Maester Nox said, handing the book over the king. The order was impressive, but foolish. They kept detailed records of their actions and even categorized them based on location. This book here details the actions taken by every Grand Maester who a member of the Order ever since the founding of the Seven Kingdoms was. There's quite a detailed accounting for how they caused the Dance of the Dragons. And there are even a few short pages on Pycelle's attempted manipulations of yourself. I believe you'll be most interested in the pages Lord Stark and I marked for you. It details his orders to turn yourself and the small council against myself and the actions have been taking in the north under Lord Stark's watchful eye. Then there are also a few pages that we marked where Pycelle gave his recommendation that it would be most beneficial for the Order's long-term plans if your father, Lord Steffan Baratheon, did not return from his venture to Essos to secure the former Prince Rhaegar with a Valyrian bride. And Lord Stannis, while the Maester on Dragonstone seems to have not been a part of the Order, he did inform the Citadel that your daughter was showing unique abilities, and that you were considering requesting my aid to sort the matter out. The Order took this information and decided that it would be best to curb the influence of magic across the land by ending your daughter by sending her a doll that had been in possession of one with Greyscale. The entirety of the throne room was silent as the catacombs beneath Winterfell as the king flipped through the pages of the book, his face becoming redder and redder the further he read. And while he managed to keep calm on the surface, Jon could sense the pure fury swelling within Stannis. Someone get a block and get Payne's ass up here. Time for him to earn his keep. Your Grace, please. Pycelle all but screamed, his hands held before him in a begging fashion. Please, mercy, Your Grace. Everything I have done has been for the realm. The king, nor any of the others standing next to the throne, seemed to care as the Grand Maester started begging everyone who was near to him for any form of mercy. You have only one hope left, Pycelle. Again, his master's soft voice carried throughout the hall, making the Grand Maester perk up at the chance offered to him. The only question that remains is how will you convince someone to stand for you? Jon wasn't quite sure just what his master was talking about, but his father, the king, and Pycelle all did going by the looks each man was giving Lord Nox. Trial by combat. Pycelle shouted as loudly as he could. I demand a trial by combat. A shocked silence went through the throne room. Slowly, the silence was replaced by chuckling, then full-out laughter as the people of the court laughed at the Grand Maester. A trial by combat? Huh, Pycelle? The king asked, a hint of amusement and a look of excitement entering his eye. All right then. Doubt you can even hold a sword, so you'll be naming a champion then, Who here withstand for this decrepit piece of shit? No one answered the call. And as the time stretched on, Jon could sense dread reaching higher and higher levels within Pycelle. Is this why Maester Nox brought the option forth? Jon frowned as he tried to reason out just why his master had even brought the option up in the first place. Was it just to give the man some semblance of hope to escape death, only to take it away from him? That's cruel, but I can't say that the Grand Maester and the Maesters don't deserve to suffer for what they've done. 100 gold dragons to the man who will street stand for me. Pycelle screeched, drawing a few mumbles from the crowd. T200. No, 1,000. 1,000 dragons to the one to stand for me. Jon felt his eyes widen as shocked murmurs spread throughout the throne room. 1,000 gold dragons was, gods, that was more coin than even most nobles had at any one time. Hells, a family of small folk could buy a large piece of land and live comfortably for the rest of their lives on that much coin. It was a very tempting offer. But, despite the promise of enough gold to support a family through several generations, there were still none who were willing to stand for the Grand Maester. That was until Maester Nox started chuckling, drawing looks from the king and Jon's father. If it gives anyone the courage, I will not stand as champion for the crown, his master stated, drawing more murmurs from the crowd. Yet still, the Grand Maester's plea for a champion went unanswered. Meryn Trant, your feelings have betrayed you. You want to stand for the Grand Maester, not for him, but rather for the coin he offers. Such a shame to think that a member of the Kingsguard could be bought for such a paltry sum. The king blinked, then quickly turned around and glared towards the line of Kingsguard behind him before settling his sights in on one of the men standing near the end. Trant, one of the Kingsguard who was wearing a tall helm depicting a sunburst with a red beard coming out from under the edges of the helm, took a step back, his hand twitching towards the hilt of his sword. It's a lie, Your Grace. He's a liar. I am many things, Sir Trant, but a liar is not one of them, his master stated, folding his hands in front of himself and taking a few steps towards the knight. Your feelings have betrayed you. Your desire for the coin is fueled by your lust, which has turned into an inferno consuming you from within. A lust, driven by the want of a child, a girl. A slave girl, here in King's Landing. One of with golden hair and green eyes. One said to resemble the princess. One that you can use and brutalize for your own twisted sexual pleasures. How dare you say such things about me? The Kingsguard shouted, taking a step back and resting his hand on the hilt of his sword. I will have your tongue for daring to slander my name, you worthless sack. Oh, there is a way you can clear your name, Trant. The movement was slight, but Jon could have sworn that when his master unfolded his hands, he made a short-cutting gesture across his front with 2 fingers extended. Stand as champion for Pycelle. Should the gods favor you, Then I will concede that you are innocent, and I was wrong. And you will get the bonus of the 1,000 gold dragons from Pycelle here, provided he actually has the coin to pay you. Trant seemed to waver for a moment before shaking his head. I will stand as champion for the Grand Maester and prove you a liar. The king was clearly confused as to just what had happened, and judging by the looks on Jon's father's face as well as the face of many others, he was not the only one. Fine, the king snapped. Trant will stand for Pycelle. Who will stand as champion for the crown? There was certainly no lack of volunteers to stand as champion for the crown. For as soon as the words were out of the king's mouth, more than a dozen voices, most of them from the men of the north, quickly went into the air offering to stand against the Kingsguard who was standing as champion for the Grand Maester. You want to make a name for yourself, Jon, beyond just being a Stark or my apprentice. Hearing his master's voice in his head made him start, his eyes darting to his master who still had his back turned to him. Now is your chance. Set your nerves to steel. Do not fear or falter. To fear is to hesitate, and to hesitate is to die. Do not let others dictate who or what you are. Charge forth and forge your own path. As is the true way of the Sith. The words stirred something within Jon. His master was right. He wanted to prove himself more than just a bastard or the child of his parents. And this was a chance to do just that. Your Grace, Jon called out, drawing the king's attention and surprised looks from his father and brother. I would stand as champion for the crown in the north. Somehow, Jon's voice had managed to cut through the din of the others who were also offering themselves, and the hall went silent. A silence which was quickly ended as more than a few of the Southerners started outright laughing at him, including one or two of the Kingsguard. The king, however, wasn't laughing. Instead, he was just staring at Jon. One of yours, Ned? The king asked, never taking his eyes off him. I, his father said, a note of fear in his voice. My son, Jon Snow. The king nodded as if expecting the answer. Ah, your bastard boy. And the sorcerer's squire, from what I've heard. You got a set of balls, boy, but a trial by combat is no place for a green boy. A green boy. Jon wasn't sure why, but the label stung more than being called a bastard. I killed my first man over a year ago while traveling with the Wolf Rangers to hunt down the sellswords who were plaguing the trade roads in the north. I stood with Lord Nox and other brave men and women from both the north and Dorne as he led us into the very depths of old Valyria. I killed a dragon that had been slumbering in Valyria since before the Doom while on foot. I fought and defeated Sir Gerald Dane in Sunspear with nothing more than a training blade while he used live steel. And I am Lord Nox's apprentice, your grace. Not a green boy. The laughter that had been ringing through the hall was silenced yet again by the time Jon finished speaking. And without even realizing it, he'd taken a few steps closer to the king, an act which had drawn the attention of several of the Kingsguard who were now flanking the king on either side. But the king didn't seem to mind in the slightest. In fact, he had a small smile on his face as the two stared each other in the eyes. God's boy, how in the seven hells do you get through doors with balls that big? The king laughed, slapping his thigh. You remind me of myself when I was your age, boy. And your eyes. I see those rumors about you Starks, and your wolf eyes aren't just tales. Ned, he's your son. But I say let him fight. Turning to his father, Jon was met with a look he'd never actually seen. Worry. His father was worried about him. I can do this, father, he said, keeping his voice low so it didn't carry. I know you can, son, his father replied sadly before turning towards the king. Jon has my blessing to stand as champion for the crown in this matter. Let's see what you can do, boy. The king laughed. The look of excitement from earlier had returned to his eye before he turned to look out over the court. Clear a space, you lackwits. Time to see what a man trained by the sorcerer can do against a Kingsguard. Immediately, the crowd surrounding them pulled back as the king ascended the steps up to the Iron Throne and retook his seat. What in the hells are you thinking, Jon? Robb hissed as he made his way to one side of the room with his father, Robb, and Lord Nox. This isn't. You could die. I could, but I won't, Jon replied, his voice far calmer than what he felt as his heart hammered away inside his chest. Of course he won't. Have faith in your brother Robb, Lord Nox said, laying a hand on his shoulder. You've been well trained, Jon. And you've faced far greater challenges than this sorry excuse for a Kingsguard. The only thing that can defeat you is yourself. Remember, this is a fight to the death, Jon. Hold nothing back, cause he won't. Robb was clearly still not fully free of worry. He should get some armor, he said, waving towards the simple studded leather Jon and the rest of the Northmen were wearing. And he should get some rest. We've been riding for days and Robb, their father said firmly, ending whatever Robb had been about to say. Have faith in your brother. He will succeed. Shrugging off his traveling cloak, leaving him in only a studded leather chest piece for any sort of protection, Jon gave his brother a squeeze on the shoulder before stepping past him and into the midst of the circle that had been created for the trial. The moment he stepped forth, he could immediately see a shift in the Kingsguard, Maester Trant. His expression went from one of anger, to one of confusion to one of amusement. This is who you send against me. Trant laughed, which was echoed by many within the throne room. A green boy who doesn't even have a sword or armor. I wasn't expecting much from a bastard. But you must have a true death wish, boy. Jon didn't say anything as he slid his left foot forward, grounding his stance with his left hand crossing the front of his body while his right was positioned over the metal cylinder that was still mostly hidden from view. Well, get on with it already. The king shouted from the Iron Throne. Bellowing out a war cry, Maester Trant charged at him, his sword held in a high guard with the clear intent of cleaving Jon in two. Holding his ground, Jon waited until the Kingsguard fully committed himself before launching an attack of his own. The moment Trant's sword began to descend, Jon moved. Pushing off with his right foot and using his left as a guide, he sidestepped the overhead strike and brought himself even with the Kingsguard while using the force to pull the hilt of his blade into his waiting right hand. The hiss of quenched steel was followed by a cry of pain from Maester Trant as Jon's lightsaber came to life in his hand and cut through the man's scaled armor and bit into his side. Fuck! Trant screamed, his hand going to the wound at his side, only to have jerk his hand away quickly as the cut in his armor glowed red from the heat of Jon's blade. Shocked murmurs filled the hall as Jon settled himself into a Makashi stance while rotating his blade slightly in his right hand. Blocking out all sound, Jon opened himself to the force, letting it fill him completely as he focused on keeping his breath steady. What mocking there was in Trant's eyes was now gone, replaced by true fear as his eyes stared hard at the glowing white blade in Jon's hand. Fucking sorcery horse shit, Trant hissed through clenched teeth as he held his sword in a two-handed grip. You should have killed me on that blow, boy, cause now I'm going to cut you to fucking pieces and feed you to the dogs, you pathetic bastard. Shifting his stance, Jon gripped his lightsaber in a two-handed grip as he shifted from Makashi to Juyo. Pathetic bastard. Jon seethed as he launched himself at Trant with a thrust aiming for the man's neck. I'll show him who's the pathetic bastard. Trant immediately parried the thrust, and for a brief second Jon was surprised his lightsaber hadn't simply cut through the man's blade. Valyrian steel. Jon cursed himself as he ducked and spun around Trant, avoiding the man's counter. That's right. Maester Nox gave the king enough swords to arm the Kingsguard as tribute. I forgot that and it nearly killed me. Focus, Jon. Letting his frustration over forgetting about the Valyrian blades take hold, Jon righted himself and launched a flurry of attacks at Trant's shoulder, his leg, his off-arm and his midsection. Never once attacking the same place twice in succession as he kept pressing the Kingsguard, forcing him onto the defensive and not giving him room to breathe or think. It didn't take long for the heavily armored Kingsguard to start slowing as he struggled to keep up with Jon. And quickly enough, Jon started to land light blows against the man's armor, leaving gouges in the plate and often cutting clean through to the flesh underneath. Ducking underneath a wild swing, Jon threw out his left hand, palm facing Trant and pushed with the force. The knight could do nothing more but grunt as he was sent tumbling backwards head over heels, the front of his armor dented from the sheer force of the push Jon had sent his way. Not wanting to give him time to recover, Jon rushed forth and brought his lightsaber down in an overhead swing. But Trant managed to recover far faster than Jon thought possible and managed to get his sword up in a guard just in time to block the strike and lock their blades. In his short time of wielding a lightsaber, Jon had started to fully adapt to the many benefits that the weapon granted him in a fight. However, there was one area in which regular swords still held an advantage. And that was in the simple fact that a lightsaber had no weight behind its strikes, which meant its power was created purely from momentum and the user's own physical strength and strength in the Force. Normally, the weight discrepancy wasn't an issue. However, he'd noted that when he locked blades with an opponent, usually only his master, he was usually at a disadvantage. Which was why, after locking blades for a moment and stopping his momentum, Trant was able to push him back and regain his footing. I can't let him lock blades with me again, Jon thought, letting his lightsaber sing through the air as he idly rotated the blade. I suppose it's time to see if this technique really does work as well as I think it should. Holding his blade in a two-handed grip and in a mid-guard, Jon spread his legs with the left foot forward and waited for Trant to reset himself. The moment Trant got his bearings, Jon threw his whole weight behind a single strike aimed towards the Kingsguard chest plate. Trant moved his sword to intercept while stepping forward, no doubt hoping to lock their blades once more. But just before their blades could touch, Jon retracted his lightsaber, making the white blade disappear back into the hilt. Trant's block hit nothing but air as Jon pushed with his right foot to change his placement before activating his lightsaber once more, the white blade coming to life between Trant and his sword. Letting out a yell, Jon swiped downwards. His lightsaber met resistance for only a moment before passing through both of Trant's forearms. Gasps and cries of alarm were raced through the nobles as Trant's sword clattered uselessly to the tiled floor, his hands and half of his forearms still attached to the hilt. Not giving the man time to realize what had happened, Jon slashed again, this time cutting clean through the man's knee. The knight cried out in agony as his leg collapsed, no longer able to support his weight. Grabbing a hold of the collar of the knight's armor, Jon yanked him closer and held his lightsaber to the man's throat, close enough to singe his beard. Trant's breathing was erratic and his eyes wide and full of fear as he stared first at the white blade about to cut through his throat and then up to Jon. Hold, Jon. The fight is over. And Meryn Trant has lost. Glancing over his shoulder, Jon was more than a little surprised that it hadn't been his father who'd spoken, but rather his master, Lord Nox. Your Grace, his master pressed on, stepping up next to Jon. I would ask that Trant be given over to me for questioning. This desire of his to purchase a girl to use and abuse has unsettled me. Particularly if slavery is involved, which is against the laws of Westeros. And I would like to see just how deep this rot goes and pull it out root and stem from this city and Westeros. Still keeping his hold on the knight's armor, Jon turned his attention back to the king. But the king didn't seem to be paying attention to Lord Nox at all as he just stared down from the throne at Jon. Or more specifically, the blade Jon was holding in his hand. You never said that you could make swords like your own, Sorcerer. No one ever asked me to construct another. At least not directly, Lord Nox replied to the king's comment with a shrug. And before anyone gets any ideas, no amount of coin or promise of power will convince me to part with one. Only those that I deem worthy will be allowed to carry a lightsaber. Jon here is but the first, but he had to go through hell and back to earn the right to wield it. Now, can I take this sack of shit here for intensive questioning, or no? Oh, yes, the king stumbled, obviously having difficulty turning his sight away from Jon's lightsaber. Trant, you got your ass beat by a boy less than half your age. You're no longer a member of the Kingsguard and will be questioned by the Sorcerer about that buying a little girl thing. Sorcerer, you learn anything about this shit, and I want to be the first you tell. Withdrawing his lightsaber, Jon retracted the blade and clipped the hilt onto his sword belt. Thank you, Your Grace, Lord Nox said, taking Jon's place as he grabbed the former Kingsguard by the collar of his armor. I will keep you appraised of what I discover. And Pycelle, where do you think you are sneaking off to? With a start, Jon spun towards the Kingsguard who'd had a hold of Pycelle, only to find said Kingsguard standing there alone with a dumbfounded expression on his face. As for the Grand Maester, somehow the old man had managed to get to the far corner of the throne room near to a small door that led somewhere further into the keep. Pycelle's chains rattled as he jerked, his hand pausing in the act of trying to open the door to his freedom. Pycelle. The king's voice was near deafening as he shot up to his feet. Stop him. Several swords cleared their scabbards as the remaining Kingsguard made to follow the king's command, and Pycelle gave off a shout of alarm as he wrenched on the door trying to open it before they could reach him. Summoning his lightsaber back to his hand, Jon's thumb passed over the mark on the hilt, bringing the white blade to life as he made to go after the fleeing maester. But none were fast enough as a loud whistle sounded, followed by a large blur of gray and white, followed by two smaller blurs, racing across the tiled floor. With a snarl, Winter's powerful teeth dug into the flesh of the maester's leg before the massive direwolf dug her claws into the tiles and shook her head violently. A wet tearing sound came from Pycelle as he screamed in agony before being tossed easily a good 10 feet into the air and landing in a bloody lump on the floor. What was left of his leg still clenched tightly in Winter's jaw. Dropping the severed limb, Winter pounced onto Pycelle's back, pinning him to the floor. Now pinned, Pycelle could do nothing as Winter reached down and lightly bit down onto the back of the maester's neck with just enough force to drag the old maester across the floor and back towards the steps of the Iron Throne. The bleeding stump from where his leg had been leaving a trail of blood on the tiles as he was dragged. Not to be outdone by their mother, both Ghost and Grey Wind worked together as the two young pups each grabbed an opposite end of the severed leg and dragged it along behind their mother. More than a few lords took a step back, and more than one lady fainted from the sight of the blood, as Winter passed them by, giving the direwolf plenty of space. Those at the base of the throne though all had differing reactions. The moment Winter had released the maester, the Kingsguard swarmed the old man with swords drawn, ready to cut him down should he try another escape. Which was unlikely given he was short a leg. Lord Renly looked more than slightly pale, and refused to even look at where the maester was laying or at the trail of blood he'd left behind. Lord Stannis remained completely impassive, but Jon could sense a not so small amount of satisfaction coming from the stoic man. The larger man and the small one with the thinly trimmed mustache were both avoiding looking at the scene. The old man that stood next to the throne seemed almost disappointed for some reason Jon could not fathom, while the king was almost radiating excitement. The queen though, she had the most complicated look on her face. A mix of anger and frustration and almost envy. Seven hells, Ned, the king laughed as Winter retreated to his father's side with Ghost and Grey Wind quickly following. Perhaps I should start putting a few wolves amongst my guard. Someone get this piece of filth out of here and close up that wound, he has a date with the king's justice. And it'd be a shame if he died of blood loss before he loses his head. You, boy, you hold a moment. Time to do something I should have done years ago. Jon wasn't sure just what the king was talking about until he found himself standing right before him after Pycelle had been dragged off by two men wearing golden cloaks and one of the Kingsguard. Your Grace, Jon murmured as he started to go down to a knee. None of that shit now, boy, the king demanded, making Jon freeze where he was. Years ago, your father wrote me asking to legitimize you with the consent of Lady Stark. Well, I was talked out of it for some horse shit reason as you hadn't earned it yet. But I say now to hell with that. You went to Valyria and spat in the eye of the dead Dragonlord's sister fuckers and came out alive. And now you just beat a Kingsguard in fair combat. I'd say you more than earned this, boy. Therefore, I, King Robert Baratheon, first of my name, King of the Andals and the First Men, do hereby grant you the name Stark. So long as you do not seek your brother's place as future Warden of the North. Jon was caught completely unaware, his mouth hanging open as he tried, and failed, to form some type of reply. All his life there was only one thing he ever wanted. And now he had that one thing. To be recognized as a Stark. A true Stark. I thank you, your grace, Jon breathed, finally finding the words and dropping to a knee before the king. And Robb, my brother, he is the future warden of the North and my father's heir. And I will spend my life serving him. The king gave off an amused grunt. Just like your father, boy. Now get on your feet and someone crack some fucking barrels of wine. We have a new son of House Stark to herald. That calls for a fucking drink. During his time amongst the Kingsguard, Jaime had seen more feasts than he had seen combat engagements, particularly under the rule of the Fat Oaf. Usually he stayed off to the side, ignoring all save for his beloved sister. But not this time. No. This time while the feast was raging, he was stuck wading through the ankle-deep layer of shit and grime that was a constant amongst the streets of Flea Bottom. Which certainly wasn't where he'd expected to be when the night began. Almost as soon as Pycelle's blood had been cleaned up off the floor, the throne room had been redone into a banquet hall with tables set to seat hundreds. The head table of course held the royal family and the small council, but unlike usual feasts there was a place of honor set right next to the king for his ever so honorable Lord Stark and his sons. Honestly, if Jaime didn't know the king's preference for women, he would swear that the king wanted to bed Stark given how much he fawned over the damn man. There was another seat of honor that had been set up for the sorcerer, but the man proved to be just as boring as Stannis was as he decided to forego attending the feast in favor of questioning Jaime's former sworn brother, Meryn Trant. Not that Jaime was especially upset with the loss. The man was little more than a thug with next to no skill with a blade. But still, to be defeated so easily by a boy, and a Stark no less, it was pathetic. And in his mind, the Kingsguard was far better without the man. The sorcerer's absence didn't last for long though. As before the first cup had even been drained, the man made his reappearance, apparently having gotten Trant to sing like a songbird. Of course, the fat ass didn't want to stop his revelry, but Stark, Stannis, and the Hand seemed all the willing to put the feast on hold while they went to a side room to discuss what the sorcerer had pulled out of Trant. And while normally the king would just ignore his brother in Hand and keep drinking, his devotion to Stark was enough to pull him away from the feast. As the Kingsguard that had been assigned to guard the fat oaf on this day, Jaime was of course forced to go along with them as an emergency small council meeting was called. The moment the last of the small council arrived, Renly of course, the sorcerer laid out everything that Trant had told him. Apparently, a group of slavers from Essos had somehow managed to find root here in King's Landing. According to what Trant knew at least, they were more focused on purchasing slaves and smuggling them to Essos than they were about selling slaves in the city. But evidently there was enough of a demand for those with exotic tastes in pleasure that they had begun selling pleasure slaves of all ages to those who had the coin to pay for them. And apparently, the young girl that was supposed to have a similar look to Myrcella was indeed real and was soon to be auctioned off to the highest bidder for whatever purpose they deemed fit. For most of the conversation, Jaime simply stared blankly ahead, letting the words from the small council just pass him by. Robert was, predictably, enraged. Not for the people being sold of course, but rather because it was happening right under his nose. Stannis was his normal stoic self, decrying the action and stating that the slavers needed to be hunted down. A thought that was mirrored by Stark and Jon Arryn. The eunuch, in one of the rare few times Jaime could get a read on the man, seemed mildly perturbed. Though again, for what reason he didn't know. Baelish didn't seem to care much. And Renly, well, he seemed to find the issue not worth his time as he simply stated that they could assign a few of the city watch to go to Flea Bottom and root out the slavers in the morning. In the end though, all of their opinions mattered not as the sorcerer calmly and firmly told them that he would be taking a group of Northmen and whoever else he could grab and head down to Flea Bottom to deal with the slavers personally that very night. The way he said it, the way he simply silenced and overruled the most powerful men in all of Westeros, it reminded Jaime a great deal of watching his own father in action. Not much was said after that. And, having laid out his plans, the sorcerer marched out of the small council chambers to go and collect those he would be taking with him to Flea Bottom while the fat oaf declared that they would leave this matter to the sorcerer, and that they had a feast to return to. His sister was, predictably, waiting for him the moment he returned to the feast and pulled him aside the first moment she could. From the urgency with which she pulled him aside, he had hopes that his beloved sister wanted to share a night of passion with him while the fat oaf was distracted. But sadly, that was not her reasoning at all as she started asking him just what had been discussed with the sorcerer. So he
told her exactly what was said to the word, or at least all that he had been paying attention to. And when he'd finished, she asked something of him that momentarily took him aback.
Another tale fades into the silence. But here, in the fantasy audiobook library, stories never sleep. Subscribe, and return when your heart seeks adventure. We'll be waiting.